Okay, I am on live. It's 7:25, so it just started. We're gonna start at 7:30, but I just wanted to say hello. Hey Nessa, everybody that's joining live. Decided to come on a few minutes early so that I could make sure I get my circle in. So thank you for coming. Hey Nessa, you're still at work, so are you gonna be on the panel tonight? Because I know you're at work, so you probably won't. Okay. Hey, everybody. Thank you for the hearts. Oh, you left work early. Okay. All right. So I think that's. Hey, y'all. Wait for everybody to come in. I came in a little early. I wasn't supposed to be here until 7:30, so it's 7:27 now. I was trying to see was my Facebook gonna pop up because it says it's supposed to automatically do it, and I don't know. I've had the hardest time working with Facebook today. All right. Y'all come on in. Thank you for coming in. Have a seat. Waiting for the Cozy Collective to all get here. Okay. Thank you for the hearts. Thank you. Okay, that's a share the live. Thank you so much for sharing the live. Yeah, y'all, share the live. It's gonna be a fun night. We're gonna be talking to my uncle, and we got 2 more minutes. I'm excited. I'm excited, y'all. Okay. So the way it's going to be set up is I'm going to basically give you guys an introduction and talk a little bit, and then I'm going to move over and I'm going to sit him right here, and we're going to talk to him about the experiences that he's had in the Black Panther Party, and really, about how my parents met there. I always thought that was so interesting. I actually haven't heard the story in years, like over 20 years, really, now that I think about it. So I miss them. I miss knowing exactly their story, and this is my opportunity to get it and to get it on live, and I can have a replay. So I'm super excited about that. So it is 7:30. Welcome to my room, guys. I'm Attica Lundy, and I am so very excited to have you guys here on my live today. I'll be introducing my uncle, Richard Bowden, Reverend Richard Bowden. He's a reverend, and we'll get to talk to him about the whole thing with the Black Panther Party and all that good stuff. I see some people in here already. Okay. Hey, Nessa. I see you here. I'm waiting for the rest of the ladies here.
Getting ready, like.
Okay. All right. So I'm gonna try to see if any of the other ones are in yet. They're coming in from California. So I know that the time limit is the time is different there. I think it's like 4:30 there. Mm-hmm. Yeah, 4:30. So 4:30 in California, but I'm waiting for them to come on, and they'll be in. They'll you know the way it's going to be set up, guys, is we're going to be talking with Richard for a little while, and then if you have any questions, that'll be towards the end. So that's how we're going to have it set up. I'm excited. So, okay, well, it's 7:31. Let me see if the live here has started as well. Hey guys in Facebook land. So I got it now. Good. So we got both cameras and they're both pointed the same way and it looks good and I'm happy. Guys, I'd love to introduce you to my uncle. He is my mother's brother, and this is my real uncle Richard. He is a reverend now, and he was a former Black Panther party member, and I want to introduce him and talk to him about some of his experiences and about my parents and just get a whole nice little story time going. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce you to Reverend Richard Bowden.
Hello, Shortstop.
Hey, Uncle Richard.
How are you?
I'm good. You comfortable?
Praise God. Love you.
Love you too.
So, how are we going to start this out?
Well, I'd like to know how my parents met.
Okay, so, well, let me start out by giving a little bit of background about the Black Panther Party, if you don't mind.
Yeah, please.
Because that's going to try to kind of set the tone. And Attica's going to be kind of directing me. I did television for 17 years on public access TV. I had a show for about 17 years on a station, but I'm used to carrying the whole thing. So now I'm used to interviewing people. So this is different from me being interviewed. And I appreciate you and all the love that you've shown and all the good work you've done over the years. Which camera's catching us?
We're going to do TikTok. Facebook is just going to be in the background.
Okay. So the Black Panther Party officially started in 1969. Huey P. Newton, and there have been a lot of movies out. That latest movie, The Black Judas, I thought was a real good representation of Chairman Fred Hampton, which was a good thing. There was another documentary that came out years before that called The Vanguard. And the Vanguard is an organization that goes in the forefront of revolutionary, that stands out, stands up, and is the central focal point, the leader of the pack in terms of movements and that type of thing. Mm-hmm. So there's a documentary called Vanguard, and that's another documentary that deals with the Black Panther Party. That probably is the most accurate one that is out there that talks about the real history of the Black Panther Party, because this has been misrepresented and betrayed as oftentimes as a racist organization, which it was not, and I think we'll prove that in the course of this conversation. But the Black Panther Party started in '69. Huey P. Newton and Bobby Seals were students at a community college in Oakland, California. At that point in time, U.S. cities with populations over 500,000, I believe it was. It might have been 250, but I'm sure over 500,000 were averaging 21 killings at the hands of police officers of African American males. Mm-hmm. Not much different than it is today.
Yeah.
And that just goes to show you about how this lack of police reform and the lack of them passing the George Floyd Prevention Act. And let me just say that on this.
Yeah.
Stuff has popped up there.
No,
anyway, there are a couple of things. The reason that still exists today is that, first of all, there's a symbiotic relationship between the district attorney's office and police departments. I'm a former peace officer, okay? Mm-hmm. So you say, how does a Black Panther member go to being a peace officer? Well, I've been there. That was a transition that I made somewhere down the line. But there's a symbiotic relationship between the police and the DA's department, because the district attorney, whose job it is to represent the people, gets their cases from the police department. There's never going to be a situation where an entity is going to be able to govern itself when it has at its base root the authority to become judge, jury, and executioner at a moment's notice. Mm-hmm. And policemen are protected by police unions and by the lack of federal oversight that keeps them from being prosecuted as criminals when they conduct criminal acts under the color of law. Okay, right. We'll get into that maybe later on. But the Black Panther Party, getting back to the origin. In '69, Bobby and Huey noticed that there were black people being killed, black men being killed, and women, all over the United States. And they put out a survey in the community. And they came up with a 10-point platform and 10-point program and 26 general rules. They said, we need to start an organization that polices the police. And in Oakland, it was legal at that point in time to carry weapons out on the street if they were a shotgun. For instance, one couldn't be in the tube. If it was a semi-automatic, one couldn't be in out of the clip into the barrel, legally loaded, which is the definition that we kind of use now for legal loading of shotguns, rifles, and handguns. And they policed the police. Mm-hmm. If the racist cops in Oakland, which they were, because they lived outside of Oakland, and Oakland was like about 80-90% black at the time, would come in and start beating on a brother and sister, Huey and his comrades would go and check them, jump out and say, you're violating this guy's rights, blah, 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 blah. But they developed out of the survey they put out in the community, they developed what we want and what we believe, a 10-point platform and program. And they developed 26 general rules governing the party. And it was based on a socialistic model. Every Panther had to read things like Frantz Fanon, Wretches of the Earth. They had to read Sheila Mumba's writings, writings on the war in Algiers, Mao Zedong's quotations, that type of thing. Mm-hmm. But what happened is that when they were looking for an organizational name, they borrowed a name from an organization that Stokely Carmichael and his group registering people in Alabama and Mississippi during the turbulent 60s, early to mid 60s, and his group registering people in Alabama and Mississippi during the turbulent 60s, early to mid 60s, they had an organization called the Black Panther Party, because they had to sneak around at night to register these people in Jim Crow South, because these people would be lynched, if the Northern agitators if they were found that they were working with them, and we're talking about not just white folks, we're talking about crackers. And I say that, crackers, okay? Racist white folks who have that superiority complex that anything black, brown, Jewish, and otherwise, okay, are subhuman and less than they are. And these are crackers. They were crackers then, they are crackers now. The Black Panther Party had the distinction of bringing into their fold and supporting gay rights organizations. This is back in the late 60s. We supported gay rights, LBGT entities. If they were a revolutionary group or just a group trying to fight for rights, the Black Panther Party supported them. We supported white organizations that were out there. We supported gay organizations that were out there. We supported a plethora of organizations that were trying to get individual and collective freedoms, okay, across the political, across the racial, across the gender spectrum. The history of the Black Panther Party was such that it not only dealt with survival programs, but it dealt with other revolutionary organizations, regardless of gender, regardless of race. You'll see something in the movie Black Judas where Fred Hampton comes into a Klan type of meeting, and he talks to them about uniting forces because we're all being discriminated against. Your people are teaching you to hate us, and all of us are poor, and all of us are oppressed. Why don't we come together, and for a common goal and fight the forces that are trying to destroy us? So Huey P. Newton and Bobby Sears came over to 10-point platform and programmed 26 Joes, and it spread like wildfire. It were chapters all over the country. We in Atlanta had, and the Black Panther Party hierarchy was that you had a NCFF, a National Committee to Combat Fascism, which was a lower tier organization that sold papers and passed out and had meetings and educational meetings and all that kind of stuff. And that was just a grassroots. From then you went to, I forget the middle rung, but then a full chapter. Okay, we had an information center, UNCCF, we had a middle rung, and then we had a full chapter. The Atlanta chapter of the Black Panther Party, Georgia State chapter, made party history in that we went from just an information center to a full chapter. So what happened was, and that's just a brief history of the Black Panther Party. So there was a young guy got killed throwing rocks at two white policemen over by the old Atlanta Stadium, summer 70, I believe it was. Everybody had rallied downtown. They were having vigils and protests everywhere. And I was searching. I had been over to the Masjid, over on Bankhead to the Nation of Islam. I was searching for something to believe in and belong to. And there was a guy with some Black Panther intercommunal newspapers. We used to call them the intercommunal newspaper, the Black Panther Party. I brought a T-shirt that's out in the car. I should have brought it in. It has Black Panther intercommunal newspaper, 25 cents, and then it has the 10-point platform and program on there, and what we want and what we believe. And I saw a guy with these Panther newspapers, Charles Lundy, your cousin. And I said, hey, blah, 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 blah. And of course, there were infiltrators at that time from the Black Panther Party, because the Black Panther Party was not a secret organization. It was an organization that developed some of the survival programs in the community that have been taken over by the federal government. We had the first free breakfast program, free clothing program, free daycare center, free ambulance to prisons. We had a plethora of programs. The sickle cell anemia program. We had doctors who would come in and treat people. We had more kids in our free breakfast program from Techwood, which was a predominantly white inner city, inner housing, public housing entity. And we had from the black kids over in Vine City. We used to go around and pick them up. So Charles Lundy was dealing those papers, and I said, hey, man, is there Black Panther Party headquarters here and all that kind of stuff? And he said, well, give me your information. Because he had to have me checked out, because there were infiltrators coming in from, and that's what destroyed the Black Panther Party, much like you see in the Black Judas thing with Fred Hampton in Chicago, Chairman Fred. They destroyed us from within. They got inside, and the infiltrators got in there and created chaos and havoc and just destroyed us. And, the FBI is a powerful organization. Now, he had me to meet him, Charles Lundy, your cousin, at a bowling alley. I drove around that bowling alley for 20 minutes. and I never did hear from him. I heard from him about 2 days later. He was getting a tag on my car and having somebody in the police department check me out. Mm. We met one night by the Black Pearl bookstore, which was on the corner of Fair Street and what is now, I think, Abernathy. No, it's not Abernathy. It's one of those other streets. Anyway, it's over in the AU Center. Mm-hmm. And about 2 days later, we had our headquarters. And we started selling papers, and we started developing our survival programs. We had our free breakfast program. We had a free clothing program. We had our free daycare program. We recruited a sister from AU, Atlanta University, to teach in our schools. So we were doing the whole thing around the neighborhood. Attica's mother, my sister, became interested in what her older brother was doing. And so I started bringing her down to what we call the site, S-I-T-E, the site, the headquarters. And she rapidly became involved. As a matter of fact, we were students at Southwest High School. We started that summer before my senior year, if I remember correctly, yes. And she was in her junior year when she came on. I was starting my senior year. And instructors in our classroom, because we had to do all of these political, you had to do the readings of the Frantz Fanons, and like I said, Richardson, all of this stuff that dealt with various revolutionary and social movements throughout the world that had fought colonialism. And at the time, there was no bigger colonializer in the world than England and the United States. I mean, let's just, that's what the country did. They went around colonializing people. Yeah, that's what they did when they came to this country. Took the land from the Indians, which we have on both sides of our family, Blackfoot and Cherokee. Mm-hmm. And they colonized. So we were studying the writings and the movements that colonialized individuals under colonialism who were fighting for their freedoms had written books about and were living this out. So we would go to school, and there were instructors that told my sister and I, look, if you just chill out, don't ask a whole lot of questions, okay? You can get an A out of this class. You don't have to go through a whole lot of changes. Just don't put us on the spot. Because we were asking questions that were probably spawned by our recent degree of learning and our degree of consciousness, which had risen exponentially, that made us kind of mature beyond our years where those things were concerned. So my sister, Artemisia, and she didn't like that name until towards the end of her life when she realized the historical implications that it had. She was named after her great aunt, who was the first president of what is now America's largest junior college, St. Philip's Junior College in San Antonio, Texas. So, but we called her Mickey because her Spanish name, you couldn't translate Artemisia in the Spanish class, so was Michelle. She became so enthralled with that, and she was down there every day after school, as I was. Charles Lundy, who brought me into the Black Panther Party, I was one of the 7 guys who started the Georgia State chapter of the Black Panther Party, eventually brought his cousin over, Sam Lundy, Attica's daddy, who had at that point in time, he had taught all the motives down at Washington High. He had done a bunch of things, and he was just overboard with this new movement because we were feeding people, we were housing people, we were clothing people, we were providing free daycare for folks. We had clinics, and we were doing the people's work. And of course, we were Ron Young, and we were idealistic, and we thought that those things could have made a difference in the sense that some of these government programs, the Meals on Wheels programs, the ambulance programs, some of the transportation to prison programs now exist when they used to not these programs. And if you ever take a class in a college, Black History 101, they will even talk about part of their curriculum is now the government programs that they snatched and emulated from the Black Panther Party. So, in a nutshell, that's how Sam and Mickey met. And Attica was born out of that. And I think I just come back in town. And I went the day she was born, we went out to the hospital. Sam and I went out to the hospital. And of course, they were talking about the name. And he said, we're going to name her Attica, which was after the rebellion that took place in upstate New York, where people were told to surrender and they were gunned down like they were dogs. But, that's another history. Got documentaries on Attica, the conditions, everything that took place. But it was, it was one of those things. And I've worked as a prison guard, and I've been a deputy sheriff. I'm still post-certified peace officer, standing in the training council as a peace officer. But anyway, so that's the history of how they met. So Attica's got some things she wants to ask me. I'll slide over if I need to, and you can read that and see what kind of questions they have.
Okay. Yeah, Attica. Yep. That's what you thought about my name? Okay, I'm gonna bring my people in now. So we got Stacy, Jazz, Posse. That's Posse.
Hi.
Hey y'all.
Hey. Hey.
Hey,
Hey.
I actually thought,
Hello, hello.
I honestly thought that you were named for that, my sister. And I thought, okay, I'm going to follow a woman named Attica, period. I wasn't
Yeah.
sure if that was your given name or if that was the name that you chose, but either way, it meant that you were from my people. And so I am very grateful for this opportunity to talk to your uncle.
Okay, yeah, that's what we're gonna do now. So I got the ladies in. I'm looking for Tashay. I don't see her yet, but we got enough people on here. And then,
Attica, while he's answering questions, honey, you need to make us mods so we can watch your thing. I saw it too, Jazz.
Yeah.
okay.
So we can help you out.
You know I
You
ignore
getting
him,
some
right?
trolls. Oh, okay. If you
And
good, we
Nelsie's
good.
doing a
Okay.
good job, but we might get overwhelmed real quick.
Okay.
Nelsie definitely got that out there. No, you weren't gone very much. It's just a couple of minutes, honey.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotta learn
That
how to
was
make
amazing.
mods.
We'll
Where
walk
do
you
I do
through it
that
when your
at?
uncle. Oh, look down for the circle. Oh, you can also hit our names, and then look for the three dots on the upper right hand side, and you'll be able to do it that way.
Okay. Well, we're just gonna go ahead and ignore them for right now.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, let's do
Well,
that. We don't
Okay.
want to
Nelsie's
tie your
got it.
uncle up.
Nelsie's
Come back.
got it.
What
If
am I
we
doing?
see him, we'll call
Y'all,
him
this
out.
is my Uncle Richard. Richard, this is Stacy and Jazz and Nessa and
Hi.
Posse TV.
Hello, guys. How are you?
Hi.
Hello. Fine. I'm sorry,
Thank you
sir.
so
I
much
didn't
for
find out
teaching us.
what city you were from.
Who, me?
Yeah, when you
I'm
were
I'm from
active.
Atlanta,
Atlanta.
Georgia.
And
Yeah.
so when you were a Panther, what city were you working out of?
Atlanta,
Atlanta?
Georgia. We started the Georgia
Okay.
State chapter of the Black Panther Party. I
Thank
was a
you.
senior in high school, right here in Atlanta.
Mm.
That's fantastic.
Thank you for your
Um,
service.
yeah, really. Thank you for your service. Oh, I wish I
Thank you
could
for your
say that to
service.
all of them. I mean, Panthers. Thank you for your Panther service.
Yeah.
Thank you for all your service, but thank you for your
Well,
Panther
I would
service.
like to think that it helped me in later endeavors in life. I've been an
Mm-hmm.
educator. I did a television talk show for 17 years. I've been a minister of the gospel for about 20, and I was a professional truck driver for 25 years. So, I mean, that experience was just a unique experience. I mean, when you start at 17, 18 years old and you're dealing with the heart, with the core of community development and feeding people and housing people and clothing people, it kind of gave me a leg up on a lot of things in life. So,
Yes. Yes. I do have a question though. The Black Panthers are socialist, as am I, so I'm just offering that just so that you know it's coming from a soft place. And I'm wondering, do you still subscribe to tenets of socialism? And what do you think of what do you think of the squad in Congress?
what do
That
I
would
think of
be
what? What was the latter part?
the squad. Do you know, like, I'm going to talk, I have to bring this up a little bit. Forgive me.
Okay.
The squad, and that would be, AOC,
Elian
oh my God,
Omar,
Omar.
and
Yeah. And
Presley.
I am
Okay.
blanking.
I think I have the gist of what you're asking. When I was young and I was an idealist, I did subscribe when I was 17, 18 years old to all the tenets completely of socialism. Now, having said that, I've been on panels and had interviewed people over the years where, we give the capsulized definition, socialism from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. But what I found out over the years is, realistically, I was a criminal and juvenile justice major in college, history major at another college before I switched over to that. And I dealt with political science as a minor for a lot of years. So studying politics, I've realized that every political system on the planet Earth has its flaws. Everyone. I mean, we live in a democracy that's not run as a republic. There are some tenets of socialism that I do subscribe to. And this might be a long answer, but I'm going to try to get back to the squad thing you're
That's
talking
great. That's
about.
fine.
You look at Michael Moore's movie, for instance, Sicko. And I think it does one of the best analogies under the planet Earth. And I'm a documentarian and a filmmaker, so I'll attack this from a filmmaker's perspective, I think.
Okay.
I think Michael Moore's Sicko tells the true and real story of healthcare in America and how it compares to other healthcare systems. And he specifically highlights Canada's, France's, and Cuba's, all of which, regardless to the rhetoric and the propaganda we hear, all of which have a far, far, far superior healthcare system than we have in the United States. I don't think that's rocket science. But the fact of the matter is that in the system that we live in, when Hillary Clinton tried to bring up universal health care, they used a page from their playbook that I even saw play out in our community development when a developer came in who was Black, who tried to put together some homes. And if you can tell a lie long enough and loud enough, you can get people to believe in it. So that we know that we have a failed system. We're the richest country on the face of the planet Earth, besides Africa. Okay, united. And so I want to say that.
Right.
But we have the most screwed up health system. We are probably 38th when it comes to infant mortality rate. Okay, and so those tenets of socialism I believe in. But we have a system that we live in where wealth is going to always triumph over social expediency or social good, where greed is going to always triumph over the welfare of the masses. That's just the system that we live in. So to get back to your other point, the squad, I think they're battling an uphill battle. I loved their determination. I love their grit. I love the fact that they stand up for principle as opposed to policy and politics. One of the members of Congress was just stripped of her committee chairmanship on one of the most powerful committees in Congress because of the fact that she's a Muslim, number one. She's spoken the truth, number two. She's criticized Israel's policies as opposed to the Jewish people, number three. So she's been labeled as being anti-Semitic, and they're very good at putting that on somebody. If I criticize the policies of the state of Israel as opposed to the Jewish people, then I'm anti-Semitic, which is a bunch of bull. But I think that the squad has a long road to hoe, and realistically, I fought this battle in February. In a few days, I'll be 70 if God allows me to see that. For a long, long, long time, for 50 plus years. And I don't see it changing anytime soon because of the aforementioned dynamics of our program. So, you know, I see socialism, all the programs that the Black Panther put up that the government is running now are socialistic in base. But they would not allow that to happen because it cuts into their profit margin. It cuts into the greed factor. And as long as we have members of Congress that don't have term limits, as long as campaign financing and dark money finance political operatives, you're never going to get an equal playing field because you're never going to be able to get the poison out to bring in the antidote. Ironically, I heard something a while ago and the guy said, you know, the antidote is always in the poison.
Yep, that's right.
So I just don't think that there's too much money involved. There's too much power involved. There's too much that's involved. It's just like this George Floyd thing. The one sticking point that they had, no matter how many black men and women are stopped at traffic stops and end up dead, no matter how many cities that are burned, okay, no matter how many peaceful protests happen, and you notice that when 4 or 5 white officers were caught killing people, they weren't fired immediately. That's the elephant in the room.
Right.
We don't want to talk about that. We don't want to talk about that. And we don't want to talk about the reluctancy of them naming other white officers that might have been involved. Okay? Black guys were fired immediately, which they should have been. But the sticking point that we have in the George Floyd legislation is that they don't want to cut out qualified immunity. See, what they want to say is that, and I'm a former peace officer, so I have a lot of respect for the guys and women who put on the badge and the gun and go out and really protect and serve. But they don't want to, these police unions and these powerful politicians who get a lot of their money from police unions don't want to say that if I, as a peace officer, violate the oath of my office and take an innocent life, then immunity is pulled away from me. I don't have a blanket of protection. They aren't willing to do that. So I know I got a little off track, but that has
no, that's all of that is really good.
I don't know if I
all of that is great. I appreciate it. I really do. Especially the qualified immunity part, because you as a police officer, I'm here. Okay. Because you as a police officer would know about qualified immunity. Sorry, I have to be so close. In fact, so I won't look gross, I'm going to turn off my camera.
That's okay.
But
I don't like dead air time because I'm a kind of a stickler for television and for this medium that we're in. So I'm just leaning forward because I'm trying when you get my age, you don't hear as well as you did when you were 20. Okay.
Okay.
You're not that old. You're not that old.
Yeah, that's the truth. So anyway, the qualified immunity part, the police union is saying that they're worried about people who are undercover for qualified immunity, and not necessarily the everyday guy who's walking the beat.
Yeah, but that's a smokescreen. That's a smokescreen because this is the reality of it. If you're undercover, you're one thing, but this is where the bait and switch comes in.
Okay.
The undercover officers aren't caught killing people every day for traffic stops.
Right.
Black men and women. Okay, it's not undercover.
They're not the problem.
It's those guys who are out there on patrol that are
Right.
stopping people for nonviolent traffic
Right.
offenses and killing us.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. That's
That
right.
So
part.
That's
qualified
right.
immunity does not, that's a smoke screen.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
And even then, if you're undercover, well, first of all, most of the time, if you're undercover, you go about a certain set of rules anyway. Okay, you playing
Right.
fast and loose and dirty.
Mm-hmm.
And
Right.
the district attorney can find a way to sort those things out. But the average individual who the George Foreman law was, what is not George Foreman?
George Floyd. Yeah,
George
George
Floyd law,
Floyd.
forgive me, was meant to protect is the masses of people. See, so
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
so that's a smoke screen about undercover. And anything you hear in defense of that is going to be let me give you a classic example. For the last 5 or 10 years, maybe, whenever a cop is caught on video or cops murdering one of ours that resulted from a traffic stop or breaking down somebody's door at 2:00 in the morning because you got the wrong address on the warrant, what has been the
Right.
major defense by the police department, by the district attorney, and by police unions? What is it? It's whether the officer was in fear of their lives. There's 3 criteria that are necessary for the use of deadly force. Only one of them is whether you feared for your life. The 3 criteria are if the officer felt he or she or a member of the citizenry, okay, had the opportunity, had the ability to do bodily harm to either that officer or that member of the citizenry or members of the citizenry. They had the opportunity, they had the ability, and the officer felt in jeopardy. They only concentrate on the latter part of that equation. All 3 of them have to exist simultaneously for the use of deadly force in the training, in Peace Officer Standing and Training Council, POST. That's the National Certified Training Body. Okay, that every officer in the United States is trained upon. POST says 3 of them have to exist simultaneously, but what has the narrative been? See, when you control the narrative, you control the conversation. Just like they said, well, it's about the undercover agents. That's smoke screen. They've concentrated on whether or not the officer felt in jeopardy. That's meaningless if the other 2 aspects of the component didn't exist. I don't have, if I'm a peace officer, the right to take an innocent life unless that individual had the opportunity to do me bodily harm, the ability, and I felt in jeopardy. So it's a smoke screen type of situation. You know, it's
Okay.
like the 3-card Monty. You know, it's like hiding the peanut up under the, it's the sleight of hands. Don't believe what you read, believe what I tell you. That's it.
Right.
What you're saying basically what happened in wherever, Memphis. They did a whole bunch of things on their mics that were in opposition to what they were actually doing because it protected them. Like they were saying, put your hands down, even though they were holding his hands, or get on the ground, even though he was on the ground. They made up a bunch of stories, is what you're saying, and what's going to be believed is what the cops say, not what the person says. So if they say I felt in jeopardy, whether that's the truth or not, that's who they believe.
Yeah,
Right?
and they didn't even, that was even too weak for them to use. Because what happened was you used that force which is necessary to subdue the arrest. That's the only force that you are allowed to use.
Right.
The situation that happens is over and over and over. We are stopped for nonviolent offenses, not bank robbery, not simple assault on our wives or our kids, a traffic stop. It's a non-confrontational situation that's turned confrontational because the stopping officer has this in criteria in his or her mind: you comply or you die.
Mm.
How dare you failed to comply with us. This guy was on the ground. He was begging for his mama. He was saying, I'm just trying to get home. The thing that should have happened was, if he was subdued and thrown to the ground, they should have used that force which was necessary to effect the arrest. Guess what? When they had the handcuffs on him, he was in custody. He was under arrest, whether he was in the police car or at the police station. Once those bracelets were on him, he was in custody. That's when it should have stopped. But because of the fact that you don't have a national congressional law on the books that takes away that implied immunity, that takes all of that out of the question, that says you are sworn to protect and to serve. Under the federal civil rights violation, it's called color of law. There's laws there for violating people's civil rights. But they won't pass George Floyd because they got too much pushback from the strong police unions, which, look, I belong to the NRA, the National Riflemen's Association, and I do so unapologetically because I like my Second Amendment right to bear arms. But guess what? The NRA's magazine is full of nothing. Well, I won't say nothing, but 70% of it is full of conservative propaganda to try to push conservative lawmakers to the front. And the scare tactic that they use is that if you don't support us, they're going to take away your guns. So I'm just not buying that. I'm just not buying that because nobody's going to take away my guns. Supreme Court has already decided on that. So,
Right.
you know,
It's not even an issue. You know, it's just not even an issue. Am I okay? All right. So, hey, Shanae. Yeah. Shane.
Hey, y'all.
I really wanted you to come so bad.
Okay. Does she want to say something? Does she want to ask me something? If nobody else has anything to ask me, I'm going to slide over and let Attica take care of it. Does anybody?
I only just got up here, so I'm so hurt that I missed so much, but I've caught you for the last several minutes, so I am listening, and I know I'll have some questions.
Okay. Well, we were just talking about, I just asked him about the squad, just like I said I was going to ask him. And I got some really good answers too. I asked him about socialism, just like I said I was going to ask him, and I got really good answers too. And I also wanted to try and find out what city he was in, and he worked out of he was involved in Atlanta. Shayna, he was in Atlanta. So Shayna's from Oakland. I've lived in Oakland and I've lived in LA. And I was going to ask you if you were in LA because maybe you would have met my dad.
I have a question.
Okay, there we go.
There you go. I do have a question. So, with all that you have experienced and did, where we are now, do you see a way forward, or do you think we've gone too far backwards?
They're talking amongst themselves. They need me.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I? No, but can you hear me? I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys
We
hear
can
me?
hear you, but I don't know if he knows you're talking to him.
I was talking to you, sir. I'm sorry. I wanted to know, do you think that we've gone too far back from all the work that has been done? Do you think we've slid back too far in this last 2 years that we will recover from what's going on?
Okay, I'm not so sure if I heard that. Let me try to hear that again.
Do you think that with all the progress we've made and yet all the progress we've lost in the last couple of years, do you think that we slid back too far, or do you think that we will be able to recover from the damage that's been done in the social for example, all the work that you guys did in the 70s, and now there's all of these different, it's almost like we've gone back to the 50s. Do you know what I'm saying?
You know, that's an interesting, I think I heard what you said. I did hear the part about the social progress and going back to the 60s. You know, this is the thing. We have constantly made progress But we keep fighting the same demons, and we keep fighting the same foe, and we keep fighting the same enemy. As a minister of the gospel, for instance, I'll relate it to kind of a spiritual analysis, I guess. In my humble beliefs, in my faith, okay, I believe that the same type of sin that was available when David was on the throne of Israel exists today. So I see sin is remaining constant. Now, a couple of things that we've gone back on, or we're going back on, and it's going to be up to this present generation to make sure that there's a stop and there's a stall and there's a reset. People forget the fact that it was not 60 years ago. Listen to what I'm saying. Well, people forget the fact that it was not. Well, my high school class was 71. And so it has not been 60 years. It's not been 60 years since we had the Voting Rights Act, since we had legislation, the housing bill, that allowed individuals to be able to move in red line, and restrictive housing covenants were removed from the federal books. Hasn't been 60 years.
Right.
Now look what's happened in the last few years to give you a gauge on how I look at this thing. And like I said, and I don't know if you were on, I've been a history government major, I've been a political science major, criminal justice major. I just switched over when I went back to school to film and video. Okay. So I've had those disciplines over a lifetime of studying academically and socially, and being a part, well, I lived part of the movement. So let's look at what happened with the voting rights bill. The Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, John Roberts, since his days in the Reagan administration, fought against affirmative action, fought against voting rights, fought against all of those social constructs and laws that were passed that have allowed us to play on an equal playing field.
Right.
I worked in San Diego 30 years ago when we were fighting battles with fair treatment for contractors who were doing work with federal entities or people who were receiving federal subsidies and contracts. Okay, the Minority Supply Development Council. So I played in those arenas too, whereby we would go in and tell Roy Industries, wait a minute, you got multi-million-dollar contracts, and you got part of what your mandate by the federal government is you got to do 15% of your business with small and black, 15% with African-American minority businesses, 10 with small and 5 with women. We fought those battles, okay, where you would get $250,000 worth of contractual awards, and they wouldn't spend $5.15 on. So from those things, John Roberts, getting back to my point, John Roberts, head of the Supreme Court, who fought against affirmative action, voting rights, all of that, gets on the Supreme Court, comes off as not a conservative, not a liberal.
Came off as a moderate, but he's definitely a conservative.
Whereas the moderate hat. Comes back and makes a deciding vote that allows affirmative action and the voting rights bill, not just affirmative action. That was decided a couple of years before that.
Right.
And of course, Uncle Tom Ass. The emphasis is on Tom and Ass. Clarence Tom Ass.
Yes.
Has tried to be more conservative than anybody. And I will tell you a story, if we have time at the end, how he changed his mettle back in the day when he was working as an assistant attorney general, a guy who worked with him, who was later head of the regional head of EEOC. George was in the room when Clarence was shanghaied and kind of put it in a trick bag, and he said to George after he got that meeting, I'm never going to be on the wrong side of history again. And he started voting on everything, not that was conservative, but was ultra conservative, because he said, I'm going to show them. Boy, put him in a trick bag at a meeting, a round robin meeting, put him in a real bag. And he changed his whole demeanor back then. That was before he got up there and told the Congress this was a legal lynching. He knew what to say. But John Roberts changes his vote. And so the voting rights restrictions that were put into place for racist states like Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, South Carolina, that put a check and balance,
right,
okay, on the way that they could redistrict voting areas. That, because see, when you can redistrict, you can control who gets in and who stays in the Congress. So John Roberts, with the stroke of a pen, turns back the and I'm sorry because I hate dead air, turns back the progress we made since 1967 with a stroke of a pen. Okay. When Joe Biden, you guys have started a monster now, I wish you hadn't gone here. When Joe Biden and Kamala Harris got into office, the first and foremost thing that they should have had on their agenda was to get past the John Lewis voting rights bill. Damn infrastructure. Damn the roads and the highways, because they're going to be bad anyway. You need to have made your first priority the most fundamental of our rights, and that is the right to vote. You had the political capital and the will. Well, you didn't have the will. You had the political capital to pass that voting rights bill. You had conservatives that were going to go along with you then. You don't have that anymore. So let's get to the crux of what you asked me. 40 plus Republican state legislators passed draconian laws. And my eyes are getting big because I want you to be like Muhammad Ali when he used to talk. Okay, this is how serious this is. I want you to remember this because you heard it here. 41 state legislatures passed draconian laws that allowed those Republican legislatures to not only challenge a free and fair election, but to actually change, to kick those electors out, to change the course of, to kick them out and have a new election if they did not like the results. So you ask me if we have gone forward? No, we've gone backwards. Judge Roberts, just two things, with the stroke of a pen, took the voting rights and took it back 50 years. Federal protection, federal protection, federal protection, the law of the land.
agreed.
And then with another stroke of the pen, because of Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, and I got to put credit where it's due, and I got to put blame when it's due. And anybody want to take an issue with me, you can get in touch with me. Attica's got my telephone number. They failed the American people, and they failed those individuals who died, who were lynched, who were raped, who were castrated, that actually put them over in the election because of the fact that they didn't pass those legislations. You know, you got two pieces of legislation that have taken us back 50 years. And that's three, actually. The George Floyd act doesn't really even take us back, because we still get killed 15, 20, 30 people a day throughout the United States. So that takes us to that could have alleviated some of this qualified immunity type stuff. But civil rights, okay, with the civil rights thing a couple of years ago, them not having to allow those racist states to qualify on their redistricting map, as soon as they did that, they went back to the old school. And they've been doing it every year anyway. They've just been challenged in court with their redistricting, and the federal government's been able to say, well, you're not in compliance with the Voting Rights Act. They took that off the table. So we lost the rights that we got in the 60s, the full-fledged rights that we got in the 60s for voting. Okay. And we lost the one we did, for affirmative action and equal treatment up under the law. The voting is the biggest thing because 41, and they knew what they were doing. Soon as he passed that, they said, look, what we're going to do is we're going to change the we got the power of the legislature. We're going to put together these draconian laws that make it almost impossible for these folks that look black and brown to vote. And if we don't like what they voted on, we can change, or we can throw that election out as being election fraud. I worked the polls for early voting with Senator Warnock and Ossoff and all of that in Georgia. I worked the early polls. I worked the regular voting day up in Johns Creek, and then I worked the polls for the concise 1 week we had for the runoff for early voting, and then again in Johns Creek. Record turnout in voting. That's the only thing that we really have left. And some of these, so yeah, we've gone backwards. So I know I've taken too much time on that, but we've gone backwards with those two legislative actions have nullified the voting rights bill, and affirmative action and all of that. So that's just
you didn't.
My thought.
We're here all night, every night, so you can talk as much as you want and as long as you want. We're fine, and we're enjoying.
Look,
and we're
I'm gonna let Attica
enjoying
get back
you
because I
we're
know you guys
enjoying
don't hear me
you.
talk
So
all that. Look,
no,
I
we
ran
do.
a talk show
We've all been waiting
on
for
public
you.
access TV, and when guests didn't show up, I could carry the whole hour. So I could be talking to midnight. I don't want to do that.
No, but
we were waiting for you. We have been waiting for you. We are all excited that you're here and honored that you're taking the time to talk to us and give us this history, this one-on-one, true to life history lesson. So thank you. No, we are so grateful. I'm sure Attica told you that we meet and this is our little group, but you're our first guest. So we are very excited.
Praise God. Now look,
Attica came with a real one. So thank you, Attica.
She's my baby. So look, when she wants to do this again, all she needs to do is let me know what I need to do on my phone or computer, and I would love to come back. But I'm gonna let her take this over because I mean, unless there's anything else.
Can I jump in just really quick? I'm sorry I came on so late. Did you say your background was in law enforcement? I might have missed it.
There's not a lot I have not done. Okay, I drove a taxi in college. I was a juvenile. I was a counselor with the juvenile program that dealt with high school dropouts and pushouts, and they got their GED or their high school diploma. I went on to college. Well, I was after college. I drove taxi. I waited tables. I was a day camp counselor, a lifeguard. I was in law enforcement. I was a correctional officer. I was a deputy sheriff.
Wow.
I ran a program for the California Youth Authority. We had the lowest recidivism rate in the state of Southern California for 3.5 years, called California Halfway Houses Incorporated.
Wow.
I sold cars. I sold an insurance product. I sold cars for the largest Nissan dealership in the nation. I came back to Atlanta. I started driving a truck. I drove a truck for 25 years. I did a talk show on local public access TV for 17 years. I did a documentary on America's first African-American female sheriff, the Barrett Legacy. You can go YouTube and the Barrett Legacy trailer. You can find that. I'm kind of a filmmaker. I'm working on 2 documentaries right now. So yeah, I was in law enforcement. So
that's okay. Okay, I thought I heard you say something about it, and so I was just wanted to make sure. If I could just add a small perspective, I know we're all humans and we're all equally important. But my perspective that I want to add, and the reason why I thought you were coming on later. That's why I got on late. So I feel bad, but that's my fault. But at my age, I'll be 43 very soon. At my age, I have no hope. I have no hope for our people here on this land. I just don't. I was born 1980 on the nose. Okay. So everything I've seen in my experience and seeing what I see from the past and what my parents went through and my grandparents went through, I feel like we keep going around that mountain. We're just going around the mountain, and all the laws and rules and regulations and all this stuff that our lawmakers are intentionally putting in place is to keep us going around that mountain. You know, my husband's from LA. Compton and Long Beach. So he's experienced those things. And and I've lived in Atlanta. I know what's going on in Atlanta. I've lived in California. I've lived in Southern California. I have a home. I live in Kenya right now too. I'm all over. And something that I see and something that really just always continuously stands out to me is that all this hard work we have been doing, and not just people that are our skin tone, even our, brothers and sisters that are, Caucasian, that are actually fighting for change. We're not I feel like we're not gaining ground. And I just don't. I look at what the reality is for my children, because I've given birth to 4 daughters. And I feel like trying to do anything within the system, anything within the legal system is almost a joke. And I'm just being really honest. So
You've got a
anything you
point,
could
and
respond,
your
I will listen to
perspective,
anything you respond.
your perspective is well taken, and it's not an unusual or an unreal perspective. What I would call attention to is this. A couple of months ago, I pulled up Martin Luther King's Jr.'s dream, and oftentimes when I did my talk show, and Attica's been a guest on my talk show, it was an hour-long talk show. For 13 out of the 17 years, it was live. So people called in with questions, comments, observations. And at the end of the talk show, I would always quote some poetry. And oftentimes it was a bit of Martin, because he and Attica's granddaddy had 3 brothers, Richard, Henry, and John. And they used to swim at the YMCA with MLK Jr. and AD. All 3 of them grew up around that little area over there in the 4th Ward. And they swam at the Y together. So Martin, even though I was on the proletariat liberation side of the struggle, I always had a lot of respect for Martin, for Lumumba, for Malcolm, all of the guys who were leaders back in the day. And there's a perspective that we aren't. And I just spent a bunch of time talking about how we were going backwards, which kind of you just echoed. But let me tell you where my hope is. I was listening to Martin in that speech the night in Memphis before he died. We take away just a small portion of that speech, but I listened to it in its entirety. And I thought about the fact that Bernice King came through my voting booth thing. I was only guy there. It was like 7 of us, and I was the only guy who was a clerk. So, one to three guys in the building, but I was the clerk. One was an assistant manager, one was a tech guy. One of MLK's sons, Dexter, used to hang out with us because when I was a deputy at the Fulton County Sheriff's Department, he drove a truck. He drove the van bringing the bound over prisoners from the city of Atlanta over to the county jail. And he hung with us for a while. AD's sons, 2 of his sons, and I think one of his daughters went to Southwest, same high school I went to. I didn't know them real good. I knew Fishhead. The other one was a class ahead of me, one was a class below me. And used to see them in the hallway, and they were just regular people. But getting back to this speech that I listened to Martin in that speech. I go back and I listen to a lot of the philosophers of the university I used to quote back in my San Diego days when I was running California halfway houses, and I was invited to award ceremonies. And I think about some of the things that I used to say at the end of my talk show, and quote a lot of the people, even the great lion of the Senate, Ted Kennedy. I used to quote him a lot because I think he had some good things to say. But what I look at as I look at this, even though John Roberts, with a stroke of a pen, has taken us back and nullified or weakened the voting rights bill, even though Kamala and Joe, and I will never forgive them for this, Joe Biden, did not push forth what's the council person who's my neighbor, just died of cancer? John Lewis. John Lewis is a mansion. Well, John Lewis's house is 5 houses down from where I live on the same street. Well, I'm on the corner. Wallace and Woodside. He's down on Wallace. Even though they failed to do that, this is what gives me hope. Harriet, bringing people out through the underground. You see what I'm saying? You know, Oscar Mouchette, whatever, that's not his, the black filmmaker. And what's his name? I can't think of it. I apologize that I butchered his name. The black filmmaker who was making films back in the 20s and 30s. Okay. The squad that the sister was talking about, who are fighting an uphill battle in the Congress, one of whom just got stripped of their because the Republicans got in there, they could do that, stripped her of her committee assignments. I look at all of us that are fighting the George Floyds, the brother that just got killed in Memphis, the Breonna Taylors, all of these people that are shot down in their homes or from trying to get home from work or go to their mama's house. I look at all of that and I think about Maya and Still We Rise. See, there was a comrade of mine called George Jackson. His brother was Jonathan Jackson that was killed in a hail of bullets outside of a courthouse by law enforcement officials. But George Jackson wrote a couple of books during the movement, Blood in My Eye and the Soledad Brothers. He was supposed to be a field general for the Black Panther Party recruiting, and he went to 3 state prisons, Soledad, Tracy, and Folsom. George Jackson got a letter from one of his compatriots in another prison. They had done time together in one prison and they were separated. And the brother wrote this in a letter. He said, after looking at, because he was a Pan-Africanist guy, okay? He was a guy who believed in the Pan-Africanist movement. And I'm going to paraphrase him and I'm going to try to get off. He said, after all my years of studying and revolutionary, reading all the books on the revolution and the movement and all of that, I've come to realize that the Pan-Africanist movement is not the vehicle to get us to liberation. I think that it is going to be the proletariat's people's struggle that's going to take us down that path and get us to the end of that journey.
Can you describe proletariat really fast?
The proletariat is the working class. Lumpen proletariat. There was a group called the Lumpen Proletariats, which were the first official singing group of the Black Panther Party. Okay. Wow. Non-working class is Lumpen proletariat. Proletariat is the working class. It comes from back in the Marx and Lenin socialistic thing, you know, the working class. And as I said before you got on, we had to study all of that when we were Panthers. When we were seniors and juniors in high school, we were studying Franz Fanon, Richard of the Earth, Mao Zedong quotations, Lumumba, you know, all of that. Okay. You missed all that, but I'm just saying the proletariat class. So getting back to his quotations, this is deep. He said, I've come to realize that the proletariat revolutionary people's struggle, and again, I'm paraphrasing, is going to be the vehicle to get us there. And then he said these things. Without the cold and desolation of winter, there cannot be the warmth and splendor of spring. Calamity has hardened my mind and turned it to steel. So I'll say to you, I got a book that I try to get guidance from. Bible. I think it's the basic instruction for me before leaving Earth. And I realize that there are people who have suffered before we suffered. I believe there are people who've gone through trials and tribulations before we've gone through trials and tribulations. I believe that in the history of the world, and at least in those 66 books that I try to align myself with, this ain't the first time, and it might not be the last. I believe we're living in the last days, and I don't believe that all of us going to become called home before there's a temple built on that Temple Mount over in Israel. I just happen to believe that. I just, people ask me, well, Rev, what do you think what's the time frame on this? I said, well, a couple of things got to happen in my humble belief. They got to rebuild that temple, and that guy's got to come for 3.5 years to convince people that he is the savior of the world. The last 3.5 years is when it's going to turn real, real, real ugly. I don't plan to be here. But what I'm trying to tell you is that if you listen to those words of that, Stony the road we trod, talks about if you listen to Lift Every Voice and Sing, you can just read the words of that and realize it ain't over till it's over. And regardless to what they throw out, I looked at the fact, I'm saying, if you believe that they God's chosen, you might not. But 6 million are the people who were held in bondage like we were too, were annihilated. And still they rise. I looked at the fact the other day they were talking about, this was an old statistic, maybe 2 years old, but less than 2% of the world's population are Jewish. And the book that I relate to, and I don't know, I'm just saying my personal belief, I had to study Revelation. I taught a Bible study. I have not been on in 6 months. I had serious back surgery, and I need to get back into spiritual groove. But when I taught the book of Revelation, I had to study that thing. I had to study that thing to every day, 5 days a week, to start out line upon line and precept upon precept to break that thing down. I do believe that most of the things that have taken place, that the prophecy that took place in the Old Testament, the New Testament is just fulfillment of it. And I think it's a whole lot of things going on in Isaiah and in Daniel that are mimicked in that last book that are going to come to pass.
Okay.
And I don't think that whether you're white, black, Jew, Gentile, rich or poor, young or old, we're going to be able to get past those things. But I look at the fact that still we rise and we still are here. And this is what I think, and I'm going to ask Ada to come back, unless you got something else you're going to ask me, because I'm here for the duration, that I believe that if we woke up this morning, just by the simple fact that you brought to the forefront your doubts in us going forward and us getting all of this healed. Because, see, I look at Job, and I don't think God is that pissed off at all. I preach to people, God is not pissed off about you questioning him.
Oh, no,
Job
I don't
questioned
know.
him for 20-some-odd chapters. So, and then when he got tired, he said, well, let me ask you a couple of things. You know about how I stopped the river from the oceans from coming. You know how I hung to stop. You know this. You know. I listen to you. I ain't got no problems with that. But my thing is that the last thing is that if you woke up this morning with your clothed in your right mind, with use of your lungs and your limbs, that God's not finished with you yet.
Oh, absolutely.
And he's not finished with me yet. And regardless to what these folks do up there on the hill or they fail to do, we all got to stand before the same throne. And when he said, touch not my anointed, nor do my prophets no harm, you got to watch how you treat the least of these. You got to really watch how we all treat the least of these. Because somewhere I read, when he comes back, he's going to say to the group on the left, come ye forth and inherit the kingdom, which my Father had prepared for you before the foundations of the earth. To which they answered, well, why has he prepared those for us? To which he answered, when I was hungered, you fed me. When I was athirst, you gave me drink. When I was naked, you clothed me. When I was without shelter, you took me in. When I was sick and in prison, you visited and ministered unto me. For that which you have done unto the least of these, you have done unto me. To the other group, he said, get you work, away from me, you workers of iniquity. Well, wait a minute, we prophesy and cast out demons in your name. But you didn't feed me, and you didn't clothe me, and you didn't take me in, and you didn't visit me and minister unto me. Because that which you've not done to the least of these, you've also not done unto me. So my thing is, I don't care. You can have more degrees than a thermometer. I told my ex-wife that when I met her. I looked up on the wall and said, look, Dr. Girl, okay. God's not concerned about that. I'm just saying, you can be a Donald Trumpster. And there's some things that he getting ready to answer for before he leaves this. Not just on the other side, but on this side. So we have to look out for, and that's all we're responsible for, is how we treat each other and ourselves. Because guess what? Pretty lady, the only somebody you can change is the one you put lipstick on in the morning. If you put lipstick on. The only guy I can change is the one I shave. So, I agree. Yeah, we keep going backwards, but that's okay.
Well, when I say grow back, and I know you want to let Attica slide in, so I'll say this really quick. There isn't too much I disagree with what you say. Honestly, I like your perspective biblically, because it seems like you're utilizing, or you really understand the Bible on a way much deeper than probably most people. So I will definitely say that. When you say proletariat, what my brain thinks is it takes the collective. It takes all of us. It takes the mass. It takes the majority. And that is us. And I go on and on about it. I've posted on my page about Clarence Thomas. I've posted about all of these people who are literally holding back progress, and they're doing it for the people who hold the power. They are intentionally doing it for the people that hold the power. And in that, I've read about, I've talked on my page about Garvey. I've talked on my page about Carter G. Woods. I've talked about these things only for the fact that, listen, guys, if we did this 100 years ago, and we're still going around that same mountain today, why? And wait a minute, and let me just add one more thing respectfully. I brought children into this world. So and that's hard too, because when you want the world to be a better place, not just to give up and say, well, whatever happens, it's God's will. You want to be proactive. I'm not worried about them going to the promised land. They're innocent. They should inherit. They should inherit whatever the promised land looks like, right? Like that's why they're here. That's why they're here, right? So my thing is, and where I am in 2020, what is this, 3 now? What does this movement look like? Because the movement has changed over the course of hundreds of years now, right? But it always still has that same basic concept. The majority is not being treated fairly, period. And how can we change that on this planet? I'm here. I'm not anywhere else. If anything happens in heaven, I don't know, because I am not there. And we're here. We could have better. We could give better. We can see people who have better, and they hoard it. They keep it for themselves. My thing, and a lot of the people that I'm talking to, we want it to be spread across by any means necessary now, because I'm here. I'm with you, bro. I'm with you. But I'm still like, it's because we should all have access. We should. I know what it looks like in the worst cities in America. I know what it looks like in cities all across the globe, where people who are just greedy, that's it. They're just greedy. So I'm so grateful for people like you with your experience and your knowledge and your wisdom, because we need it. We should have conversations cross generationally. We should. I'll get on a page. I'll go and get on a page with guys who are Hebrew Israelite. And I'm like, listen, I don't know if everything you're saying, I don't maybe not know everything you're saying, but ultimately I agree with you. Right. Or I might get on a page with somebody who's another thing, and I'll say, you know what? Maybe I don't understand everything you're talking about right now, but I'm with you. So my thing is the proletariat, which I'm going to start using that word more, is the collective. It's us. It's you. It's your family. It's Stacy. It's Posse. It's Attica. It's all of us. And so I'm just on at this point, at this age, at this time, where I just don't have any more fucks to give. I just don't. And as sweet and loving, and I'm a great person if I toot my own horn, but other than that, when it comes to the truth, I'm like, hey guys, let's kick the truth. Let's not deceive people intentionally. We know what the Bible says. We know the deceptions. We know what's been happening for thousands from the beginning of time. And just imagine all the things we don't know. So now I and a lot of people, my sister, my kids, I have a 24-year-old and a 22-year-old. That's two of my kids. Everybody's like, we're not doing this. My 15-year-old daughter refuses to do this because she sees, she's like, we've been around this over and over and over. So at 15, she knows that.
The only power that they really have is deception. You just talked about it a couple times, because this is it. If you can keep, we talked about earlier about Michael Moore's movie
9/11
and how he compares to, the healthcare systems of France,
yes.
Canada, and Cuba. But you got people in this country, through deception, are led to believe that universal health care has to do with, well, they started this out back in the Reagan eras, when Reagan was an actor. And they started dealing with, part of Sicko deals with Richard Nixon and Haldeman, I think, in his office, talking about there's this new thing coming up called an HBO. And it's run by this Kaiser Permanente guy. And I think I like it because just look into that, because it seems like the less they pay, what did he say? The more they pay, the less they give. Something similar to that. And Nixon was talking about healthcare back then. So when you got people that are looking at the fact that universal healthcare, a right that exists in most most industrialized countries, and the fact that we talked about earlier that we might be 37th in infant mortality rate, even though we're the richest in the world. How they win is by deception. And this is the thing that we need to keep in mind. If they can tell a lie long enough and loud enough, it resonates with the truth. And as long as they're able to tell my white brother and sister over in Appalachia, okay, that if we vote for this particular legislation, okay, then it's not going to positively affect you.
Yeah. That's right.
The cost of your medicine is going to go up instead of going down, which is the truth. You're not going to be able to choose the doctor that you want to, which is a lie instead of the truth. So what we have to endeavor to do is just what you're doing, to tell the truth. Truth crushed to earth, Martin used to say, will rise again. And the only weapon that we got right now is the truth. That's the only weapon that we can use, because they have so polarized. They will take the white guy over here 4 counties down the road who's living much more marginally than I am, and convince him, okay, that if you vote for me and my platform, because I can frame this thing to show that those folks over there,
through deception,
okay, that what we're doing for them is welfare, is social. That deception is how they keep us in bonds. So what we need to keep doing is doing what you're doing, educating your kids, spreading the truth. The only thing that's going to win is the truth.
I agree. Thank you. Thank you. I needed to hear this tonight. And so I thank you. I thank you. Thank you.
God bless you. I've had a ball. I'm going to turn it back over to the host because she had a low battery thing. When and if she wants to do this again, I'll be available.
Thank you.
Look,
Thank
I
you
got to
so
ride
much.
to the other side of town in the rain. This is
Thank
my
you
baby.
so much. Thank you so much.
Aww.
You
Thank
don't
you
know.
so much.
This one I held in my hand when she was born, like this. Like a little football. I'm going to give it back to her, okay?
Okay. Thank you so much for
All
coming
right,
and talking to us.
Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Attica.
Thank you.
Thank
This
you,
was
Attica. That was amazing. Thank you.
Yes,
Yeah,
Attica,
Thank
I
you.
had so much
that
fun.
was amazing. I really, really enjoyed it.
Thank you,
I'm a
Attica.
little upset that I got on late. I don't know how.
You didn't get on that late.
You didn't
Oh,
get
wow.
on
Yeah,
that
you didn't
late.
miss much.
You didn't get on late. You
Good,
didn't
good,
miss
good, good, good.
anything.
Yeah.
So
I
can
saw you on.
Can I add really fast here? This is really, really critical to me. These conversations, because listen, I follow so many people on this app, and I get so many
That's
great
okay. I'll get
videos.
your mom to let me out.
I get so many
What you
great.
do? You sleep?
Huh?
That's okay. She'll let me out. I didn't know she was going to keep on with that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, she had another question.
Hey, okay. What you got?
Well, it's more of a comment. I get so many great videos. I follow on this app. I'm a follower. So I follow people who are intelligent. But so I follow a lot of people who post things on this app about talks MLK had, things King was saying, things that, all these people, like, really from the past, like clips of these people speaking from the past. But what we need is people like you. We need people like you, the real, tangible, right here today. You made connections that I couldn't make because I don't have your experience. We need you. We need people like you, especially at your level of knowledge and wisdom. Hello,
Yeah.
because what I have, and I love I'm very upfront about this. I love my mother and father more than anything, but they're waiting on Jesus. They're waiting on Jesus. I'm not trying to offend anybody, but they are not.
The long and short of what she's saying is we need a voice like yours. We need actual voices that were in the fight, that know the history. That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying, Shane.
Okay,
That's
well,
what she's trying
tell
to
you
say.
what.
I summed it up.
I haven't done live TV in 4 or 5 years. I'm starting some stuff up, a podcast. I'm starting another documentary. So if Attica wants to get me involved, right now I have changed careers. I'm changing careers at almost 70. I'm not going to be able to drive a truck because of an operation for about 5 months, but I'm starting to be a location scout for the film industry, which means that I'll be free during the day pretty much and able to do some of these things at night via the computer. If she wants to get me involved, I'd be honored to.
Perfect. Thank you. Awesome. Wonderful. I can't wait. I'm excited. This is what empowers me.
Well, you got an
I
audience.
loved it.
You got a built-in audience. Attica, just go on and build him a page right now. We got followers. We're here. We'll follow you back. You got us. We here.
Okay.
He's gonna let me out. I love you.
I love you too.
I'll call you. Finish your podcast.
Thank you.
Okay.
Come on, let me out, man. You and I are gonna have to go to the gym. How do I get out of here?
Well, that went well.
That was great. That was
awesome.
Yeah.
That was awesome. We need more, and we definitely need, listen. The older I get, the more I understand that there's a lot that you're expected to become. People are going to come to you. The younger people are going to come to us. That's nature, right? That's just the course of nature. It's the way it's supposed to be. We're nature. So the older I get, the smarter I'm supposed to get. I'm supposed to impart wisdom to my children and to the youth around me, or if anybody, but it's supposed to be that way. And so this encourages me because our Black community, especially growing up heavily like in a really Christianized area, I didn't see any of that. I got none of that growing up, and I'm only being honest.
Yeah.
Not knocking my upbringing, because I comparatively I had a good upbringing, right? But going forward, unless we just are going to be okay with going around this mountain for the next however many 100 years, right? Then we have to institute the changes today, right now, while we're here, instead of just saying, well, I'll do what I can now, and hopefully someday in the future everything will square out. And everybody gets to look at their own existence in their own way, and that's the beauty of it.
Yeah, we got to be proactive and active.
What you're saying, Shayna, what I think you're saying is that for everyone, there are those people that just kind of go through the motions and hope that it gets handled. And what you're saying is there need to be more people, which there should be, that jump in and get involved. Instead of waiting for everybody. The problem is we've become a complacent society because there isn't as much to fight for. At least people believe that, but the fight never ended. People believe that it's no different than people thought Roe v. Wade was settled law until we found out it wasn't. So the fact that they had to go and make this stuff laws, because now there are people that don't function on a gentleman's handshake. That's the problem. We had too many handshakes, too many agreements, and now the people that made the agreements are dead. And I mean, because that's really what happened. The people that made the agreements are dead, and their descendants have decided, well, it's not a law, so I want things the way they were. That's what has happened. And we, people of color, cannot. There are people that died in the streets, that were abused in the streets, people that are living with scars, so that we could vote. So how dare us have the audacity to not want to be part of the struggle that so many, the life we had was on somebody's back, period. I don't care what you do. If you are over the age of 50, somebody, or under the age of 50, your parents, your grandparents, somebody there was a generation ahead of you. Oh, really? Oh, that's how we're living? Oh, lady, you just gonna fucking hit my car. Excuse my French. There are people that died so that we could vote, so that we could work. I mean, even when I started doing what I did, there was only like 10 Black makeup artists, literally. And there ain't that many more now, out of thousands of makeup artists in the union. So I know that, and when I got in, they wouldn't even hire us for a white show. So, and it's a little better. I will, who I will give some credit to, oddly enough, is Barbara Walters, because when Cuba and I went to do The View, the whole makeup and hair department on The View, and this was over, almost 20 years ago, was black. And I was so excited to see that a show like that had a Black hair and makeup team. So I say that to say, but we're only here because someone fought for us to get here, And so when people sit around arrogantly like, well, I'm good. I got my I'm bringing in my $500,000 a year. I get it, but someone suffered for you to get there. So you got to believe you have work to do too. You don't just get there and think, hey, I'm good. That's the problem I think we're at now, is that don't nobody want to get their hands dirty because they got cushy lives.
Yes.
They can eat where they want to eat, or they can, right. But what they don't understand is, please look at Florida and you will see how quickly this can all turn.
Yeah.
One governor, jerry-rigged the state. That's why they can't have a Democratic congressperson or senator, because they jerry-rigged it so bad. They jerry-rigged New York, which is why we lost those seats. They jerry-rigged California. So there are things have been redistricted to put them back in power. So i.e. you have Abbott and DeSantis literally saying, We don't want to know nothing about you Negroes.
Yep.
Literally
Yep.
saying we don't
Yep.
want to know. We don't. And so, what if you had 20 red states? I mean, that's what. So when I look at all these people sitting around here who think they made it, who are forgetting that they made it because someone else sacrificed, that is heartbreaking. When you know that this is looking like we just lost. We can't even get an abortion. So how quickly do you think we could go back to not being able to do nothing else? They brought redlining back. It never really left, but it's starting to pop up again. The redlining, who people will rent to. Please, let's not. It's like the Uber driver the other day. See the boy that he filmed it when the Uber driver pulled up and realized he was black. He said, "Oh, I got a flat tire," and the boy's like, "You don't have a flat tire." And he said, "Just get the fuck, you're harassing me, you're doing," and he's like, "Oh my God." So basically he just wouldn't pick up a black person. So
Right.
again, I don't know why people keep thinking this is we are not that far back. We are not that far away from the shenanigans.
Nope.
Yeah.
We're just not.
And the younger generations are less willing to deal with it. And I don't mean me. I mean, because there's a lot of people my age that are very much willing to deal with it. I'm talking about the younger kids, because they've had fast access to information due to our, information age, that you can show them something one time and they're like, nope.
Oh, by the way, I've decided on it. I'm gonna say it because I don't want to forget. I will get the proper name for everyone, but there is a documentary that I would like us to watch because it is Black History Month and it's on, I think, the History Channel, and it's the history they don't teach or something. I'll get the proper title. Angela Davis. It's a documentary anyway. Angela Davis and a bunch of people. I think that we should watch that as it is Black History Month.
Oh,
and,
yes.
And well, it's that I'll get the proper name, and that I think that would be really good. Okay, I'm moving back to what we were talking about. Thank you, Attica, again. You're amazing. You're a rock star.
Yeah.
You've now had you've had the best live.
That was great. That was
you
great.
win.
Yeah,
I'll get you guys in mod, make you mods. I didn't know how to do it, and I didn't want to mess up him.
Oh no, it's okay, but we definitely we should all try to take a moment and go on our pages so that we can be on point when we're starting up. I think Posse did it already. Tish, you did it already, right? The other day when we were on your live.
Oh yeah, I need to create. I think I might have 2 or 3. How many can you have?
You can have as many as you want. I got a ton.
Oh wow. Okay.
I mean, mine is kind of everybody. It's everybody.
Do we have to do it during a live, or you do it?
No, you can do it. I think you can do it. I did a couple outside of a live. I wasn't on when I did it. I think you can do it off a live, and yeah, I made all of you guys are mods on my page, so anybody can jump in and delete.
I don't think I am yet.
You're a mod on my page.
Okay.
All of you are. Everybody. Nessa, everybody.
Okay.
Yeah, mother and auntie Nessa. She's so silly. Yeah, everybody is a mod. And I think we're all mods on Nessa's page too.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, you know what? The more we keep, continue to do this and kind of really what we're doing is we're creating an atmosphere on this page that actually spreads outside of our individual page, this collective page, but throughout. And so I'll continue to share these lives. Whoever wants to listen, ultimately we talk about the same thing, but different aspects each day. So even the book Jazz read.
Right, but I have a suggestion. I saw this in the live academy. They suggest that you post right before going live, and so what I am going to suggest is if Okay, but let me tell you what my suggestion is. If we're doing a live for like our night, like for the collective night, then do your picture or your post or whatever, and maybe put hashtag cozy collective,
Yes.
and then in your caption we need our hashtags that we'll all use, that we can all use per live.
Right.
So
Okay.
like
And then
That's a
all
that
good,
of
that's a
the
way,
great
tag,
idea.
like
I love
tag us all, and then that way we all can repost it, and that will help building. That's our advertisement to build our
Yeah, that will
community.
be our advertisement.
Yeah.
And also it will get us more followers. Each of us will
Right,
have, because
right,
a whole different set is following me, than
right.
is following you, than is following others, et
Of
cetera, et
course, of
cetera.
course. And that's
So
the
like,
beauty. Yeah.
so in like, if you're doing a post, I'll make one of what I'm trying to say, because I'll make one for the movie, and then just like over like some kind of way, slanted in some kind of way, but in white, like bold white, hashtag cozy collective, so that it's
Yeah.
on, like that's
Right.
our title and kind of our look, and people see that and they know to come to one of our pages.
Yeah.
And make sure you tag everybody in the post, so that we
And
can
it
repost,
doesn't
but then
have to
people
be a
can
big
see.
post. It could be
No, it
one
could
of
just
the
be a cover.
one of the template videos. It could be a
Right.
template video, as long as it's playing during the time that you're live. People will
Well,
see
no,
that little
and
red
and
circle.
not just when you're right, not just when you're live, but when you're, I like that window live thing you can do. I don't know how to do those. Does anybody know how to add those pictures and or live clips ahead of a live? Before you scroll up and are in the live, there some people have something very
I
different.
haven't
It's not
seen.
even
I don't
what
know
they're.
if I've seen that.
Oh, sometimes
You'll have
people
to
have
show me.
pictures. Okay, sometimes when you're scrolling, a person will actually have a picture, or they'll have a video that's not even what's going on in the live.
Oh.
And
Wait,
I've
wait. I know what
seen
you're talking
that,
about. I know.
but
So
I don't
yes.
know how to I don't know how to load that up. But
Well,
I've seen them.
this is what they're and okay. Unless I'm hearing you wrong, this is what I've noticed. So a lot of people started doing just that exact same thing. The last post you created on the account, on this account, on your account, will show that you're live within 24 hours if you go live, but it's not
Right,
all your posts. So if somebody goes back
right,
to something I posted 2 weeks ago, they're not going to see that I'm live on that round
right,
circular red thing. So is that
right.
what you mean? Like, so whatever,
No,
just post that
no.
day?
What?
Okay.
No, I'm talking. One, they say to post right before you're live, because then people see your post and they see
Yeah.
your circle.
That's
That's
what
what you're
I'm
talking about.
talking about.
But
Yeah.
that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Is so when you're just say you're in your feed and you're looking, right? You're on your following page, right? So you
Yeah.
come across the live. A lot of times you actually see and hear what's going on
You're
in
just
the
not in
live,
it.
in the
Yeah, you're just
moment,
not in it.
right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Right. Some people have something else, and I don't know if they maybe they got
I know what
10,000
you're talking
followers.
about.
Do you know what I'm talking about? Like
Yeah,
sometimes
it's
it'll
like
be a
they'll
video or a
Oh.
picture, but it's not what you're actually. It's not the actual live. It's something
Okay.
else.
Okay.
But
right.
The
I
So
don't
next
know.
what?
time you see that, can you screenshot it and send it to me? I need
I
it. I want to know, or
well,
whatever
there
information.
is
Yeah, me
one
too.
every night, but you know what? I'm gonna look tonight and I'll see if those people just have, because I know once you get to 10,000 followers, there's a lot more things you can do. And I haven't seen everybody do this, but the person I'm thinking of that does it is I don't know if his name is Jacob the gardener. He's a black gardener,
Oh,
and
okay.
he
Is
and
he a
he does
dentist
it.
too?
Oh, I don't know if he's a dentist too. I just
Is
know
it
I
Andre?
know.
Andre? Not Andre.
Oh, maybe I don't know. It's somebody and his name is
He's an
whatever the
ortho. He's
gardener.
a surgeon. He's an ortho.
Oh, and he wears
Whatever as well.
glasses. He's kind
Yes.
of
Yes.
nerdy.
Yes.
Okay, his lives are like that. It's
Yeah.
not what's happening in the live. So
Gotcha.
sometimes I'll look at the video he has up, and then when I get in, that's not what he's doing. And there's a woman, another woman gardener I follow, and she does it too. And it's not the same as the live. It's a whole nother video.
Yeah.
Or it's like a video they want you to see.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
They're
I
using
got
it
you.
for
and
marketing
sometimes
purposes. They're
right.
using it for marketing purposes, because
But
what
I
they'll
do
do is
think I think both of them have over 10,000 followers.
That
That's
makes
what I think my point is. And I think that could be why they have that access, because it's not something everybody does.
Right.
And I don't see it that often. So
Okay.
but I would like to, if I'm going to find out how you do that, because I've seen it.
All right. So making sure we're posting day of, will definitely increase the people that, you know, we're connecting to, that we're following, that's following us, for sure.
Right.
And then when people see that you're live, the likelihood that they'll check out what you're talking about is even greater. So I
Right.
see it as a great tool that I can start ASAP. I'm gonna real fast. I'm gonna share with you guys. I don't know how I should, or the best way, or should I just tell you the video that the documentary we're watching on YouTube documentary we're watching on Sunday. Do you want me to just tell you what it is so you can go ahead and kind of get a chance to look at it?
Yeah. What are we watching?
It's the Amazon Midwives, and it's on YouTube. I got to see which.
Okay.
I have to see which the actual channel is.
Can you Quad told me something the other day. I guess, you know, she sent us all the discourse link, and and then she said the reason it may not be there is because she thinks that TikTok deletes links.
Now hers was on mine, and I didn't know it was there. So
I know, but I resent it to you guys in a text, but I looked in my message and it was not there. I couldn't find it. Yeah, that's why I was like, I've asked her twice to give it to me, and mine keeps disappearing. So she texted to me last night. So it's on my phone.
Well, we gotta think outside the box and just continue to think outside the box.
Attica, Nessa wants up. Nessa wants in.
Okay.
So, yeah, it is. I mean, there's different things we can do, but I think in the next, I definitely think that is one of those things. Hey, honey, I think that is one of the things that will definitely drive more traffic is, you know, the posting right before, and then making sure we tag each other so we can repost about, you know, each thing coming up.
Yeah.
So like Shayna, just do the movie poster or something, and we'll tag, you know.
Okay, that's what I'll
tag us all in it.
That's what I'll do. And I just realized that, okay, so I just posted the link, but you can't copy links.
Right. So text us. You have everybody's phone number, just text it to us.
I will. And then, okay, so then I'm thinking, does it make sense to post it on here if we're going to be on Discord?
We're not watching it on Discord.
No, but I mean, should I post the video about the talk? Because the talk is Sunday, but we're going to do it on Discord. We're not doing it on.
No, we're doing the talk on here.
I don't know why I thought we said something about going over.
We were going to just have our own private chat on Discord.
Okay. You clarified that for me. Thank you.
Yeah, no, we were talking about us having, like, all of us getting a chance to go in and check the room out and meet over there so we can have our own private conversation. Mm-hmm. And then that way we will establish the room. We'll know what we're doing. Okay. And then just to establish the room. I think that's what Jazz was saying. Right?
Well, okay.
Is there any way to repost your own videos? Yes, there is. So I will answer. I'll take that one. What video is it you're trying to repost? If you're trying to repost part of your live, download your live in your live center. Go in. You can download. You can save all your lives. But if you're talking about one of your own, all you have to do is go to the bottom to that little arrow, hit the arrow, and it'll say save video, and you just save it on your phone and you can repost it. I do that all the time with my Black Girl Follow videos. I pop them up and put them in my stories.
Oh, that's a good idea.
So that I'm not, because I don't have to keep making them. I go get ones no one's seen in weeks, and I just throw them in my stories. So I'll do that all day. I put them in my stories, and that way they're not all. I don't want that to be all that's on my page.
Right.
So yeah.
Right. Makes so much sense.
But I do. But I think what I am going to do is I am going to start hashtagging Cozy Collective on all my posts. To start making that hashtag relative.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Relevant.
Yeah, me too.
Is it the Cozy Collective or just Cozy Collective, or should we just do both?
Let's do both. both the Cozy Collective and Cozy Collective.
All right.
And that way people will start seeing it and it'll start being something. And
Okay.
people, and every time you do that, it'll take them to any of our pages.
Okay.
Okay, which did you say? The Cozy, or
the
you
Cozy
said
Collective. The
Okay.
Cozy Collective.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Perfect.
Oh, the water. I don't know how to get rid of the TikTok watermark. I wish I did, because it does not count as one of my reels. It does not count as one of my reels for oh, but wait a minute. Yes, it does. It doesn't count. I was saying it doesn't count as one of my reels from on Instagram, but it does, because when I post other people's TikTok videos, it just looks like one of my reels. So I think if you download it and then, or maybe load it into like the repost app, you might be able to trick it so that it if you're trying to repost it to Instagram or something, you might be able to trick it. But
does the watermark
downloading,
cover the whole page, or it's just small?
no, it's just that thing on the corner, but on the side, it's usually on the right hand side. But I'm trying to think. Someone said there's a way, but you might have to Google how to take the watermark away.
And then I've seen so many videos with the watermark. It doesn't bother. I think it doesn't bother anybody.
I think people are used to it.
Yeah, I think we're used to it. Yeah, because if that's
You mean the TikTok watermark?
Yeah,
the TikTok watermark.
I like it because it brings, like, when I post my videos on like Facebook or Instagram, it brings traffic back to my TikTok.
Right. And I'm going to tell you why I like that. I didn't at first, but I'm going to tell you why I like it now, because I post differently on this page and my other pages.
Right.
But people see now that I have a TikTok account, so people have come over to TikTok and started following me. But also beyond that,
thank you.
People, this is my own little pet peeve, and it drives me crazy. Sometimes, there's a few people on here on this page, and they do this kind of really dirty thing, and I know in their minds what they're doing is they're trying to build their page, but they do it on somebody else's back, and they don't give them credit. There's one girl, she's got she has a huge, like, she's got 100,000 easy, or 200. I mean, like a lot of followers. And she's got herself watermarked in everything. So you can't,
steal her.
You have to duet her, because she takes away the person's duet name.
Yeah.
Oh.
And she edits the video so that you don't see the end. So you don't get that last little TikTok page.
Wow. Yeah.
And see, if you're TikToking a TikTok, your TikTok will cover their name.
Yeah.
But this girl does it. She takes away their duet capability, so you don't even know who the other person is. And I don't like that, because she's not giving them their credit. That's what's not okay with that.
Yeah, that's not. Yeah, she's doing a lot of work and putting a lot of effort in order to
make herself relevant. Because I had to use one of her videos because I really liked it, but I literally will search for the original source, not because I so much want to cut the other person out, but it's because I want to drive traffic to the creator, not the 20 people that used it.
Thank you.
And sometimes they do that. And so if you duet with somebody, you're taking away the original. Sometimes the original person's not there. So
right.
I'm trying to give credit to the person the person you're listening to. I just think people should give credit where credit's due. But
I agree.
That's something that I've seen some creators do that one grinds my gears. I don't like that. That's just, and there's a couple of them that do that, and I know what they're doing. They're making you duet them. And that way, and then they get traffic as opposed to the actual content that they took. Not okay.
So should we not make our videos duetable or stitchable or stitchable?
No. They can be all of that. We don't care. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm saying that's somebody that takes other people's credit away. I'm not saying that about it. Don't do that. Yeah. Just give people their credit. Like all my duets, like I said, I go to the original source, and I have literally tracked down people, and especially if their names got cut out. I'm like, oh no, hell no, I'm gonna find this person, and I do, and I give them their credit, because what'll happen if you go to look up what I've seen this, when you do try to trace the video, what'll happen is you'll go up and every video is accredited to the person that stole it, as opposed to like 30 people will have duetted her video, but you can't find the original source. I don't like that. That's not okay.
Nah.
You know,
okay.
So,
well, we want to do this the right way.
We want to do it, karmically correct.
Yep.
And we are literally going to, but we need to start putting Cozy Collective on things so that it drives, so that it becomes a thing.
Yeah.
We need it to be a hashtag.
For sure.
And it'll, I like the name. Thank you. Well, it's actually Vanessa and Shayna. Thank you. Did you get your hair cut, Vanessa?
Yes.
Let me see it. Let me see it. Take your hat off.
Oh, wait a minute. It's. Oh, you don't like it?
Well, that's irrelevant. I want to see it. Oh, it's blonde. I didn't know you were doing it now. I didn't know when it was going to be blonde.
Yeah, she dyed it.
There you go. It looks good and it's unique and it definitely makes you, you know what? Do whatever you want and be proud of the way you look. And listen, and I'll tell you, and we all know, I've had so many hairstyles.
Right.
It just depends on how the wind is blowing.
Well, that's the nice thing. If you don't like it, guess what? In a couple of weeks, you'll love it. It'll be perfect.
Yeah,
it will have grown
you'll
in.
make it yours. You'll make it, for sure.
That's beautiful, honey. So you make your video and just save it to your phone. But all of them make you save. Oh, Luna, you're gonna hurt yourself because you won't sit down. All of them make you. All of them seem to make you. What's it they do? Even to save it on your phone. Oh no, that's not true. On Instagram, you can save it to your phone. It just won't save the music. On Tik, and so that's what I do. Sometimes I just take my video and I save it there. That way I can manipulate it, and I'll just add the sound on TikTok. So there, you can do that too. Okay. You can do that. Oh, I need to start doing that, especially with my duets, to get rid of that watermark. Yeah, but I think that we have created. I was telling my mother about you all last night, and I was saying how, because there are people that don't know, people that haven't heard about the Black Girl Follow Train are truly fascinated. But to explain to somebody, this is the first time I've ever been, my feed has been brown.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
This is the first time I have ever been connected to this many people of color. And there is something truly special. Or like just this group alone, we're, a group of accomplished women is amazing. And there's so many accomplished women and business owners, but people don't even know we exist because we get no spotlight.
Nope.
Yeah.
That's like I said, the girl that makes those bonnets that I've been trying to get hold of, and she's been sold out. Her Etsy sold out because of TikTok.
Wow.
And because they are beautiful. Lord, they're beautiful. I'm still trying to get one. Oh, Attica.
Yeah.
I was in the bathroom this morning. Them locks are coming, girl. They coming. I'm about to be on the team. I'm almost there. I was in the bathroom this morning and just having a whole moment with myself. And I was just like, you know what? Miriam's arm's hurting. I'm forcing her to do my hair, and she don't even want to do my hair anymore. Let me go on put these locks. And my customer I did last night, she's locking. She just started. Your hair's longer than hers, but she just started. Yeah. And she's like, I love it. I'm free. I'm
so happy. You're gonna love
Yeah.
it. It's such. I just feel so good that I'm on the journey, you know, and I just can't wait to see what it turns out to be.
Yeah. I
But I
know
feel really
me
special.
in my vanity. I know that I'm gonna have to find somebody that can add hair in because I'm not. I my hair is gonna shrink up too much for me. I'm not gonna be happy. I need length. I've
Well,
had
I'm
long
about to
hair for
do
too
that.
long.
I'm about to get some human hair and
Mm-hmm. Add it in.
get the faux locks or whatever.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll do that in about a month.
Okay. Yeah. That's what I'm trying to do now is find some because I made faux lock and just let it go into locks because you can do that too.
That's what happens. Yeah. So that's what happened with my last time, and I couldn't. I almost had the lock last year because I waited too long to take the hair out.
Oh, uh-huh.
And when they did take it out, she was like, "Oh my God, you got the most prettiest locks. You want to keep this?" And I was like, "No, just take it down still." But I should have
I
kept it because it was really formed really pretty.
I think I'm there. I think I'm there. I'm just yeah, I think I'm there.
That's what's up.
Yeah. I just had to get my because I'm like sitting here debating getting my hair braided and I'm like, all I want to do is get it braided in faux locks. I may as well just do the damn locks.
Yeah.
So we'll see. What's wrong, Nessa? Why do you look all
I
sad
said,
and
let's put
depressed
it in
and
the
what?
universe.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. What's wrong, Nessa? Why do you look sad?
She does look
You're
sad. She
fine.
got her mute
You do,
on.
I know. What's wrong? What's the
Smile,
matter?
child. Aw.
Oh, so then you turn your camera off?
Oh my goodness.
So, from small to thick in length. Oh, wow. Is it on your page?
Wow,
Is your
thorough.
is your journey on your page?
Well, I see her locks on there, but I don't think she has like the journey on there.
My
Oh,
my 24, how old is she? I don't even know how she is anymore. Okay, my oldest had dreads from the time she was dreadlocks, or however you want to say it, locks, from the time she
locks.
was from the time she was 3 to 15, 16. We combed it out. I think I told y'all that. And now my
Mm-hmm.
15-year-old has sister locks. So
Oh, wow.
yeah.
Those are the tiny ones, right?
Yes, but her hair is so thick. It's it's so thick that they just fall so beautifully. So I highly recommend them to people who are thinking about locks. It's just a lot more work. It's a lot of work, a lot of maintenance, especially starting them.
Okay. Interesting. Interesting.
Mine are so soft, it just makes me nervous.
Yours are?
Yeah, they're really soft.
Um, but your
Yeah,
hair is soft, right?
yeah.
Isn't your hair soft?
Yeah, so it makes me nervous. I keep thinking they're not gonna lock right away. Like I need to put the extensions in to make it lock.
Oh, I see. Well,
It's probably just paranoia.
yeah, probably.
Just take your time with it because it's a process. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely something that if you want to stick with, that
See her
just don't
locks,
rush it. You
y'all.
don't have to rush it. You can take your time and as you go through the process of locking.
Dee Dee's showing her locks.
Oh,
Oh my God, they're
beautiful. How long
beautiful.
are those?
They go down to my thighs.
Nice. Yes. Yeah, 16 years. Yeah.
Mm.
Man, my sister had locks like that. They were down to her ankle, calf muscles before she finally cut them off. Not finally, but she decided to cut them. But
Isn't
yes, I
that
love them.
heavy though when they get so long?
Um, it's kind of heavy, but it's worse when I wash them.
Yeah, I can imagine.
If you just when I just pull them back and wear them, because of how mine were shaped when I locked them, I made them so they're very thick at the root. So they're very fat, and
Okay.
so as they grew, I just started combining some of them, so
Mhm.
it just got fatter. And so I also go through a process of where I don't twist them for like 3 months or so, and I let the like a afro grow out, and I just keep my hair pulled apart, my locks pulled apart from one another, and
Mhm.
then I'll twist them a little or palm roll them, and that keeps the roots heavy, so they don't hang so heavy on my scalp.
Okay, it's the
Um,
roots. Okay.
and so that keeps them from me feeling like the weight is too heavy for my neck. And so they're heavy, but it's not as bad as it could be for some people. It's just when I wash them, that's the part that gets really
Heavy.
yeah,
Yeah, I can't wash mine for a while because they just started, so I'm sad about that.
yeah.
Nessa.
Hey, Nessa. Well, your locks are beautiful. Yeah. Oh my God. I want my hair locked. I want my hair locked. I want my hair locked.
It's
I think
coming. I can't
it's
wait.
coming. I was threatening to do it years ago. I don't know what happened. I never did it, but now I think I'm kind of being pushed into it because um you know it's because I can't find nobody to do my hair,
Right.
and I'm not really one. I don't really like doing my hair anyway because I like going to the sauna and I like to sweat peacefully without worrying about hair.
Yeah,
And that is and
that's
that's
how I
what.
am. I don't feel like getting it done. I don't have anybody really to do it except when I'm in Atlanta. I have the girls that can braid it or whatever, but I was just tired of doing it.
I feel you on that.
And I've only ever done mine myself.
Oh wow.
My
Do you
grandmother,
do other people, or do you do hair?
I did no, I'm not a hairdresser. I did my son's
Mm-hmm.
before he went away to college while he was in high school, and before he went away to college.
Mm-hmm.
But um
Okay.
um he uh he cut his, but I've never
Mm.
had anybody else do mine because my great great grandmother told me to never let anybody put their hands in my head.
Mm.
Yeah, I
And
was told that too.
when I was a little girl, I had really really long hair,
Mm-hmm.
and she wouldn't allow anybody to do my hair except for her, my mom, or my grandmother's sister.
Mm.
And so I kept really really long hair, and I in high school let someone. Of course, in high school you let your girlfriends do your hair, and
Uh-huh.
first time I did it, the first couple times okay, and then the next thing you know, my hair just started coming out.
Oh,
Yeah, that's what happens.
that's
So
what happens.
so
Yep.
after I once I became an adult, I was like, never again.
That's why I'm so funny about my hair. Because every time I try to let somebody do my hair, it is a mess. So I found somebody. We're good. I'm trying to keep it that way, but I'm gonna let her take her retirement. I'm gonna go on and do what I gotta do. I'll just have to commit, commit,
Yeah,
commit, commit. So, well, I'm glad I didn't miss you guys because I got a last minute job call because it's Grammy week. So, folks, last minute a lot.
I'm so
And
glad you made it.
I am too, because this was really, really good. And I was trying, and then, it's so funny. These girls are never ready when I get there. And it's always, please be on time because I got to get out the door at such and such a time. And then you get there and they spend 30 to 40 minutes with their shenanigans.
Hey,
So,
Clyde.
Hi.
hey, Claude. Oh, hey, Miss Lorraine. How are you?
Good. I'm just popping in for a second. I literally just finished working.
Oh, well, you missed Attica's uncle. He was fabulous.
I know work was like, yeah, I'm gonna ramp up right now. I know you want to see if you got a quiet moment to peek in, but all good. All good.
No,
But I'm
it
sure it
is.
was awesome.
It was awesome, but he said he'd come back.
Oh,
Yeah, he'll come
nice.
back.
He said he'd come back, but Attica, you got to set up his TikTok page. He's a voice. He
I
needs a
know. I'm gonna
page.
set it up for him. I told him that yesterday.
He needs a page. He needs a
Just
page.
just by who he is, I know he need a page. I already agree with you.
Yeah, he needs a page, girl. He needs a page because
I I
oh
think some of
yeah.
these black legends who are not celebrity, like the Black Panthers, the Tuskegee Airmen, the ones the
Tuskegee
ones who
Airmen. I think the last one just died. So I if
Wow.
I'm
I have to
if
look because
I'm
there was one. Well, no, I'm wrong ones. There was a guy for the longest. There were a few people told me he was a Tuskegee Airman. He was like whatever war was right after that. He was one of those airmen. But
Oh, yeah, but the Tuskegee Airmen,
yeah, I'm
to
like
my
that's a lot.
knowledge, because my grandfather was a Tuskegee Airman, and I did the movies. That's why if I do keep up but I want to say there was. Oh shit! I just
Let me
realized
look
I
it up.
lost my keys. I feel like there was just something on TV that I saw it on the news that they said the last one just died. I could be wrong. Don't listen to me. I don't know.
I'm gonna
I
look it up
I
because
see so
we
much
should
stuff
know
and I
this.
get confused. We should, but I
Where's
feel like I saw
Clyde?
it. Where's Quad?
Yeah.
Oh
Oh,
my
she
god!
has physical therapy. She had physical
Oh,
therapy.
okay.
She said, "What's wrong, baby?"
One died 5 days ago.
That's what I said. I just told you it was on the. I know I heard
I didn't
something
know it
on
was
the
that
news.
soon or that
Yeah, no, I meant. That's what I said. He just died, and I think he was the
Jesus.
last one. That's what I'm saying. That's why they made a big deal about it.
Harold Brown.
My son's
Me too.
my son's best friend's father was a Black Panther here in
Oh,
North Carolina.
okay.
He had they did a small story on him on PBS here in North Carolina a couple
Oh,
years back.
that's what's up.
Nice.
Yeah, my uncle loves to speak. He's a really good public speaker, and he's just so inspirational. I look up to him so much.
Yeah.
Oh, he was amazing, Attica. He's just such a, and that was so generous of him. You know,
Yeah,
he's not jaded. Like, you know, like like when I met the Negro League baseball player, he was jaded. You know what I mean? Life had just beat him down. And your uncle's good looking too.
I know.
I
I
was
told him when he
expecting
got here,
I
I
was
said, "You so
expecting
handsome."
somebody. He is so handsome. I was like, I was thinking, I don't know. I thought we was gonna get some old broke down man. I don't know what I thought.
No, he's a looker.
No, he is a looker, honey. I was like, oh, okay, you all vibrant and living your best life. Okay, buddy. All right then.
Yeah, I can't believe he's about to be 70.
That's what I was like. Okay. He is definitely I was beyond grateful that you had him here. That was with us. That was very special. So I'm glad you thought to do that. That was wonderful.
Look at the kitty.
Well, I do have one question though. Will this video be posted anywhere?
I'm gonna do it on YouTube.
Nice. Okay. Please send me the link because now I wanted to see it before, but I absolutely, these testimonials, I absolutely want to see what I missed.
Yeah, I gotta cut it. I gotta cut it from when he left. Cut this part of it out.
Got it.
Oh, right. Yeah, you just have to
That's fine.
cut
Yeah,
it
let me
up.
know when you put it up. I'll definitely watch it.
I will.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. I love us. I love us. I really do.
I
Yeah,
do too.
I
we
love us. We have become. Did you just pee on my floor, Luna? Wow. Okay.
Hey,
Um,
Galaxy.
I just. Oh no, I walked all through it. Shit, I didn't notice it. Damn it.
did you hear
Oh.
did you hear Auntie's voice? Hmm.
That little face.
Well, it is. This is. I have to say that was, yeah, that probably made my night, your
It made
uncle.
my night too.
Because we don't, I mean, we have had, I find our lives just in general to be amazing. Um,
Mm-hmm.
I feel like and we're only beginning and things are getting, I love, I'm loving the documentaries. I'm loving everybody's bringing something of themselves. It's nice. It's nice. That's all.
They are actually very so informative, and they're enlightening, and it's very good vibe, very good inform. It's a vibe.
I'll be right back.
It's fun. It's good dialogue. It's just a place. It's just a vibe. You want to be around. Everyone is so well versed. Everyone is so intelligent, and everyone has their way of doing things. But you can find uh, somewhere in the group a way of mixing and matching how to do
Yeah.
things inside of each one of you all's methods to work for yourselves, because everybody is on the same page but has different methods. So
Right.
it's just um so exciting in a way
Mm-hmm.
to just be to
Thank
just
you.
watch and listen to you all, and to watch the documentary you guys come up with, and get information that you otherwise wouldn't even know about. So it's awesome.
I mean, I think that's for me what you just said, and thank you, is the part that I appreciate so much is that we every night we find a similarity, but a different approach, and everybody brings every night I get something. Every night I grow. Every night I learn. And I'm
Right.
so grateful for the learning. You know, because you
Right.
don't, that's not always, we don't all have friends that we learn from, you know what I mean?
Exactly.
But every night I learn something, so I'm grateful for that. I'm really grateful for that. I'm trying to find this documentary name. I'm going to tell you guys the name of it. Uh, uh, Let me see. Uh, it's on. Okay, not that. It's called. What is it called? Was it the History Channel? Let me see. The History Channel's free, right? Is that free?
Um, I don't think so. I know if you have, I know PBS is free, in is if you have a smart TV, PBS is free for your city or wherever you live.
Uh huh.
Um, so I'm not sure if The History Channel is free. I don't believe so.
Okay, hold on then. Let me see. I may not be able to use that. I don't know if everybody has access. I don't want to. I don't want
I
to pick something people
National
can't get to.
Geographic is on the Disney Channel. So I know that's not free. You have to have the Disney Channel. I
I
know if you have certain packages of bundles, like if you have HBO Max, and you have and it comes with I think Hulu and something else, the History Channel may be included with it.
right.
But you
I have a bunch of stuff. That's why I don't know how I got it, but I have it.
yeah,
But I didn't know if it was free or not. But I'm about to check because
yeah.
I want to know.
I need to go get
I'm
my
looking.
laptop. I'll be right back. I
Okay,
don't
I'm
think I can
looking it up.
change my screen on here when I'm hosting.
What do you mean?
Like to get my little profile thing on here when I leave the screen, but I'll be right back.
Okay. Maybe that's not. What's this called? Um, the history they don't want you to know. Is that what it was called? Oh shoot! This is why I take pictures of everything.
I second that. Pictures and screenshots.
Screenshots is my middle name. It has saved my life.
They have saved my life and cluttered my phone. I was just looking at my
That
screenshots. I
part.
gotta get rid of some of these. It's terrible.
I've had to
Uh,
go ahead and get that 99 cent every month for iPhone because of so many screenshots.
Nope. I will have to delete something. I don't care if it's an app. I'm not paying them when I
I
have hard
go
drives.
ahead and pay 99 cent because I'm always screenshotting, taking pictures, doing videos for TikTok.
Mm-hmm.
hmm.
Posse TV said, "What do you do, Lock Ducky?"
Oh, Locked and Lucky. Oh, me. I am
I'm doing something to hi. I need to
completely.
speak to you. Hi, sweetheart. Hold on. Stop, please.
Yeah, she's an advocate for disabilities,
Yes,
for disability awareness.
I'm completely disabled, but I do advocate for disabilities, but mostly for um uh no I needed that laugh.
Contessa, stop.
Oh, I didn't even catch
um
that. I see it now.
Oh,
but mostly for people with invisible disabilities, um because people with disabilities like MS, fibromyalgia, neuropathy, um lupus, sickle cell, um, costochondritis.
What's
Um,
that? What's that? What's that? I know
well,
everything you said, but that.
costochondritis is a muscle issue that can be brought on by everything that I named. Or it can just be something that you live with. And it is basically a tightening of the muscle of the chest wall behind and the tissues behind your rib cage. And it also is inflammation. And what it does is once it begins to tighten those muscles and inflame, it feels as though you're having a heart attack. And it tightens and tightens and tightens. Your breath starts to shorten. Your arms will start to stiffen, and it's just a severe pain in your chest wall and up underneath your ribs, and so it becomes very 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 tender. It hurts to breathe. It hurts to take deep breaths. You'll feel like you just need to lay down. You'll sometimes feel like you ever been in that state of where you don't know whether to sit down, lay down, or stand up or walk or run, or you don't know what to do.
Right.
um but it's that type of feeling. You will probably, the first time you ever feel it, go to the hospital because you think you're having a heart attack.
Mm.
um It will also make you think you're about to start having a stroke.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
but it is in the muscles and the tissues of your chest walls up underneath your ribs. And so that is very painful.
Okay. Okay.
So it can be brought on by flares.
Mm.
Any flare from any autoimmune disease that you may have can cause costochondritis.
Mm. Okay.
So I'm actually still recovering from a bout of it that I've had for 2 weeks.
Oh,
Because
wow.
my chest area is just now being able to like slow down and recover, and I can breathe kind of freely now. But so those are invisible disabilities that I advocate for. Not that they're any better than any other disabilities, but what I find is that when you look like everybody else who does not have a disability, ableists tend to want you to prove to them that there's nothing wrong with you so that you can then be afforded to use what disabled people use.
Mm-hmm.
And so they tend to not to mind their business. And
Ah.
as a disabled person myself, I might not limp on one day, but I might be so tired from walking from the parking lot that I have to use the mobile shopping cart
Mm. Right.
because
Right.
I
Right.
have neuropathy. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't have to prove to somebody that I need the mobile shopping cart just because somebody walked in with a cane and
Right.
that was the last mobile shopping cart. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And so it's those this kind of information that I advocate to get out because people need to understand that all disabilities are not going to show, and people need to learn and understand that concept so that they can better learn how to mind their business.
Right.
And
Right.
they need to educate themselves because not to me it is ignorance to a degree, but it's also willful ignorance
Mm.
because you can't tell me that your grandmother wasn't sick but still didn't get up on Sunday mornings and start cooking Sunday dinner. But when you took grandmama to the doctor, grandmama had to be helped into the building, or you had to run in and get a wheelchair for grandma. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So
Right.
you're just not putting two and two together
Mm-hmm.
because grandmama still could cook Sunday dinner.
Right.
So I need for people to lock in and connect those two things and understand how it all rolls together. And then I want them to understand to handle your business and mind the business that pays you. Because as a disabled person, I shouldn't have to explain to you why I'm parked in a handicapped space as long
Yeah.
as I have my sticker. Because
Right. We were talking about that the other night.
handicapped people are not gonna ask you why are you in a handicapped space with no sticker. No, I'm gonna drive around. Handicapped people are gonna drive around in the parking lot until they find a close park. We're gonna
Right.
waste gas. We're
Yeah.
gonna waste the gas until there's a close park, or we're gonna sit there and wait for somebody to move because we know we can't walk the distance. We're not the ones
Right.
complaining. So
Right.
why are you as an ableist complaining? So that's what I advocate for. I do, public speaking about it. I'm trying to get the word out to people. I'm trying to also educate people on all of the disabilities, as many as I can, but especially the invisible ones. And
Mm-hmm.
then also, I've had people on my page who just thought they were the only ones who felt the way that they feel, or nobody knew about the disability that they have.
Yeah.
And so I've
Right.
had people commenting on my page saying, "Oh, I didn't think anybody knew about this but me. I thought I was unique, you know." And so whenever I do discuss a disability, I'm always informing. I'm not just informing disabled people, I'm informing their family members who may
Mhm.
have who may have
Mhm.
doubted them when they told their family, "Hey, I feel this way and this is what it's called." And their family member might have been like, "Oh, they're being extra." On my page, their family member then finds out, "No, this is a real thing."
Mhm.
Mhm.
So that's pretty much what I do.
And
I don't
y'all
know
can
how
check
old
her
you
out
are.
on the on the Rise magazine. She just had her feature article on there.
Okay. I
I
don't know how old you are, but I was gonna say I remember. Luna, stop, stop, stop. You just had surgery. Stop. Um, I was gonna say I remember when people would tell you, "Oh, don't say fibromyalgia," like it was a bad word, and no one would believe you. I'm at least glad we've gotten to where that's not a Luna, stop. Come
yeah,
here, Kentucky.
my mom, I'm 44. I'll be 45 in April. But my mom is 71 and she had fibromyalgia back in the 90s.
Mhm.
And the doctors diagnosed her with it, but
Mhm.
nobody believed her but him.
Nobody ever believes you.
Yeah,
And
they don't.
she had to fight and the pain that my mom went. I watched my mom go through,
Okay.
people not wanting to medicate her, things that you know,
Thank you.
just watching her in pain, clothes touching her body hurting, you know, taking a shower and crying. Like, it's been, I've seen it in full action for years. And I used to just pray, "Please, God, don't let me get it."
But like
But,
I told you, he gives it to those of us who can handle it. He won't put
Mhm.
anything more than you can bear.
right. But I
Yeah.
think
We're
the
we're
reason,
warriors.
and I've prayed about it, and I think He did it, give it to me because I can do with it what my mom couldn't, because she's sicker than me. One, and because I did go to school and I did get my education, even though she has her master's now, but she's sicker than I am. Um,
Mhm.
but there's more technology now.
Right.
So I can
Right.
get out. And I do have uh, a degree in public speaking. I have done public speaking for the state of North Carolina, for the colleges of North Carolina, the community colleges for North Carolina. So I can go around and speak on behalf of disabilities and the disabled people. So I can do what she can't do, and I can actually make a difference, hopefully.
Yeah, you already are.
That's wonderful.
That's
That is
what I
wonderful.
feel like God put on my heart to do.
Mhm. Mhm. I understand that. I completely understand that. I think that um many times we don't, you know, you made the best out of a challenging situation. That's the best way to say it.
Mhm.
And that's not always possible. That's not easy for everybody.
Right.
No, it's just not. But um, I commend you. As like Attica, I have health challenges, and I get it. We were talking about that the other day. The
Yeah.
people that somebody looking in your car trying to see if you have um
A handicap
a
decal.
handicap decal in your car or not, because Karens do that.
Yes. Or a cane or a walker or to see if you're limping when you get out of the car.
Karen loves to tell you you're not handicapped. That's
Okay.
what Karen, you know.
Or they tell you you don't look sick. I'm like,
What does sick look like? What
what?
exactly does it look like? Reggie's going
Yeah,
to tell
like
me
what are you
that. Tell
talking
me that.
about?
Right. And
Because,
I'm thinking, I have sciatica. You didn't see me almost fall out of this car.
right. Now I don't have it. I had a cane at one point. But some days I'm good, some days I'm not. That is my reality. And so I
Exactly.
understand
Mm-hmm.
what you're saying. There are days like this morning, yesterday I worked, which meant I carried my doing my client, I had to go upstairs. So I carried my case, my very heavy case upstairs and downstairs. I woke up this morning, my back was killing me,
I know it was.
which meant my day was extremely slow because I'm moving funny.
Mm-hmm.
So I wasn't moving like this yesterday, but I am today.
Mm-hmm.
And people don't get that. Sometimes there's just nothing else I can do. This is where I am.
Right.
You
Right.
know?
And there are days where I can't. I woke up this morning at 3 o'clock in the morning screaming, and
Mm.
my neighbors think, "What is wrong with her? What is she doing?" But that's how severe my migraine is. Some days,
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
and I can't open my eyes, and it hurts so bad, and I just wake up screaming in tears, and I have to close my eyes and feel around for my medicine bag to get the fast acting pill to put in my mouth to take, and then I have to fumble my way into the kitchen with Galaxy running around my legs because he's startled every morning, even though it happens all the time, and make the Keurig and just
Thank
like
you.
drink the coffee, just shaking with my head on the
Mm.
counter and just lay there until it's my eyes stop feeling like they're about to fly out of my head.
That's so crazy.
And my migraines only got that bad until
Right.
um long COVID. They were bad before. I could have a migraine that would last almost a month. Now, since I have long COVID, they come in like a freight train, or as
Mm.
Miley Cyrus would say, like a wrecking ball.
Mm. Mm, God.
And those types of days are days when I can't make content.
Mm-hmm.
I can't do anything.
Oh,
Yeah.
believe me, I understand.
It's
Attica
debilitating.
understands. Some days when I have energy or when I feel good, I get out of the bed and I do stuff. And I tend to overdo it because I don't know when I'm gonna feel better,
Yeah.
or if I'm gonna feel like, especially lately, I have been dealing with something, so I have not felt good, and so when I have had energy, I start moving because I don't know if I'm going to feel good tomorrow. Like yesterday,
Mm-hmm.
I might have done too much because I woke up today and my blood pressure was 88/55. So obviously, I didn't
Oh,
get up till I had to get up.
mm-hmm,
So, someday so I suffer from low blood pressure. So
mm-hmm,
I can have a good day. I can have a bunch of good days. But when I have a bad day, nothing is happening.
right.
Right.
So that was when my mother was calling me to see if I was okay because I missed my cousin's party, and I told you guys I just didn't feel like it. I didn't feel up to it. I didn't have it, and I didn't. I
Yeah.
was like, I'm good. I don't feel it. I'm tired. I'm over it, and I didn't get up. My mom's like, "Well, you could have got to my house," and I'm like, "Your house is still 30 minutes. I got to get the 30 minutes. You don't live next door.
Right.
I
Thank
live
you,
30 minutes
everybody.
away."
Comment. I think I've seen people say some very nice things. I don't know if it's to all of us or whatever, but thank you, everybody.
Yeah. Thank y'all.
Oh, I wasn't reading the comments for a change because I'm multitasking. Um,
I saw some.
Yeah.
I
My
saw stuff that
jaw is
didn't really.
killing me.
what is
No, I
killing you?
my jaw from when I had
Why?
that dental work done. You know, they put
Oh.
that thing in your mouth to keep your mouth open.
Mhm.
And then I think it feels like it's dislocated because it just hurts really bad when I open up my mouth to eat
Mhm.
or to yawn or anything. So I'm gonna have to go back in about that.
I have
Yeah.
um I have a a slight rant. I don't know, maybe a rant. But anyway, I'm going to voice my opinion about something. You know how I'm always. Here's my new black girl follow train issue. Um.
Mhm.
Okay, so you know one of the sounds says, "Come to my page, follow me, like my pictures. I'll come to your page, show up and show out." That's what I have on my page, right?
Right.
Mhm.
That means at least follow me, right?
Right.
Yeah, and comment, like something.
why are there like almost half of the people in there just wrote yes but didn't follow me?
Oh wow, that's sorry.
So you want me to come to your page and give you traction and you don't even have the decency to follow me? Stop it. If
Right.
I tell you how many of those I got, I was like, really? You couldn't even follow me for a couple of days to look like you followed me? And then the funnier thing was all the people that wrote yes and have no content.
I write
Yeah.
So,
followed in those boxes.
huh?
I put followed inside of those boxes,
I,
and then I wait.
mm-hmm.
And then when they come and they follow me, I follow them back.
Well,
Okay, so you put followed, but you haven't followed yet. Okay.
oh, is that because you don't think they're going to follow back? I
And then
can't see you, so you have to, sorry,
yes,
I
yes,
get my phone.
uh-huh. Yeah, I'm sorry, I
Well,
forgot. Yes. So
I do go back. I'll go back through my followers and just unfollow. I can look and see and I'll unfollow them now. I give everybody a minute. If you
mm,
ain't following me back in a few days, you're not following back. But what I've learned, and so I've shared this with the ladies, so they've heard this before. But the other game is there's a whole bunch of large content creators, like really, like, they have a nice audience,
mm-hmm.
and a lot of them did the boat, and usually it'll say, I only have 100 followers. I don't know how y'all are getting these 20 overnight, and they have a sad face, and I'm gonna get off this boat. Go to their page. They got 30,000 followers.
Mm.
And
Right.
so what happens is you see that video. Your natural inclination is, let me follow this sister.
Right.
I stopped, and I noticed when I first got on the Black Girl Follow train, I think those influencers were the first up,
Mm-hmm.
because when I went back to see who was following me, I had like a whole section, and they were all influencers, and either they built their numbers and unfollowed, or they had high numbers anyway and they never followed back. I'm not sure because I didn't go to people's pages. Now I do. So if you're on the
Mhm.
boat, I immediately, especially if someone says, I don't know how y'all are getting all these followers, I will check their page. And I guarantee you almost every time that person is not, they're an influencer. They're not following anybody back.
I check everybody's page. I guess
I
because
do.
I have time to do it. So the whole time everybody, the whole time the train was going on, I
Mm-hmm.
went to every single person's page that followed, and I checked their page out so that I wouldn't be getting bots and
Stop.
trolls and
Yeah.
waste beads and
I did
type
not
stuff.
follow everybody at first, but I do now. I mean, I didn't look before because at first I took the honor system until the math wasn't mathing, and I had like 700 people. I was following 700 people more than I had, but when I started to follow train, I started with 100 and I wasn't following 5 people. So I knew that I knew people weren't following back enough that I waited, and it seemed like every day the number got bigger and bigger and it wasn't whittling down. So I went back through my page, and every single person I realized that I had followed when I was doing the honor system, all those people ended up, almost all of them ended up being influencers.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, excuse me.
I knew mine wasn't gonna match up just because I had followed a whole bunch of people prior.
Uh-huh.
Some of the big content creators. So I had
Uh-huh.
followed a whole bunch of content creators. So I knew mine was gonna be uneven anyway.
Right.
So I wasn't necessarily looking for that much. I just knew that I didn't want to be. I knew. Well, I had heard from some of the bigger TikTok creators that they would send trolls in the
Mm-hmm.
pictures of people in like
Right.
negligees
Oh,
Yeah,
with
there's so many
that's aggravating.
trolls with like, the problem is they either have an envelopian picture or they are using black women's pictures. Um, but I just go to their page, and usually they ain't got no followers or content. So if you don't have content, I don't follow you back now.
Yeah,
Cause
I'm getting like that now. I followed them in the beginning because I was like, okay, well, maybe they just don't know what they want to post, or maybe they're just on here but not really TikTok savvy yet.
right,
So,
mm-hmm,
I gave them the benefit of the doubt,
right,
but now I'm feeling a little slighted. So
mm-hmm,
I'm taking my time to look at people's pages, and I'm trying to engage more. And it takes time, but it's better because I've already gotten. I think I'm just at 3,000 now, a little bit over 3,000.
yeah, that's where I am.
Yeah, we're about in the same range, you and I, and I'm just not gonna fall for it anymore.
I
I
think we all got on thinking there was an honor system. People were going to
Yeah,
be honest. And of course, there's always those that try to get through the system. And they did. It bothers me though, for me, it's the content creators, because what you're doing is saying you don't really believe that your content is good enough for you to gain this following on your own. Or they may be looking at it as, if I can just get them to my page, they'll like me. But it's still a dishonest thing to do.
yeah,
yeah,
And whatever their reasons are, you're still not coming at it authentically. You know, you're not coming at it authentically. And so if somebody, so on another note, but same note, but like another thing that bothers me, another
I'm so
gripe I'm having, um, the gripe I have, right? So I'm trying to charge my phone, that's why I can't turn my camera on. And it's not near me. But the other gripe I have is there are a lot of women making these videos basically saying what we just said, but saying, you're coming to my page, you're liking, but you're not commenting, or you're not, and I know you're coming to my page, I see you looking. Here's the thing that I think people are missing. Just because someone comes to your page, it does not mean they have to like the content. What if it's not their content? What if they don't like the content? A lot of us follow black women because we were following black women, but it doesn't mean that everybody I followed is doing something I
thank
want to
you.
see. So every time I hear these videos complaining, people aren't liking my stuff and I've got all these followers, but I'm not getting, maybe you got a whole bunch of followers like all of us did because we all followed each other. But maybe your content isn't good. You know what I mean? Maybe
right.
people don't want to, like, I find it funny that people don't ever put that into consideration as they're complaining. you
Mm-hmm.
know, because one lady did. She goes, I have 3,000 followers and I don't have any likes on my pictures. Why are you guys not liking? If you weren't gonna like my stuff, why'd you follow me? Because we all were following each other. But
Because we're
maybe your
supporting each
content,
other.
we're supporting each other. Maybe your content is not like worthy. You know
Right.
what I mean?
Yeah,
Right.
I think is interesting to hear a grown person not, first of all, trying to take away someone's free choice, because what you're saying is you have to like my stuff regardless. But that's not true. And what if I don't
No.
agree with it? What if I don't like it? I don't agree with it. It just seems really odd that that people think that way. They're so caught up in you know caught up in the likes and the fan base that
Yeah.
they,
Right. I
and maybe, go ahead.
I try to go throughout the day if I'm following you, and I try to go throughout the day and just scroll and like and put a heart or a flower or something on everybody that I'm following. And if it's something that they posted, I'm just like, okay, because I'm tired of this whole, that side shake dance and all of that stuff. I can't. I'm sick of seeing that, so I won't like that. But I'll try
Mm-hmm.
to wait until they post something, and then I'll put a heart or a flower or something or a comment. I try to hit everybody every day just so they'll get some engagement or whatever, so they'll know that I'm trying and somebody is doing something. Because there's some people who just have absolutely no engagement whatsoever on their content,
Mhm.
but some of it is just like, bro, everything you do is like vulgar.
Right, right, right. So if everything you do is nothing that agrees with me or is not part of how I live, right? Then why am I being expected to like it? Or, I just think it's fascinating the
Yeah.
way people think, because there are quite a few, even when I see the people do the videos for the Black Girl Follow Train, even those can be a bit much, and I'm like, so who was this for? Like, who
Yeah.
did you do this video for? Because there's a few of the women that are like, you're on the Black Girl Follow Train, but yet, your titties are out, you ain't got no clothes on, you're twerking. How is that for me? I mean, I don't know. Maybe I'm missing it. Maybe they like women. I don't know, but it's still kind of like, I'm not sure quite what we're gearing towards here. Um,
Yeah, if it gets too bad for me, and I just know in my heart of hearts that I'm not going to be able to participate in their content, I just go ahead and take them off the
Mhm.
mhm.
list and take them off as a follower, and I unfollow them because I don't need a I'm not pressed for followers, and two, I don't want them still following me just to keep a follower. I just go ahead and just sever it completely because
Right. Oh, sorry.
I'm not gonna be in tune with them, and I don't want to keep seeing it every time I scroll on my FYP.
Yeah, that's annoying. I have a friend, and I'm not gonna take
Right.
her off of my list, but I just do not like her content at all. Her content is she does voiceovers, but it's a lot of derogatory voiceovers, and it's
Uh,
like she's almost really full of herself. And I know she's just probably doing it just because those are TikTok sounds, but it's like, okay, that's the choice that you're choosing. I'm not gonna like any of them, and I don't. And I hate when it comes up on my for you page because I'm like, you can see when somebody looks at your profile. So she's probably like, why are you looking at my profile all the time and not liking anything? But it's because your profile is popping up. Still not gonna like it.
Oh,
right.
Nessa, what's going
Right.
on? What's going on with the?
Her lung appointment on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
She has had COVID 4 times, I think.
Oh God.
She just got over it like this past week, the fourth time. So I think that's part of what she's going to get checked out.
Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I understand. I had COVID and almost passed away, so I know, I understand about the lungs. I had COVID and pneumonia.
Yeah, they found a spot on her lung. I
Oh,
think it might be cancer.
it's not. We're gonna go ahead and say it's not. We're gonna call that into existence right now. That spot is a spot on the X-ray.
Yeah.
Everything is gonna be okay.
I gotta go get mine checked too, because I had a spot last year, but it was really little. They said don't worry about it. They just want to go check it out again.
We will not claim that,
We are gonna
Nessa. We
claim.
can't
Yeah.
claim that. You don't smoke. You don't have cancer of the lungs. You're fine. Okay?
Oh, it does some terrible things, but COVID is not gonna take you anywhere.
Yeah.
You're gonna
COVID,
be just fine.
COVID, and it could just be, you know what? X-rays sometimes are wrong. It could be misread.
Mm-hmm.
It could just be anything. I would second opinions are always good, and time. Please stop, Luna. You have this collar on. You're annoying everybody. Stop. Um, Jesus Christ. Please don't irritate me. Just sit down. That's all you need to do is sit. Yes. You're fine, Nessa. I promise you're fine.
Yeah.
I promise
We're
you,
gonna
you are
claim.
fine, my love. We are
We're gonna
claiming that,
claim
okay?
your good health.
Yes, right. Good health.
We are calling it all on good health on you right now,
Mm-hmm. It is
and we
so
send
cold
all
here.
Yeah,
on Monday. There's gonna be so much energy and love and prayer beaming on you on Monday.
Mm-hmm.
you go back on Monday? I missed it. I'm
Yeah,
missing
she
what's
goes
going on
Monday.
here. Okay. All right. We will all be lifting you up on Monday
Yes.
for sure. We will all be lifting you up on Monday. You're going to be fine, my love.
Yes,
Is
and we
that
love.
why you got down all of a sudden? Why you started looking like that?
Yes, it's on her
Mm-hmm.
mind.
It's on your mind, but don't let it stress you out, baby, okay?
It's in her eyes.
It is in her, but don't be scared. I know it's easy. Here's what I'm going to tell you. As you know, I had cancer, so you know I can say it. I know that it's hard to not be concerned, but the reality is you can't do anything until Monday, so don't stress yourself out. And until you know, no, don't worry. Don't stress yourself out over what ifs. You know what I mean? Don't even think about it. Don't give it energy. Because I remember when I was probably your age, I had anyway, I used to get headaches, and they did a X-ray of my head or MRI or whatever the hell it is they do, and I had like a whole week of thinking I could have a brain tumor, and I stressed about my hair getting cut off, and that taught me from that point on just to don't think the worst, because you're stressing yourself out over something that has not happened, that may not even happen. So don't give it energy. Don't give it life. Like I said, I know it's easy to say, but just a loud voice in your head. Just trust us. Don't give it energy, baby.
Tell those voices to go have a beer and sit down.
Exactly. Tell them to as we say, take several seats.
they
Ha ha ha. There you go, girl. There you go.
told me I had a spot in my lungs because one of my dreadlocks fell while they were doing an X-ray, and the
Mm.
X-rays, your locks show up in the X-ray.
Oh.
So you have to pull. They're so thick, and you have to pull them up to get X-rays done. And while they were doing the X-ray, one of my locks fell. And so when I get back to the room, the doctor comes in and he's got his serious face on and his bedside manner, and he's looking and we found a spot and all of this, and I'm looking and I'm like, what? And he's got me all like in my feelings, and I'm like, y'all gotta know, we're gonna do this again. We gotta do this again because I can't we gotta do it again. And he's like, okay, we'll do it one more time. So the x-ray, the technician comes in, I pull my hair back up, and then she was like, okay, some of them fell down, so let me use a rubber band and make sure they're all up again. So we get them all up, does it again, he gets it back again, and it's gone.
Mm-hmm.
And she was like, it must have been because your dreadlock fell, because we can see those. I was scared to death for nothing.
Right. That's what I'm saying. And it could just be a thick piece of mucus. You did have, that's all it could be.
Yeah. And that mucus is thick. They sent me home with COVID because they needed the bed. And I had so much mucus because I had pneumonia and COVID. And I had so much mucus when I came home that it was just coming up, just chunks. It was a lot. Once they pumped me full of I think it was like 4 bags of COVID medication, and then it was like 3 bags of pneumonia medication and fluids and all this other crap. And then once they got me to the point where I could control my body fluids, and that I was able to walk and my breathing not go below 80, they sent me home. But I still had COVID. But basically the lady came in and said, well, you're stable as we can get you, and we need these rooms. We have to get people out of the emergency room and into intensive care. So I understand your fear, but it's gonna be all good.
It's gonna be good. We're all gonna be there with you.
Good.
Thank you. And just so you know, lung cancer is not common at all. That's not
you just
common.
got that.
You don't smoke. Yeah, you're 21. You don't smoke. You're not. Do you smoke cigarettes, Nessa? Okay, then you're highly unlikely.
I used to.
That you did. You're still too young for it to be okay, but you're. I mean, you'd have to smoke for like years for that to really be a concern. You haven't been smoking.
And I'm 44, about to be 45, and I started smoking when I was 14. I don't smoke anymore, so you're good. You should be just fine.
Right.
We're gonna call it just fine. We're calling it just fine.
Yeah, you're gonna be good. We got you. We are lifting you up.
Lifted just like John Legend. Wait, unless he was talking about the other kind of lifted.
Huh?
Then I don't know about that.
I know about that. Y'all, my uncle saw some of my lives, and he's like, yeah, so I saw you coming on and off the screen all the time.
Oh, he saw your live?
You saw that? He's like, yeah, and then there's a puff of smoke. I was like, okay.
There's no Attica. We watch you all the time. There ain't never been no puff of smoke.
That's what he said.
We see you do this, but I've
I think
never
he's
seen
talking about the
smoke.
vapor though.
But I never see anything. You do it all the time. Oh, well, that time I did.
Like
but I
that.
nobody don't even notice it personally.
Because I do it off the screen. I come over to the side and I come back. Yeah, he told me all about that, dead air, all kind of stuff today. I had to hear about it before the broadcast. Like an hour.
Oh wow.
But it's okay. He knows what he's talking about because he does broadcasting. So
yeah.
Hey, Shayna. Shayna's back, guys. Now, next to Shayna's name is 3 dots, which makes her. You made us moderators, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay, but what's the house? She's got another thing next to her name that I've never seen next to, and Jazz doesn't have it. Jazz is a moderator, but what does this thing mean? I don't know what that means. Look down at the names. Shayna has the thing that says she's a moderator, but she has something else next to her name.
She does have something else next to her name.
What is that other thing?
I don't know what that is.
Did you do something else? Vanessa, what is that? She's the young one. She's supposed to know everything. What is that?
I don't know everything.
You do. You know about this damn TikTok. Jazz, you said gift. Is that what you're saying, Jazz? Gift? It's a gift? Or she wants up. What are you saying, Jazz?
Yeah, it's a gift.
But I gave a gift too. Why? I don't have anything by my name, do I?
It must be the type, or maybe she gave the winning. Maybe she gave the winning. Not the winning, but the gift that made the goal, that finished the goal.
Oh. Yeah, I've never seen that before.
Do you see anything by my name?
Let me see.
Yeah, type something.
I'm looking for you. Say something. Yeah, you're a moderator. Something. I'm a moderator. Yay.
We're all moderators, but I don't have 2 things by my name, do I?
No, you don't have a gift by your name. Her gift is obviously very special. I guess.
I don't know that that's a gift.
Hang on, because I've gotten it before.
She's level 1. She's level 1?
So she probably leveled. What any of that means?
She probably leveled out today. When did you go level 1?
Well, I don't know how you go through levels. I don't even.
When you give gifts,
yeah,
they level
she probably
you.
leveled up today because I had it, but not in this live. But I've had it before and I've never seen it before. So I think you leveled up.
Yeah, was it yesterday when you were on live, Jazz? I think we were doing something with the gifts or something. Was it your live? Because I never use it. I never do anything with that. So I honestly have no idea what that is.
I know when you gift, but I don't quite understand. I know as you go up, you get different gifts. Like you have you have access. So I can give things. I can give. You are. I don't know because I can't see your
level.
You're not. It's your live, so it's hard to see. Nessa's 13. I'm 16. And the more gifts you give, you level up. And as you level up, they open up more gifts to you. So I can give things that Nessa can't give. She can give things that you probably can't give.
Yeah, I only just started gifting. I didn't even know how all that worked. So now I know.
I didn't either until I went in those, those stupid lives where they do, where they just pimp you. And that's how I really learned gifts. And now I get them. We have to figure this out, you guys, seriously, because this is a money
Yeah, it
making
is.
opportunity for us. So we have
Yes.
got to figure out, like, every 15 minutes or half an hour, once an hour, we have to stop and say, because you know who's got that mastered? Posse TV. If you're liking this video, she goes into it. She
She
stops
does.
everything. It's like, if you like this video, gift up, like the screen, tap the screen, all
Or
of
if
that.
you like this video, give up and tap the
Right.
screen, please.
Tap the screen, please. Share this with your
Yeah, she's
friends.
very
All of that.
professional. She's very
Very.
professional at it.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We need to do that.
Is that
Thank you.
Stephanie? Is that Stephanie someone? I forgot what her name is, but I learned from her that 1,500 will get you on the FYP as your live is going on. It
Oh,
won't,
1,500?
you
Okay.
know,
That makes
Oh, it's
sense.
how we
it
pass
won't.
that all the time. We always
Yeah, we
there.
pass that all the time, but you want to pass it kind of early so that people have a chance to get there. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
Get to your live. And then what else did I learn? I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing. I mean, I probably should be writing stuff down. I haven't yet, but I'm going to start that. Because the experts on this app blow my mind. And I know that I had to go to my meeting, but I wanted to say your uncle blew my mind too. I'm sorry. I know that you guys are way past this part of the conversation,
Oh,
but I
no, it's
just got to
okay.
say it.
No, it's fine.
First of all, he's handsome as heck for
Thank
70.
you. That's what I said. That's what I said.
Yes,
I
indeed.
was like, wow. I had
Yes,
to
indeed.
literally pull out a calculator, pull my calculator up on my computer and do the math just to make sure. I'm like, what is 70? And so, anyway, that was great. I loved everything he had to say. He had so much wisdom and, he had so much, whatever, but I wanted to also say, I found the quote. I was looking for it, and it's by Marsha P. Johnson. Do you guys know who she is?
No, I've heard the name, but I just can't remember who she.
Stonewall. She was a trans woman who was at Stonewall, and she got
Oh, that's
painted
why her
by
name's
Andy
familiar.
Warhol.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, her quote is history. Oh, shoot. Please don't let me forget it. Anyway, her quote is, history isn't something that's inevitable, but it's something that happens in spontaneous moments. But we must remember those moments are cumulative in history. Those moments happen because of cumulative moments before.
That's right.
So in other words,
Thank you.
what I liked about it, and I dropped because I had a phone call during your thing, but what I like about it is just the regular thing that we are doing something that will culminate in something else.
Yes.
So even if it seems hopeless for where we are right now, we are making progress in a culminating way. So we're doing something that another moment in history will be possible because of the stuff that we did.
That's right.
Yeah.
100%. And that goes perfectly with what I had mentioned too. Wait, what's your uncle's name? Or what does he go by? Richard. Okay.
Richard Bowden.
Should we call him Mr. Ballard, or is he okay with us referring to him as Richard? I don't want to be disrespectful.
Everybody calls him Rev.
Rev? All right.
Rev. Okay.
Okay. One thing I agree with what he said, and it goes with what you said, Jazz. And I said when I was on the phone with him, but my 15-year-old, these younger kids, they get such a snapshot, and I don't mean snapshot in a bad vein, I mean it in a good way, of history. So they are less likely to repeat it, especially with modern technology, internet. I've found some of the most amazing creators on this app. Jazz, I've sent you stuff. I send you guys stuff.
Yeah.
And the things I might send you somebody talking 60 years ago. I might send you a conversation of somebody talking 60 years. My 15-year-old see it. The same thing and be like, yep, check. Okay. This is the issue that's been going on. This same issue was going on back then. Check. Okay. So they're bringing all of the information together. That's why the younger generations, and this has happened from the beginning of time. This is not new. that's why the younger generations always seem to be more progressive, a little more woke, because they're not being bamboozled the same way. They're not being lied to or truths being covered up. They see more. And so that just makes my responsibility, especially as a mom to young children, even heavier, because I need to be more mindful of what they are consuming, you know,
Right.
in information. And I'm okay with, you watching fun stuff and funny stuff. Perfect, fine. You got to enjoy this existence somehow. But
Right.
don't ignore the facts. Don't ignore the truth. Don't ignore the hunger, the pain, and the suffering, and just let's not ignore that. And so that is why talking to people with that experience to me is so profound, and it will continue to be. We have to continue having these conversations. And something that I like about the collective, us, the Cozy Collective, and not just the Cozy Collective, but the collective globally, is that we need each other's opinion. So, I of course I'd love to be on here and have 1 million followers or 1 million likes. Of course, who wouldn't? But if I'm not, first of all, I'd like to have that and talk the way I talk. And I'd like to have that
Right.
talking the way
Right.
I talk, but I know it's progress. We'll just make progress to get to that point. But then
Right.
also there's people with that many viewers who aren't necessarily talking about anything to better the world or better society. So, you got to find the balance, in how openly proactive you're going to be and what you're going to do behind the scenes as well. And
Right.
yeah, and I didn't get to finish college. I did attempt twice. Oh, I'm sorry, 3 times. um, I probably pretty much just after each time I had a child, but I always had to choose motherhood, because of my circumstances. So I never finished. So there's a lot of things that I see in because of my experiences that make me think the way I do, and that just goes across the board for everyone. And so we need each other's perspectives. We need each other's perspectives. Just because I'm African American or Black, whatever we want to call it, just because somebody is Caucasian or white, I'm not going to just dismiss them. But I'm also not going to just take what they say as gospel,
Right.
So there's just so much personal responsibility in this whole, in this life experience. That I feel like, people, we need the voices that come before us. We need those voices. When he was talking, I'm literally sitting there like, yo, he's putting together very simple, basic concepts that some of us have to go through a whole lifetime to understand. We've
Yeah.
never even heard him before. Like, just the way he put things together, correlated things, because that's what I do. It just makes so much sense. And so I say all that to say, we need all of us. We need all of our perspectives. We need all of our input. And I will patiently wait, and I will ask questions. And I just want y'all to know I appreciate this time. I really, really, really do.
I do too.
Yep.
Yeah, the quality of this time is
Agreed.
mind
Agreed.
blowing. And Attica with the puffing Attica. I mean, God, that is just so perfect. That is so freaking perfect. The fact that you puff and your name is Attica, I cannot tell you how perfect that is.
I know,
And
right?
and I appreciate, because I don't know if you and I had been at the same grocery store or in a hospital, at the pharmacy line or something. I don't know if I would have picked up that this is the kind of energy that I want to be around all the
Right.
time, right?
No, right.
But
Right.
seeing her in her own space and then me being in my own space, we're
Thank
just
you.
more relaxed
There you
and,
go.
and authentic,
Yeah.
right? Oh, hey, Locke. I didn't see you there. You've been all over my timeline today. Amazing.
Who
Me?
has?
Just, yeah, you
Let me
have.
check
You
my
know how
feed.
it goes that way. It goes in waves. Sometimes it will give you somebody like 3 or 4 things of that same person and
Yeah.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm
So,
I'll
subconscious nine
tell
sending you lots of love today.
yeah.
Yeah. And
Yes,
I
So,
we heard.
subconscious is a woke brother that's on here that seriously just y'all go, he goes live, I think almost probably every day. So definitely a great person to connect with,
Who?
for sure.
Who?
I am
Oh,
subconscious.
Miss Quinn.
Down there.
I
Yeah,
am
no.
Oh, I am
subconscious. He
subconscious.
and he pops
Yeah.
on our.
Yes.
He
Yeah.
he comes in and says hi. Yeah, nice to. Well, and I follow him too.
Okay,
I
good.
follow him too.
Yeah.
I follow back anybody that's with us a lot.
Yeah.
Once I get to know them,
I
I
try
make
to.
sure that I try to make
Yeah, I do
sure.
the same.
Wait a minute, hey Miss Pat.
I do too.
Hey
I don't
Touche,
mind.
there's Touche, you guys. She's here. Hey
Oh,
Touche.
okay. Where you
She must have
been
had
all
to work.
day?
She must have had to work.
Where's
I hope
Tisha?
everything's okay.
Oh.
She's right there. I see her name just popped up. She
Okay.
just joined.
She joined, but
What's going on, Miss
and Miss
Pat?
Pat.
Yeah.
So, I was going to say, yeah, I don't mind following a lot of people as long as they're people of quality, because then what happens is what I need will pop up at the right time, you know.
Absolutely.
So,
Isn't that
Oh
funny
yeah, I'm
how
friends
that
with
works?
yeah. She
Yeah.
says she's
Wait.
still at work.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
okay. That's why we didn't see
Okay.
her. She must have been really busy
Okay.
today. Oh, we
Yeah,
missed
must
you,
have
honey.
been.
We missed you today, love.
We did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We
She went.
did.
Yeah.
Was anybody on Tisha's live yesterday? Was it yesterday, or was it early? I think it was yesterday.
I
It
popped in
I've been
wasn't.
on
for
Tish. I was on a couple lives with her yesterday, I think.
Okay. Yeah, I saw her live
she
yesterday.
sent me a message. I popped in for a minute, but I was walking Galaxy and he started trying to run and I had to let it go
Yeah.
and take it off the
Right,
phone
right.
before I fell again.
I know that's right. Can I
Yeah, that's
mention
the truth.
something else too? Oh my God, I
Sure.
kind of had it and I lost it. Okay, here it is. When the usage of social media, and that's just a term we use, right? But what
Mm-hmm.
really should it be? Should it be a small group of people with lots and lots of followers, or should it be all of us connecting and using it collectively? And I feel like we almost have to reimagine, or not reimagine, but we have to create what it's supposed to be. This is a new invent when you really think about the grand scheme of things. So
Right.
because, and I always think this, I always throw this little thought in my head at least once a day. What are the people 1,000 years, or we don't even have to go that far, but I'll say 100 years from now, without going to say about our time? What are they going to say? Will it be completely forgotten because nothing truly significant took place? And so, that people are going to write about. So, and I only say
Well,
that
no,
because that's what's important.
something has significant has taken place. That's not true.
Well, of
Something
course it does in
significant
every
has
single
taken place.
lifetime, but it's not passed along necessarily. The information's not passed along, is what I mean.
Yeah, no, but something significant has happened that will be passed along because right now we are literally watching a whole bunch of settled law be reversed in front of our eyes.
Yeah,
So it will be. And it's
Yeah.
all happening in one time period. So yeah, it will.
it will.
This time period is, as to me, historically significant as is the 60s. When you think
Yes,
of the
I
60s,
agree.
you think of civil rights, and
I
when you
agree.
think of this time period, you're gonna
Yep.
the teens or the 20s, you're gonna think of civil unrest, the protests, the killing of black, the black bodies. There's gonna be a lot. I mean, to
And now we
me,
have all these videos of people
right,
talking
right.
about it openly. So couple those
Are
all those
videos of it
things.
happening? Because
Of
And
remember,
videos of it
exactly.
we
happening.
before
Exactly.
Yeah.
they didn't even believe us. They didn't even believe us. And
And these are the
now,
things that our younger generation is seeing every day. They're getting a
right,
full on in their face, no bullshit
Yeah.
right.
view of
From
it. Yeah.
in the
Oh,
2000s in and of itself, starting with I guess the late millennials, Gen Z and up, you have the start of the major beginning of social media
Hmm.
and the beginning of the actual movement of the camera, the YouTube movement,
Mm-hmm.
the videoing yourself, Vine,
Mm-hmm.
LimeWire, CDs, Facebook, all of
Instagram, all of
all
Snapchat.
Mhm.
is in
Yeah,
the
all
so 50 to 60 years from now, all of this culminated to Gen Z, late millennials to what is it, Gen Y now?
yeah.
All of that culminated into to this point right here where we have a pandemic, civil unrest,
Mm-hmm.
protests,
Mm-hmm.
recession,
Mm-hmm.
Donald Trump,
Mm-hmm.
the first black president.
Mm-hmm.
Like our
And
history,
whatever else is going on in our personal
right?
lives.
Our history from 2000 to now has been just as pivotal, in my opinion, as the 60s,
Of
as
course.
the 1900s,
Of course.
because
Absolutely.
it's been it's been the 1960s moved us forward. This time period has taken what the 60s provided us to help us move forward, and we took it, not to sound like Belle Biv DeVoe, but smacked it up, flipped it, rubbed it down,
Oh no.
and then we remixed it and turned it on its side.
Mm-hmm.
And now everything is like constant pressure. We're living in a powder keg.
You know what's so beautiful about what you just said and true about what you just said, and as much as it applies today, this same feeling applied generationally going back, right? So people, especially in America, our people who have brown skin tone were happen to be part of a more slave class, right? So
Right,
the fights that we have been fighting for many years for any basic human rights, human
right,
Yeah.
rights. But when you look at Garvey and his time frame, now fast forward a few years, look at your ex, or not just Garvey, but Garvey and Woodson. They were at the same time. They didn't necessarily care for each other either. Um,
right,
Mhm.
and then you look at your King and X and Stokely's and all these people going forward. And now here today, yes, so we keep having these conversations every generation. We do, and we are moving the ball. We are.
Are
right.
we? Are we?
I don't think it's going far enough. I think we need to be radical to change it. I feel like at this rate it will take another 200 years.
Exactly. Right, Miss Pat.
Yeah.
The revolution
Mhm.
is being televised.
It
Mhm.
is
It's
being
being
televised.
recorded.
Yeah.
Mhm.
It's being put on the internet. It is
Mhm.
being televised.
Hmm.
It is being televised, and it is being uh uh yeah, it's being televised in a way that
It's
whew,
either going it's either going to desensitize us or rile us up to do something and change.
I will say this because my mother said something last night and I heard this from several people. Okay, so I'm on my iPad and I'm doing my follow back, so I'm checking pages. And and that person actually just sent me a wave, and I just looked at this girl's page, and she's a white girl and she's disabled. But she's a quad. She looks like a young quad. She actually looks like her a little bit.
Mhm.
And but her page, she has a video on her page that caught my attention. And I've heard this a lot, and I'm wondering, is it sympathy? I think for some of them it's sympathy and empathy, but for some, I think it's CRT, which is she has on her page, um, please don't show the video of Chare,
Mhm.
um, because you think you're helping but you're not hurting. Basically, she was saying, like Quad said, she wouldn't show up. She doesn't want to traumatize. So I respect that when it comes from there. But like my mother said, she hadn't seen it. And so I said to her, as much as I don't want to see it, I can't be part of the social conversation if I don't. Because if you don't see it, you will not know why everybody's pissed off.
That's right.
I didn't want to see it, but when I saw it, the first thing that came out of my mouth was
Ooh.
before the news was number one, he's complying. That was the first problem I had. But actually no, that was the first thing. Is the first problem I had was them snatching him out of that car without saying roll the window down, show me your license. So at that moment I went, that shit's looking targeted. Like, that's not how you do that. That was the first. But the next thing that popped up for me, and then it came out a day or two later, was the person tasing him, that hand is white. That hand is white. And then finally they came out and they relieved him of his duties. But he was there, and he was part of the first. They said they didn't do it because he wasn't part of the final melee. Like, he wasn't one of the ones kicking, but he unreasonably tased him.
He did kick.
He did. Was he there for that? Okay,
yeah,
but
he
my point
tased
is,
him and he
tased him. But what their excuse was, he was not part. They were saying he wasn't part of the second. That's why he was part of the first. But my thing is, he was there. If you fire everybody. Everybody needs to be fired.
He got a lick in though.
That's my thing was, he was the one that tased him that whole time. So why was he not as responsible as the 4 black men? And then the next bit, that's what bothered me originally.
Oh yeah.
Which is why I told my mother, you have to see it or you are not going to understand why people are mad. Because I got mad because I saw at first, yes, I'm mad because you killed another black man. But when you see it, you realize this was a public lynching. And the thing that, like I said, I've seen it on social media, but no one has said it on the news. The first thing I said is, this looks targeted. He has to know one of them.
That's right.
Even if they're, because here's the thing, people forget, George Floyd knew that man.
They live in they're in the same community. Yeah.
No,
they have interactions.
There are pictures of them. No, there are pictures of them socializing. They showed him. George was a bouncer at a club that he was an off-duty cop at. They knew each other.
Yeah.
So for all we know, that could have been about a woman.
It was.
It was. And so what I'm saying is, this situation, that's what is starting to leak out, that one of the guys, his baby mama worked at FedEx with this boy. And so, but my thing is, he don't even look like the type that would be doing some dirt. The girl might have been doing dirt. He just seemed like a really nice kid. But my point is that there's so many things wrong, but when you see the video, you really understand the injustice of how this is being handled. Okay, so they fired somebody up front. That's not bringing that family's child back.
Exactly.
And he didn't deserve. And, I don't know about you all.
It's a lynching.
I have a thing. It was a lynching, but here's the thing people forget. Whether they're blacks on the police force now or not, we all forget that the police were only created for
slave catchers.
Right. It was only to control us in the first place. So it makes complete sense, as Attica's uncle said, that once you're in the unit, they're trying to indoctrinate you so you know what team you're really on.
That's right.
You're no longer black, is what I'm saying. Now you're blue.
As soon as you do wrong, though, they're gonna throw you back over to us and show you who you really are.
Hey, Randall. Yes, exactly. And hi, Randall. And you're right. They're not. First of all, they're going to be in isolation in jail because their lives are done.
They're not putting them in isolation because they're going to show them who they really are. Now, if they had the complexion for the affection, they would be in isolation. But they are going to show them who they really are. They're going to go to jail with everybody else in population, and then they're going to have to sit there and know that they were never a part of the team. They were the stunt dummies. the
That's
whole
if
time.
they go to jail.
They're gonna go to jail. Because here's the thing. You
They're
know why
in
they're gonna
jail
go to jail?
now.
No,
They're in jail
Oh,
now.
are they?
no, they're not. No, they're not. They all got out on bail. Everybody's out.
They
Everybody's
made bail.
everybody. The last one finally made bail the other day. Yeah, they're all out.
Okay.
But here's the thing. And this is the part. This is the part I would only want to be one of their women for just this one moment. Nigga, did you think about the rest of our lives? Did you think about
Right.
my life? Did you think about your mama, your family? Did you think about any of this when you helped this fool do whatever you thought was cute?
Right.
Because it isn't just their lives they messed up. They destroyed their family's lives. What if one of them has a stay-at-home wife? He ain't getting a job. He's getting ready to go to jail.
Facts.
And and every dime you got to use to fight his case, and all his relatives and his mama and oh my God, that's 7 people who've now destroyed their family.
See,
They're
I
not going
come
to
from
get
a
a
different
pension.
time.
They're not going to get a pension unless they die before the trial is over.
Exactly. And that's the key word right there. Because I come from a different time. Because it couldn't have been my son. Either one of them. Because
Girl,
I'm going to sit and I don't have time to cry. And I understand the mother and the father's pain. And I do. But I come from a different type of family.
Mhm.
So if I have to cry later, so does everybody else. And
Mm.
I'm not going to be the only one doing the flower bringing and the slow singing.
Period.
no.
I'm going to be in bushes and trees with green paint under my eyes, sitting and waiting.
Mhm.
Me and my
And that-
whole posse. And
and that's-
everybody is going to have to put somebody in the ground. And then I'll be
Well,
satisfied.
that's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, do you really, once you made bail, do you really want to come here? Because the only way I'm getting your pension is if you aren't making it, if
Because
you don't
Mhm.
make it to the end
I'm
of the
from
trial.
a
So
small town, North
this is
Carolina.
your warning. Don't come
And
here.
they are literally.
court
That's what I'm saying
don't
about
work for me.
destroying. They didn't just destroy their own lives, but it's everybody
My
in
God.
their life.
My
God,
God.
I mean,
Mm,
that is
mm,
just
mm,
when you
mm.
think
Yeah,
about
that's
that, their
one way.
their
That's
mothers,
one
their
way to look at
kids,
it.
they are
But to think
destroying.
about it, I'm sure the women that they were with enjoyed the power and the
Mhm. Sure did.
as much as anybody else. So
Mhm.
as much as, I mean, you marry the people you're like, right? So I'm sure that they enjoyed the power they had from that police, from being associated with the police. And I'm sure that they'll be very judgmental about the things that these people did, but I bet they took all the advantages when the advantages were out there.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
don't see why they can't take the
Can I bring something? I want to bring something up too after
downfall
you,
either.
Stacy.
Uh-huh.
After you.
Oh, no, go ahead. I wasn't gonna say anything.
So I don't know if y'all have already discussed this because I know I was in and out of the live a little bit earlier. Weren't 5 of them black men?
Yes.
Yeah, we're gonna go there. We're gonna
was-
go there, and I'm going, and I will get a lot of hate. I already have a lot of people in the black community that don't care for me because I'm not with the patriarchy, and I'm not with misogyny, and I'm not with any of that shit. Right? I'm open love. I'm all about all of that. So I got a lot of people in the community that I'm in that do not like my opinions. But this is a perfect example of the problems that I am talking about in the black community. We are not what's the word? I don't know why I'm blanking. We there's so many different we're completely different. Like for us to even have to
we're
be
not
grouped,
monolith. Black people
thank
are
you,
not
that's the
monolith.
word. We shouldn't even be grouped together, but we are. And then I want to go back real fast. Now, one of the
That's so true.
now, if y'all know of this that taking place during slavery, and we all know stories of this taking place during slavery where you sucked up, you because some people just had to survive the best way they could, and if that meant kowtowing to whomever you had to, then that's what you did. But we're still doing it. We know that it took place
because we're still living under white supremacy.
Yes.
And you have to survive any way you can under white supremacy, which is why Okay,
Yes, yes.
quick book commercial. But yeah, that's what it's about. It's about that we're not free, we're just loose. And that is
Loose.
Colin Kaepernick's
I like
basic
that.
and most beautiful quote as far as I'm concerned. We're not free, we just loose.
And
Right.
And
wild.
so
Untamed.
that, we still are under
Yeah, we are.
we are still valued. Oh my God. I'm just, my
But when
tongue just,
I say
We are
this,
we
still
are still
valuable, even though
valued
we are
for what
treated.
we can produce for other people rather than what we can produce for ourselves.
my
And
God.
as long as
Right.
that is the case, then
There you
that
go.
means that people
Period.
will have to produce for white supremacy. And that might mean beating Black people, because it doesn't matter the color of the cop. What matters
Right.
in criminal activity or not is the color of the victim.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
I
I
like the way
can
you put that. That
I
I
would.
I, I
I
needed to
want
hear it that
to.
way.
And yes, and to YT. I'm just digressing slightly because it's
Oh,
funny.
sorry, white people.
Um.
Sorry.
Uh.
Sorry.
I. So I'm following back, right? And
Hmm.
why did one of the trollers use somebody I actually know? It's a doctor. He's my brother's college roommate, and it's a fake name, but and he's actually famous. He's on the news all the time as a medical expert, which is
What?
hilarious. And they used him and they gave him a different name and everything, but it's like, and they've got like, oh my God, like a
And
good
he's a
20.
troll?
No,
He
he's
trolls?
not a troll.
Oh,
Somebody's using his profile. They're using him.
gotcha. I
And
understand.
My
because
gosh.
his real name is Zuri. They changed his name to Dr. David Walker, and they're using probably all these pictures came. I guess Zuri has a TikTok. I didn't know that, but it looks like they may have come from his Instagram or something.
Interesting. Oh man. Yeah,
But
I'm
it's
sure there's a
somebody I
lot of that
actually know.
going on.
I'm getting ready to report it, but it's just funny that it's actually somebody. Because I kept looking,
That
going,
is funny. Yeah.
that looks like Zuri. Wait, let me. And I went to his Instagram and I was like, that is Zuri. These are his. They took the
But wait,
pictures
does
from
he
his
are you
Instagram
gonna
page.
tell him?
Before you report
I'm
it, can
gonna
you tell me how many likes, how many likes it has?
the page.
Yeah.
He has
Yeah, the troll page.
433. The troll page 433 followers, 760 following. So
So
he
Yeah,
must
he's
have
how many
just
yeah.
built.
likes? How many likes?
But
LIC.
I know what you're asking me, but I don't. There is no likes for a page.
He
I
doesn't
don't
have
know.
any videos posted?
Oh, 194. Yeah, he does.
Yeah,
194
yeah.
likes.
There you go. There you go. So you have to be careful with anybody under
I think
500 likes.
Mm-hmm.
got my headset in. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I can only
That
did you let him know? Are
I
you gonna
think
let
this
him know?
page was just built today.
Yeah.
I'm
Oh.
gonna send him a text.
That
Yeah,
means,
I think
okay, then be
but
careful,
I
because
think.
that means if he got 500 likes already, he's not alone.
That's oh no, there's a whole network of them. Little
Right.
Oh no,
trolls.
I wasn't gonna. I'm not gonna say anything to the troll. I'm just gonna report the page.
Yeah.
But I'm gonna send.
Right.
I'm gonna send Zuri a message so he's aware. So he knows. Just so he knows. I'll send it to him now.
Yeah, there's
There was one.
a lot of them. There's a lot of them.
Yeah.
I mean, but it's just, well, anyway, he's a Black doctor. And so I can
Mm.
imagine how many women are going to follow it back because he's a handsome Black doctor.
Once
Yeah,
you get
yeah, yeah.
above, once you start to get above 3,000-4,000 followers, you can go ahead and expect for people to steal your picture and duplicate your page.
Oh.
When you're
That makes so
small,
much sense.
once you're small, they won't pay you any attention. But once you start getting over 2,000-3,000 followers,
Because they want the viewership. They want
yeah,
the
Right. Because the
your
girl Jasmine, she's a big Jasmine. I think it's Jasmine Blue or something. She's a big content creator. And I do follow her and she does follow me. And she did do the Black Girl Follow train. But then I got like 4 things. And I thought at first I didn't know all about the troll. So I think I followed all the pages back because I thought it was her but then one of the pages did the whole, your ancestors. And I was like, block.
So I did block that page because the minute you say ancestors to me, I'm like, girl, let me go.
Right.
But yeah, I understand what you're saying. I get why they would do it, but it's just, I don't know. There's way more of this on here than on Instagram or Facebook. Like
Yeah.
I know on
Jasmine
Instagram I have
girl, the Jasmine, the cute round face girl that does the
yeah,
butterflies in her hair and locks and everything. She has like, I don't know, 10, 20 on Instagram. I get hit with her on Instagram almost daily of someone copying her.
And another, you know who I think they're after too? Sorry. I think they're after as well. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, my headset died. The other person, so my friend Shannon Amos, all of a sudden I get those ever since like last June. I've been getting, and I mean, I got 15,000 followers, so does she, but nobody's copied me. And let me knock on everything. But Shannon, I must get a Shannon. But here's the thing: Shannon is a wellness, spiritual, Zen mama person, and I think they do it with those people because that you wouldn't be as taken aback with them asking, "Do you want a reading?"
Yeah.
If that's already their thing, you don't look at it odd. Because when I
Because
first got it, I thought,
those,
oh, is this what Shannon's into now? And I had to call her, but I have her number. Everybody doesn't. They'll
because
just think that's who she is.
unfortunately, those type of people know that somebody is always needing some type of love, affection. They're needing to feel wanted. They're needing to feel some type of closeness,
Right.
and
Right.
and some type of uh connection to something. And
Right.
so they know they can pull people in really quickly when they copy those pages. When they copy those people.
Right. Right, because with Shannon, they sent me something on my birthday, which was odd. So I really thought it was Shannon because it was like, oh, hey, Queen, happy birthday, blah, blah, blah. But some of the wording was off. And then they said a few things to me, and I went, this can't be Shannon because Shannon and I went and did ayahuasca together. So she knows my spiritual, she knows me. So it's not like she didn't know me. I was like, this seems really odd. And then she said, well, I have a message. You really should get a reading, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, when did Shannon start doing readings? But again, how would they know that they've reached somebody that personally knows her? So I was able to call her and let her know to report her page. But anyway, I wasn't trying to change the subject. I just thought it was so funny because he was somebody I actually knew. And I was like, wow. And he's a doctor. Like, I don't know. There's also the African entertainer guy. They do his page a lot. The African, I don't know what it is, but I've got like 10 requests from this one person. Hey, Miss Pat. Oh, you got Yvonne on tonight. Hey, girl. Hey. Hi. Oh, what are we talking about?
Any of y'all getting that 0 below weather?
Are you getting that?
So
Are you in the freeze, Miss Pat?
Oh no, but I love cold weather, so it wouldn't bother me anyway.
Oh.
I'm freezing.
Yeah, that would take me to another space and time. 0.
Yes.
Love it.
Jersey 64. Let's catch you up completely. Attica had her uncle on that is a Black Panther, and so he spoke to us for a while, and then we started talking about the world situation, of which I digressed us and started talking about the trolls here on TikTok. And we've also talked about the Black Girl Follow train and some of the behavior there. And now we're going to
what kind of behavior is going on with the Black Girl Trim?
Just a lot. But I was talking about how people, like on an adult level, how there are people that they're doing these videos now. It's a lot of people complaining that they're not getting likes. And I'm like, does it ever occur to you, maybe it's your content? Maybe your content's why you're not getting likes, or maybe, I don't know. it could be anything, but I don't know why people are making that a thing. It's a
Okay,
thing now.
let me explain something to y'all so you can keep your panties on. Okay. People do anything for attention on social media.
No, I know that. My
And
point was just, I find the videos interesting.
Pat,
Like, folks have to
Miss
like your
Pat,
stuff.
I don't mind you explaining, but I might not want to always keep my panties on. So.
Hey, wait. Hey, I ain't got nothing to wait.
Jam
That ain't in my lane, so I ain't got nothing else to say on that subject.
Jam got a
But
little
I'll
loose
listen.
on us.
Wait, it would be nice if Valentine's Day I could take mine off, but we can't do that right now because we ain't worked on nothing this far. But anyway, I think they do that just to get more attention. Because when you look at their profile, you'll see already they done went past the number that they said they trying to get.
That part, that's the one that here's what I learned. It's always the one on the boat. It's the boat ones. The boats will say, I'm still at 500. I don't know how everybody's got to 20,000. Go to their page. They have 30,000 and above. They do not need followers. And not only that, is that they're not even following back. They have 500 people they follow and 30,000 followers. So we all look at the people now, but I just noticed I've had several over the last couple of days, people complaining that you're going past my page, you're not liking my pictures, but maybe people don't like your content. I don't have to like it. I'm confused about the need. It's fascinating me. I know people are doing it for attention, but it doesn't make me go to their page. I'm just like, unfollow. Then you ain't got to worry about me looking and not liking. I'll just unfollow you.
Okay, now that's the part that is tricky. Because you got all these different ones that's following you. And when you go down that list, anytime during the day, you know you only got a quota that you can check them any kind of way you want to check them.
Right.
Yeah. And 90% of mine is unfollow. Because all these foreign men that can't speak no good English, I ain't trying to be bothered with them in the first place. They even got a page with that one on there. I'm not here to date, I started to put that one out too.
No waist beads. I don't need a waist. I don't need a reading. I don't need a waist bead. I don't need a date. That's all lovely. You can say that, and that doesn't offend me because we are all bothered by that. But your bitching and complaining is about nobody likes my content, then you should re-examine your content. I don't know why they think because you have 30,000 people, they're not active. Maybe they're not seeing your stuff, or maybe your content isn't good. There's that. I don't know why nobody takes that part into it. It was really more, I wonder why nobody acknowledges that maybe it's my content, not that it's not the people, it's my content. I don't know. Well,
have you seen some of that suggestive stuff out here on TikTok?
Oh yeah.
That's something I'm worried about. Because TikTok is always suggesting white women for me. And then one creator who was white, I liked and followed. And my goodness, it was like, I don't know, it took like a day and a half to get any more Black women on my FYP. They were literally pushing white women. And
no, I'm not talking about the white women. I'm talking about the sexy, suggestive type people.
Oh, they
trying to pick up somebody.
Me. I remove them from my followers. And then I block them. Because behind every sexy picture of a young girl is usually some sort of male exploitation. I don't even know if that girl is real, you know? They probably picked that up from OnlyFans or something.
Right, but the thing is, they're quick to block us. When I say us, people that are clicking too fast or clicking too many, or you know, they or done said something wrong. But you go down you can see a whole list of all this. Where are the ones that supposed to be checking that?
Yeah, both is blocked.
Mm. Yeah, I don't think they are checking up.
What y'all munching
Is
on?
all they want to do
Yeah,
is make
y'all,
sure
I'm
we don't
sorry.
have a revolution.
Get down.
Say that again, Jazz.
Get down.
All they want to do is make sure we don't have a revolution.
They can forget about that.
Honey, the
Now, one of them
revolution has
guys,
already
one of them
started. It
police
ain't being
officers, they
televised.
was from Connecticut. The Mills boy, he was from a town right over from where I came from.
Oh
But
man.
we ain't been able to find out who his family is yet.
Oh,
Did y'all talk about Tyree Nichols because it's still bothersome?
you said, did we?
Yeah, did we?
We did. Were you gone? We
No,
did.
No,
I
no,
was
no.
reading
Oh,
the
She's
comment.
reading.
you said. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm sorry. You were reading the comment. We did. We were slightly. Well, we weren't talking about him. Well, yes, we were. What did we were talking about.
The
Well,
video.
I was saying that I was talking to my mother last night who said she didn't see it, and I was telling her she should because you won't understand. I understand how hard it is to witness, but you will not understand why everybody's upset if you don't see the video because that's where the actual evidence is. You cannot listen to you can't because it's all a bunch of stuff. But what's real is what you see, and like I said, I looked at the video and saw that white hand and went, he wasn't one of the 4 people arrested. What happened? What happened? And that was the first thing that hit me was that there were so many people on this little frail man, and you could see him doing nothing. You could tell he was literally on the ground doing nothing. And that's when I realized the way they yanked him out of the car, you knew it was deliberate. So you knew something was up. So I'm waiting to hear the tie. How if it's not the story that's circulating and I'm not hearing it enough, which is why I don't know that it's true, but I am waiting to hear the connection because there's a connection. There's a woman, a job, a car. It's something, and it's something like if it's really this baby mama, like they're saying, she obviously don't want nothing to do with that man. And killing this fool ain't gonna make it better. But
The person that the cop and the girl was not together as far as the story goes.
Right. The
right,
parents are saying
Yeah,
that
they're not
that's
together.
not true.
It was an ex.
Yeah, the
right,
parents
Right.
say
yes,
So,
that's what I'm
true.
saying.
so
So
that is called, that could be called, what do they call it? Something.
Premeditated.
Well, yes, premeditated, but she could file charges too
because he's
under
probably threatened
domestic
her.
violence.
Yeah.
Under domestic violence.
Right. Well, I'm
So,
gonna be
Well,
honest with you. I
if
told
it's
I have
true,
2
if it's
sons.
true.
One of my
If
sons is
that's true, right?
26.
but
Mhm.
who did he, now he has a child. And supposedly they were talking about the baby mama to the cop. So now is this child that the Nichols boy have, is that her baby?
Right.
No,
And his baby together? Or does she have a baby by the cop?
the child
And he
and the
has a
cop.
baby by somebody else.
The Tyree Nichols' child is by someone else.
Right.
Oh, okay.
The cop
Okay.
and the girlfriend of the cop, Tyree Nichols. So the family says has nothing to do with the girlfriend. They're saying that's all a lie. They just happen to work in the same place.
Right. That's what I was saying.
Right.
I
They
mean,
worked at
FedEx,
FedEx.
and I was asking what kind of FedEx, because if it's a FedEx distribution center, then that's like working for Amazon. That doesn't mean that you know who's on your shift. And
That's what I'm
then, but if it's a FedEx delivery copy center, then they definitely would know each other.
right. I mean, even if it is a distribution center, I'm thinking the possibility of them being on the same chain line, you know what I'm saying? Maybe
Right.
they just were on the same, chain line, pulling boxes, packaging boxes, pushing them on the
Right.
Conveyor belt.
Conveyor belt.
yeah, the conveyor belts and whatnot. You can, there's you can establish a work husband, work wife relationship at any point.
Yeah.
We don't even know if maybe she made a story up that could have caused some friction between him
We
and
don't know if it's
the
true.
husband.
We
Right. We don't
all we
know
know is that somebody found out that they work at the same place. But that doesn't
exactly.
mean they worked anywhere in proximity at the
To
same
each other,
place.
right?
Exactly.
They
That's
could both
probably
just work for FedEx and may not even
exactly.
Right.
know each
And,
other.
and that's why the
Right.
family is saying that none of that is true. And he didn't have any, that they didn't know her and neither did he.
Right.
And
But
so
if
that's
it is true, that means that he's an abusive cop.
exactly.
But see, the problem that it might be true is because she received a picture.
Right.
What
He
kind of picture?
took a picture, and that picture supposedly he sent to her,
That Tyree did, or
the
the
cop.
he
You can
he
see it
took
on the film.
and he
You can
sent
see
it.
him to her.
Oh, I keep
Well,
dropping.
one of those cops already have some charges against him, but they never followed through on them. So
Mm-hmm.
one of them cops. But see, the thing is, you got the 5 black cops. Now the
Mm-hmm.
one that was in the back, you saw that hand where he was doing the taser or the mace. He
Right.
was
Yeah.
spraying the mace. See, I didn't pay his hand no attention to know that he wasn't one of the 5 cops.
Oh, I
It
did.
was
Right.
That's the
afterwards
first thing.
when I
Well,
looked at the video.
well, the camera was right here, and that's all you saw on the camera was that white hand. That's why I was like, he wasn't fired yesterday. What happened? And
Well, if
that's
you look down at the cop with the taser, you see him hit the taser. But if you look at the black cop beside him, when you look at the angle from his camera, you see the white cop's foot get 2 kicks in.
okay. Well, the other thing that I think is interesting, and I can't wait to hear the explanation because there will be one, is the woman, because the highest ranking official there was a woman, and then they said the reason they didn't fire her at first is because she didn't get out of the car. She didn't get out of the car. They threatened.
That's the EMT. That's the EMT.
No,
She didn't
Yeah.
get out of
no,
the ambulance, and
no,
they
no.
fired 3 AMTs.
I understand, but the one that didn't get out of the car is a lieutenant. I thought she was a cop. She's a
No,
lieutenant.
she's the EMT, fire
Oh,
department.
okay.
The,
Well,
yeah,
what?
the fire department and the emergency
Okay.
official
Well,
Yeah.
people.
whatever she is, she was still a senior officer. And
Yeah.
at the end of the day, if they threatened her to not say anything, that's one thing. But you know what? We all got cell phones. We can all text. Even if you were scared, I'm gonna tell you something. I would have called somebody. Maybe because
Right.
I wouldn't have
But
been out
them
there with those
3,
men, but I would have
She
called. I would have
wasn't
been like,
scared.
and
She
all you had
wasn't
to say was,
scared.
"You need to get here." You need
Yeah,
to
she
get
wasn't
here.
scared.
I don't care how
Fire,
scared I was. I would have helped that man in some kind of way. They wouldn't have did that. She couldn't
yeah, the
have got out
firemen,
because
Yeah.
they might have hurt her. But
the firemen
It's
nor the
happened.
emergency
No,
officials
I
tried to
don't
help
believe that.
at all.
at
All
all.
they
They
all the
didn't.
cops
I mean,
did was
looking at the
just keep
film, you could
sitting
tell
him
that
back up.
they did not look frightened. They didn't even hardly have any interaction with the cops at all. They
No,
just
but
did
they
not
said because the
care.
cops told him they are saying their excuse is because the cops told them that he was fine, that there was nothing wrong. Why they got in trouble was because they did not check for themselves. That's what
Yeah.
they said on the news today. It's because they
Yeah.
just took the word of the cops, like, oh, he's good or he's this or he's that, whatever
Yeah,
they
they kept
Uh-huh.
said.
saying he's intoxicated.
Right. They used a bunch of excuses, but at the end of the day, the EMTs should have checked him on their own, and they didn't.
Right.
so you mean more than those 3 people done got fired? Remember, it was the 2 guys and the girl.
No,
so they done fired some more.
The firemen,
No, just
there
those 2,
were
just
firemen.
those 3
Oh,
from the fire
Firemen.
department.
And the
Now you
let's
saw
see.
those ones that was standing along the outside of the perimeter?
Right.
Those were
Right.
cops. They need to go
Right.
down too.
yeah, they're talking about those cops need to go too, but the EMS, the firemen, the 3 firemen, the EMS, the 5 black cops, and then 1 of the white cops have been released. The 5 cops have been
Wait a minute,
charged.
hold up. They done fired the white guy?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, he got fired
Oh,
yesterday.
because he wasn't fired yesterday.
No, yeah, they did fire him yesterday. So terminated, I'm reading it now. Jamichael Sandridge, Robert Long, and Lieutenant Michelle Walker were fired, terminated following the Memphis Fire Department's own internal investigation on the death. So those are the 3 MTs. The 7 officers relieved of their duty are, sorry. Okay. Okay. On Monday, the department confirmed that the 6th officer is Preston Hampton. That's who was the 6th. And that was according to the spokesperson. And the 7th officer, whom the department still has not identified, was also suspended. All 7 officers were initially suspended January 8th. So they were all suspended together. Those 5 got fired first. That's what happened.
Oh, that's very interesting. We
Mm-hmm.
found out, not we, but TikTok was the one who told me Preston Hemphill was his name prior to the news finding out that Preston Hemphill was his name. There was this
Yes.
wonderful little kid who went to Glassdoor and went to, where else did he go? I don't know, like ZipRecruiter or something like that, and LinkedIn. And he found who works with whom. And then he found a picture of this gentleman with the Apple Watch. And you can see the Apple Watch in as he's tasing Mr. Tyree. And so he said it. He said, the officer is Preston Hemphill. And it was all over TikTok. So I went to Facebook because that's a lot slower than TikTok. And I started putting the officer is Preston Hemphill. Oh my goodness, you should have seen how people were getting so mad. If that's the wrong guy, then you're going to get sued. It's republishing bad information. And I'm like, no, I'm convinced this is the right guy. And then about 24 hours later, news broke, Preston Hemphill. That guy, that creator was amazing.
That's why I'm not going to say that little bit of information I got is wrong, because sometimes the internet is ahead of the game. So
these kids, the Gen Z and Gen Y don't play. Okay,
they don't play.
I'm like, dude.
Attica.
Yeah.
Attica. I'm taking my phone off. I'm going on my iPad. So can you bring me back up, please?
Yeah, I'll bring you right back.
Okay, because I'm dropping this phone and Vanessa's teasing me.
Yeah, Nessa said
you know what, Nessa? Bye. Shit. Bye.
Now, I like to have my little spill on the issue you spoke on earlier about us people.
Mm-hmm.
See, us people, somebody mentioned the Panthers. I used to hang with them back in the 60s.
Yeah,
and,
my uncle came home.
But I kind of like smoothed myself out, not knowing that I was doing the right thing on the real side, because you see what happened to everybody. I'd have been part of them too. But the thing is, Rodney King,
What city were you in when you were a Panther?
Hartford, out of the New Haven chapter.
Okay, thanks.
I was a sideline girl.
Go ahead.
But that Rodney King should have been the beginning and the end of all this that's going on now. It really should have been, because that was the start. And this and this is going to be the tail right here.
Right.
Because like I made in my statement, if they don't do something with all them, it's going to be burn, baby, burn. Everybody.
Yeah.
but
And you know that's an illegal. You know that's illegal to say, right?
Oh
Yeah, you
no.
can't.
In LA and California, "burn baby burn" is illegal to say. It's riot inducing.
is it
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
really?
wow.
Yeah,
Black
yeah.
people say that all the time. Is
I
it
know.
really?
That's a
I know.
song.
Right.
We say, I know. They
You can't
made
do
the
disco
song come off the
inferno?
radio too. And
Oh,
the reason the Disco Inferno, right? And
Right.
right.
so right, but that was just another song is Dancing in the Streets.
Really?
All there'll be
With
is
Martha and
music,
the
music.
Vandellas?
Yeah.
That's the riot song too. Yes.
Oh, come on.
No, listen
That's
to
about
it.
the party.
Listen to it.
I do. I know all the words.
And also think about the years that they came out. Those were
In the
signals.
60s?
Uh-huh. Those were signals. Yep.
I guess y'all gonna have to sing Elder Barge, Feel the Beat of the Rhythm of the Night.
Yeah.
Oops.
Yeah. Yeah. Wow.
Well, you know we've always had our language.
That's right.
Yes,
And
we
when
have.
all the radio stations, hey, I was born in Watts. And then and you know, so yeah, when all the radio stations played a certain song,
See, you
yeah,
had to be there to know. You had to be in the know to know.
Right.
yeah, you had to be in the
Yeah.
know.
Well, okay.
But
So
it's history
as we
too.
say that, there's something that I always find so funny. So, we have things that we've all heard our whole lives. Like I have a thing that I say all the time, and I know only Black people get, which is when I date, I need your and thems. Who your and them? Where your mama and them? I need to know where your and thems are from, because that's how you know somebody, right? The and
Right.
right? Okay. And but F around and find out. We've been saying that for 500 years. I find it hilarious that it's this thing now that they've discovered.
Right.
We always, you about to fuck around and find, like your mama
I
said
know
Right.
to you. You about
they
to find
changed it
out.
into an acronym. That's what I thought was hilarious. FAFO.
Right.
And I'm like, oh really? Is that what that means? I just laughed. I thought that was
For real.
But the other thing that's funny about us, about it's a melanin thing.
uh-huh.
I laugh at this all the time. We are the only ones that know those acronyms. Like when you'll see one, it'll have 20 letters, but we will know every single word it represents.
Exactly.
That's the truth.
It'll be
Or haven't you been able to like you've never seen it before, but you see what it is and you know what it means?
yeah,
Yeah.
immediately.
Well, I'm not that swift.
Up. And I would,
Yeah.
but it's funny because if I'm on set and I laugh and stuff, and somebody, oh, what is that? And I try to show them, and they don't even get it. And I'm like, and I realize this is really us, because I don't know why we do that, but the whole, it'll be SHM, FD. We know, but we know what it's saying. It's always hilarious to me.
Now in the South, where I'm in North Carolina, so in the South, they know it. We all know it a little bit more. It's more well-rounded, known in the South more than it is in the western and northern parts, because in the South, we kind of ended up being more mingled together. With the urban lower class blacks and white people. So our language just crossed over between each other because of the way we had to work with each other. So
that pig Latin.
And black people having to work for white people, and then we all ended up picking tobacco, and we all ended up working in factories, and my grandmother, and all of that stuff. So those types of sayings kind of run across the board for everybody. So sometimes when you hold up those letters, the white people know just like we do what they all mean. So it's kind of funny.
I have to look everything up
when they say it fast, because sometimes they'll say it faster than I do, and I'm like, what the hell?
I didn't
Yeah.
know none of these initials. I'm like, well, what is this? LOL.
Oh, I usually get it now. I get it's so funny now. The internet ones I ain't so swift with, but if it's something that we say, I'll get it in a minute. I'm like, oh, I don't care. I don't care what your mama said. Blah blah. I'm like, I will always know those.
My mama used to get me because I would send her something serious or something, just regular. And she would answer it and then put LOL behind it. And I would think, well, why is she laughing?
Right.
And then finally I was like, Mom, why do you keep putting laugh out loud behind everything you say? And she was like, what do you mean? I said, you put LOL behind everything. And she was like, girl, I thought that meant lots of love.
Well, it does. It does. Some people do say that's what it means.
And I was like,
Well, be
Mom.
careful though, because if you ask someone out for Valentine's and they say LOL, you don't want to go
Gonna
out
be
buying a
sad.
dress.
Right.
Yeah,
Exactly.
you'll
Jazz,
be
you've been on
hurt.
fire tonight. Jazz has been giving us little nuggets all night.
Uh, yeah.
Well, how many of y'all would talk Pig Latin back in the 60s?
Oh, I did it. Well,
I
not in the
taught pig
60s.
Latin, not in the
Well,
I
60s,
I
wasn't
but
would
I
quite
taught
around.
pig
I
Latin.
wasn't quite
but
there yet, but I spoke Pig Latin in school and everything. I
in the
loved it.
Yeah, in
but
high
That was
school.
another thing I couldn't pick up.
all I remember is Igbe Oogie Day. That's it.
Girl, I don't remember. You just said that. I was like, what she say?
It means big dookie. That's all I remember.
Big Dookie.
Yes. Cause my sister used to call me that all the time
Lord have mercy.
and make me cry.
Who
Wait,
needs
your
to
own
change their
children?
fire alarm?
Oh, were you a teacher?
Huh?
You said the kids or your kids?
No, my sister.
Oh, okay, yeah.
7 years older than me.
Yeah, sisters are supposed to make you cry.
Yeah, so she would
What?
say
Yeah.
that to me. And at first she wouldn't tell me what it meant.
Right.
And then once I started actually understanding Pig Latin and I figured
Uh-huh.
out what it meant, then it made me she just called me that all the time and I would just cry.
Aw.
Right. Aw.
But that was her job. Like you said.
So anyway, I'm writing this article on Joy DeGruy, and Joy DeGruy has a book that you may have heard of called Post Traumatic Slave Syndrome, and it
Mm-hmm.
talks about how when people are in trauma, they do certain things, and that trauma, if it's not like dealt with or whatever, becomes behavior. And then if a lot of people have it, then that behavior becomes culture. And one of the things that she says is in African American culture is the insult, because it was a way to toughen people up against life when we were being, when we were like in our early and oppressions of slavery and afterwards.
Yeah.
Also, another thing that happened in Black culture is the physical punishment,
Yes.
because a mother would prefer to whip her child because she would do it out of love, versus if the YT people saw it and then would really whip them. So she says these are behaviors and things of our culture that are post-traumatic syndrome. She says another thing that might be that is some of the food that we eat, like high sugars and sweets and stuff, because having been denied often and in poverty, things that taste good or that
Mm-hmm.
were considered, and so the more I think about it, I'm like, okay, that's great. But right now I'm in the midst of like thinking, okay, yeah, that's a cultural thing. I wonder if it's trauma or not trauma, because she said another thing, the opposite is we have like success. We also have like these vortexes of success. And one of those is like telling people what's going on, looking out for each other's kids, things that actually work to help out the community too.
Mm-hmm.
And she just is asking us to be, intentional. So
Right.
when I say, oh, that's what sisters do, that might actually be part of the post-traumatic slave syndrome, because, we kind of expect our family to be hardest on us so that we could be tough for the world. But,
It is. It is. It's
yeah.
a what old people.
So I
Well,
shouldn't have said that. I wish I
elders.
took it back. I want to
Well,
take it back.
no, you're exactly right in what you're saying and how you say it, because it's what the elders would call generational curses.
Right.
What you just described.
Right.
And
Exactly.
we don't realize as Black people is that there are these small nuances. I mean, the smallest nuances that we carry and that we have that are part of the generational curses that we have from the post-traumatic slave syndrome that we carry along. And you have to be so, which I talked to my therapist about, so intentional that it's almost impossible to catch everything, because it's down to it's down to our DNA to do certain things to one another, and it's an intentional act for a reason, for protection, or a reaction because of something that we didn't have, or because we couldn't do it, or because we were told no, or because it wasn't safe. Like you said, for sweets. We didn't get to have something sweet all the time, for instance. So it was always had to be a special occasion. So I'm going to give you this little piece of candy, and that's all you get. Or only on a holiday do we get pies. So you don't say anything. Then time moves on. Okay, well, we get to have maybe a little sweet bread or sweet cornbread on Sunday. And as time progresses, we want more and more and more and more sweets until everybody's got boxes of snack cakes, and we got 3 and 4 pies and 3 and 4 cakes for Sunday dinner every single Sunday.
Right.
But
And she said one way to do it, especially in tough relationships, is to remember that this behavior, although it's not helpful right now, was first started out in love, and then just look for the love in the relationship, and then, move out of the behavior. You know what I mean? So like if somebody comes with 6 cakes, or not 6 cakes, but like maybe 3 pies and a cake to your Sunday after church lunch, you're thinking, oh my goodness, well, this is made out of love. And now we can, talk about sugarless stuff, or, you know what I mean? I mean, it's like, instead of just saying Sister so-and-so is always trying to get people fat and diabetic, instead of looking at the
think about it. They even do it at church, after church. Like
especially at church.
When I was a young child, there was a lady that sold cakes and cupcakes out of her trunk for 25 cents.
Yes. Oh, that's a good price.
And all the little kids would jump and like have fits to get 25 cents from their parents so they could go get cakes and
or save
cupcakes.
their Sunday school money.
You know what I'm saying? So, and then try to explain to your grandmother that what she's cooking is, that she loves you, but what she's cooking, it's love, but it's not healthy. Who's Black grandmama can you tell you and not get your head chopped off?
Right. Say that again. And do what?
And you're right. And just what Workout with D said, there's a reason behind the church gathering anyway. That's why people bring so much, because if they have something, they know somebody at that church gathering, at least in where it began, is not going to have something. So they're
Exactly.
trying to feed more people. And
Exactly.
so, and then even if you have a little bit, you can bring it and you can end up with more because it's a potluck kind of thing. So you could actually have a full meal, even if you can't make a full meal at home. So,
Exactly. It's just one
so
of those
we
cycles.
have to remember what the love was first. We have to remember that before we start judging.
Yeah,
You know?
you have to remember what the love is, and then
Mhm.
individually start to make the change,
Right.
and then
Right, right.
begin to try to incorporate different things into it as you become an adult and as you have your own children.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Because like for me, one, I knew that I was not going to continue to eat my mother's Sunday cooking, and I wasn't going to allow my sons to eat that way. So when she would cook, I would also cook and bring food with her to add to her food. Now,
Mm-hmm.
some of the stuff I would cook, like her vegetables, but I would also give them more of the food that I brought.
Mm-hmm.
And she
Mm-hmm.
would ask me why, and then I would tell her why. I would tell her, Mom, ham hock doesn't go in corn.
Don't even get me started. Don't get me started.
So, so she would get a little bit offended and
Hmm.
fuss and say stuff, but it was from love. And
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
she stopped doing stuff like that. Eventually, with me and my sister
Uh-huh.
slowly, letting her know things like that. Eventually she stopped doing it for the
Right.
help of the grandkids, because of course we use them as leverage.
Ah,
Right,
But
right, right.
of course you
um
do.
you have to do certain things in love. She wanted to spank the kids when they
Right.
did something wrong. We would have to tell her no, put them in the corner.
Right.
we don't
Yes.
we're not popping the kids. We're not spanking the kids.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now that would make her feel away, but then we would have to tell her she has to work on herself and why she wants to spank the kids. What does she feel out of spanking the kids?
Mm-hmm.
And then we had to start talking about our relationship, which made us a better unit, which made her a better grandmother.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
But
right.
you have to start to dig within yourself and move in love, but you have to start the why with yourself, and then work your way through the webs of the PTSD and the
Yeah, that's it.
post
Let's
traumatic
just stick with
slave
that.
syndrome, and
Yeah.
then the webs and the
Thank you.
generational curses that have been formed, to get out of them.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Because my nephew, my son, and my younger son is still in school, but they the first great grands to graduate college.
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
So my
Mm-hmm.
my grandmother was alive to see that.
Oh, that's good. That's nice.
That is
Yeah, that's a
good.
blessing.
That's a curse that was broken.
Mm.
Right, right. Let's break those curses.
Right.
But that was only because
Mm.
of me and my sister saying no, it stops here.
Right.
Right, right.
That's
Well,
the
what
key
about some of
thing.
those old wives' tales?
Oh, now I
Which
still use those.
Oh, okay.
which ones are you referring to, Miss Pat?
When you drop the spoon or the fork or the knife, each one of them means something.
Oh.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay. The
yeah.
one about sweeping your feet. Now, what is
Yeah,
that one for?
don't
Sweeping
sweep
your
my feet
feet.
because I am going to get married, honey. I've been married, and I
Yes.
think somebody swept my foot backwards or something because that marriage was bad.
I
Yeah,
think
that's
it's
that's
sweep
like
Wait,
sweep your
I,
dumping the
feet
I'm
across
sorry.
the
broomstick.
death.
Wait. Fill somebody in. I don't know what you're talking about. So what are you talking about?
When you're
Sweeping feet.
sweeping the floor and you
Uh-huh.
sweep across somebody's foot,
Uh-huh. What does that
Then
mean?
they
I
won't
heard
get.
it
It
cause
means you
death.
won't get married.
Oh Lord, is that what happened to me? Mhm.
Oh, shoot, I need to put my foot out in the aisle.
Oh, I thought it meant that you were going to
Yeah.
get engaged.
Or
No,
step
with
Yeah.
on
my
a crack,
granny,
break your mama's back.
yeah,
Yeah. You know, that one really,
that one
that
didn't
one
work.
sticks, man. I don't know why that sticks, but
That,
that
that
one gets to the children before you even get a chance to tell them. It's
Right.
like,
that one did not work because my mama would be would have been on a
were,
stretcher.
were, you, were you one of those angry girls going around jumping on grass?
My mama would have been on a stretcher
I
at
couldn't
30.
step on
Let
no
me tell you,
crack.
I was
Oh yeah,
I
you
said,
don't sweep
what?
no feet now. That's a fight. That's why I
Uh-huh.
was asking what it meant, because that was a fight.
yeah, I
Oh,
was
Yeah.
gonna
I
say
didn't
I
know that. We had it differently. We were like, if you accidentally got your feet swept, it meant that you were going to get engaged. So,
But
No,
you had to get
we heard it was
some
death.
salt, and pour it over,
and throw it over
your
their shoulders. Yeah,
shoulder.
I definitely had some period of time where I had little salt packets in my, because salt was supposed to cure everything. So,
well,
Yeah.
if
you
you
know,
spill salt, my great grandmother told me if you spill salt, you had to throw some over your shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
yeah.
And
Yep.
Randall, are you, Randall?
He
if
wanted
you
to come up.
Okay. What,
if you
what,
stop
what?
at the front door,
I'm not asking. Okay, just a second.
Oh, I can
Randall.
come down. I can come down.
Okay, you gonna
Lakota.
be in the
Are you
comments?
are okay, Randall? I see that you're Choctaw, Lakota, but I'm asking, what country are you located in? Are you in Mexico? Or are you in Are you in United States?
He's in the United States. I know that.
He's in the United States. I don't
Yeah.
see it.
Who? Randall?
Yeah,
My,
Randall
he. I know
Rural
he has said he's in the He said where
in the
he
United
he's in.
States. Oh,
Yeah, he's
Colorado. Okay,
Colorado. Yeah,
okay,
he said it.
yeah.
That's what I knew.
All
Yeah,
right.
I think he did say he was in Colorado because I said I was in Colorado too.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I didn't. I
Hey,
Hey,
missed it.
Randall.
Sorry,
yeah,
hey
Randall.
Randall, what's happening?
how's
Uh-huh.
it
hello,
going, y'all? Like, I
Hi.
put Turtle Island down there because some indigenous folks like we don't like USA that much, but like we'll just say Turtle Island because it
That's fine.
encompasses
I
like
get
all of
that.
Mexico,
Hmm.
Alaska, Canada, like all the West.
Right. Like
right?
I'm African, but my nationality is American, but my phenotype is African. And so I know that since so many rancherias or groups or nations actually are Canada, United States, or Mexico, I always ask what nation are you? Well, are you in the United States, Canada, or Mexico? That's basically what I'm asking.
That's
And
awesome.
so, yeah, especially when you said you haven't heard of jumping the broom, but that is kind of like a
That's
descendants of
marriage.
slave kind of thing, because
And
they
I'm
wouldn't
still
legally let us marry, so we jumped the broom.
so like
Mm-hmm.
I'm still like not totally. I want to know like the inside part of it. Like I've been to weddings when there was a broom there, and I was like,
Mhm.
that's cool. I mean, I've been to Jewish weddings where like they break the glass and stuff, and then they do the horror dance and whatnot. But
Yeah, it's like
then
that.
I've only been to
Okay.
like a few black weddings. I'm just like, okay, what's with the broom? Like
Yeah,
what's
they
going on
jump
here?
it.
Okay, so the broom is something that was accessible, and it was something that was very reminiscent, that was used in Africa. And so people would jump the broom, descendants of slaves would jump the broom because it was not legal for them to get married. It was
It was
not legal.
decorated. It was decorated and blessed.
What?
Yes.
It
It
was
was
Yeah.
like,
decorated and
oh, so there
blessed.
was like no marriage certificates or anything like that.
Right. They wouldn't
No,
let us
Right.
get
right. Because they were slaves. They were
Yeah,
They were.
we
property,
weren't allowed it.
chattel of other people. So they could not make their own contracts.
So
They
jumping the broom
were
was kind of like everyone witnessed this happen.
as a commitment ceremony to those who saw it, but they weren't able to actually keep their bodies inviolate or even stay together as a family.
Right.
But it was something that they were able to symbolize because it was kind of a rebellion. Yes, it was decorated and then returned because very often they did not own the broom either. They just had access to one.
Oh my gosh.
And
This is like
so,
another like sort of thing that came up around about the same time I heard about jumping the broom, because I used to live around the corner from like it's no longer there because of COVID, sadly, but there's this huge church that was it was called the Potter's House. It was a huge black church, and I went
in Texas.
to like
What's his name? Blake. I mean,
Or-
Jakes.
yeah.
TD Jakes.
TD
Yeah.
Jakes.
I don't know how it closed down
saying
or
it
whatnot,
closed?
but yeah, like it just the parking lot's grown over, and just I've not seen
He
it.
got a big church.
No, he has a big mega church.
Yeah, this place was big.
I know, but
he's saying that this one was big. He's saying this was big.
I know, but I'm trying to. Where you're in Colorado, correct?
Yeah, I'm in Denver.
To my knowledge, he is in Texas. The Potter House, TD Jakes Church, is in Texas.
Oh,
it's not there. So that could be a church with the same name or a past church, but he is open. He's not closed.
I was worried about it.
Both of his daughters had a Potter's House church.
So maybe, so maybe it's one of his he could have had other, like there's a bunch of that church is in trouble. There's one everywhere. Oh shit. You know the church I'm talking about? The one, there's a documentary on this church. That's how bad this is. The one with all the big scandal, but they originated in Australia, and they've got churches.
Oh, you're talking about
the one that they've got all the music.
Oh, yeah.
Right. And they've got, so I'm saying he could have several, like they have several. I know, you know what I'm talking. That documentary is heavy. Woo!
Ain't it?
What are you talking about? Are you talking about Bethel Harvest?
No.
It's that. Oh shit!
I can't think of the name either. It's like as soon as someone says something, I'm like, where'd it go?
All of these really popular, big, new contemporary Christian songs. They're
that's Bethel.
Say that again.
That's Bethel.
I can't hear you.
That's Bethel. That's Bethel. The two music makers are Harvest and Bethel.
No, that's not the name of what I'm talking about. I know it's not. It's not either of those names. I know this name. I can hear it. I can't say it. I'll get it. It'll come to me anyway.
Okay, we'll just keep talking because
sometimes come to you at 2 a.m.
This is true. Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you anyway. The point is that church has several churches, and they started in they started in Australia or New Zealand, and
you're talking about that one.
Hillsong.
Right.
Hillsong.
Thank you, Hillsong. Yeah. And they have anyway. There's a 6-part docu-series. I don't know what it's on. I think Hulu. Anyhow, it is a hot. But basically, what it came down to was. What did y'all watch? Before I go, I'll say it when I say this. But did you all happen to watch the documentary on Hulu about not Graham, the other one, the person, the evangelist that supported Orange Man, the big one, not Graham, the other.
Osteen?
Farwell, no, Farwell Jr.
Oh, Jerry.
No,
Falwell.
Jerry Falwell.
Have you seen the docu-series on Hulu?
No,
wretched man.
Baby, please watch that. I need every single Orange supporter to watch that, because then they will know how they have been taken advantage of, that this is all a game, and it's in, they say it in it. Like, anyway,
listen,
basically
in the 90s, I'm sorry, listen, I don't know if y'all remember, if you watched Oprah. In the 90s, Oprah had Donald Trump on, right? I searched the web for this and cannot find it. But in the 90s, Oprah had Donald Trump on. And they were doing all this talking, and he was talking about his business, everything, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, she said, would you ever run for president? And he sat there and he thought about it. And then he said, yeah,
yes, as
he
a
was like,
Republican,
he
because they're
said,
stupid.
yes, exactly. Do you know I can't find that anywhere online? It's been scratched from the internet.
Oh, you know,
No, I bet
Oprah got rid of that.
it's been
No,
He
wiped
said,
you
from
put
can.
one for
existence.
Republicans
It's
because they're stupid.
it's not erased from existence because it's in several documentaries. It's actually in stuff. So they and it's like stuff like the Lincoln Project has it. You have to know where to look, but it's not scratched. You just have to know.
Okay.
They may have been able to remove it. So here's what I'm saying. The Inquirer, the Post, Wall Street Journal are run by GOP. So it's very easy to make things go away because they run the press. But if that's so, what I'm saying is those are big publications. But if you were to go in a smaller venue, i.e., I gotta give you your medicine. I.e.,
oh hell, I look like
i.e.,
unholy
okay,
man.
if you go on the Lincoln Project's page or anything like that, you would you might say hi. You might get to you might find it. But it is, point being is that what I brought that up to say, in this documentary on Hulu, it reminded me of the Hill song, because the whole agenda is finding people that are impressionable, finding people that can't truly think for themselves, and basically none of it. In other words, I'm not going to say this is all evangelist, but basically this is all about money, and they really say it in these documentaries. They don't even believe the stuff they're spewing. Like, they're telling you don't have sex, and they got brothels. Like, it's like that. But
Pastor Dollar,
the Hill song, that mess going on, that one is crazy, and he's got a bunch of lawsuits. So I'm surprised they're still open, because they've got lawsuits up the behind right now.
People need to use discernment, because I had both my feet in Hillsong a couple of years ago. I mean, both my feet, when I was sick.
Attica, you got a mess.
When I was really sick, and I was all in it. And then all of a sudden, my soul was like, no, get this off of you. Stop, take it off everything that you have, and don't ever look at it again. And I was like, okay. And I just never went back to it. I left it alone. All the little pamphlets and stuff, I had stopped subscribing and having them send me the pamphlets. Just I knew something. When I looked at him, it's like behind his eyes, I saw a demon, and I left it alone.
The young, cute one?
The older man.
Oh, yeah.
But he's the guy that like said, I'm done with you, COVID. I blow you away.
It's the older man with his wife, the actual guy.
Exactly, Jack.
Oh, Pat Robertson?
No.
The owner of Hillsong, the guy that started it.
The original.
Oh,
did you watch the docuseries?
I haven't watched it yet, because like I literally see demons behind his eyes. Like, he frightens me now.
Okay, so I'm gonna agree with you. Everything about, first of all, since you were involved, I would love to hear your take, because I was watching it and I just felt like, I don't know why y'all trusting him. There's nothing about him is okay. Not even, and it's the father, the son.
Yeah.
They've done a lot of nasty things, and they do not think they've done anything wrong. Like most people like that. The reason I said you should watch the one on Hulu is because it's very similar, but you would understand where we are in the world if you watch that. You'll know how Orange Man got elected. You'll know everything, because the boy that was I don't know what you call him. They were this boy. He wasn't a boy, but he was a young man. Basically, got seduced into a years, plural, long tryst with the wife and husband. The two people telling people not to have sex. Basically, they were swinging with this boy for years. So this boy was up around everybody, and he spills all the tea in this docuseries, and he's vetted, so he's legit. They have pictures of him.
What's it called? I'm
It's
on this now.
called, oh God, I'll tell you right now. He's even in, like, I mean, Orange Man's even in it. Like, the boy's got pictures with everybody, so he's not lying. He really was. Quad, you saw it. What is the name of it? Something In God I Pray, or Lord Have Mercy, or something. It's a religious phrasing kind of title.
Oh, like In God We Trust. It's on all the monies.
It's what is it? What's forever? It takes forever. I'm here. I'm looking on my phone because I watched it, so it'll be easy for me to find him. Oh, lordy. I'm gonna tell Hulu. I couldn't remember where it was because I saw it. They were advertising it. They don't talk about it anymore. But I mean, I was here for it. I was so sleepy the night this was on and could not stop watching it because it was that intense. Like, I was like, oh my God.
If you are sick, they will hypnotize you. Everybody up there is like some sort of robotic demon. They will they will play on your sympathy. They will play on your illnesses. They will have these songs. All of the songs have this tone to it that when you listen to it, it goes to a certain part of the brain that kind of locks you in, and it makes you extremely emotional. And when the people, they have these little like these shows that they show, because I'm telling you, I watched it all day long because it was a channel, so they had stuff going on all day long. They had these little programs all day long.
Well, they all got channels.
And so you would watch these programs and it'd be women talking, men talking, just different shows. And they would have these women little summit things, kind of like what we're doing now. And they seemed robotic. The smiles were fake. The laughs were fake. And they would be talking you into sending money, which I never did because I ain't have any because I was sick as a dog. But they just played on everything that could possibly be wrong with you. They would be singing this music. There would be people in the crowds just like worshiping. Whenever someone would preach, they would never use scripture. And when they did use scripture, it would be distorted. They taught prosperity preaching and donation preaching. They would get to a point where they would try to pump women up to make them feel. They would use feminism in a way that still made them think that they were bigger than they were, yet they needed to be underneath a man. It was
that is so
it
wrong.
was so hypnotizing. But when God spoke to me and opened my eyes, it was like the veil was taken off. It was like watching hell. The only thing missing was fire, and I could see everything. Sure. And I was like, okay, I gotta go. I don't want any parts of this. And when he was up speaking, when you looked in his eyes, you could see the demon. And I know, because it's not the first time I've ever seen demons. So I know
that's your ancestors talking. That's your ancestors talking, because I feel like they're doing the same thing today.
Y'all, the movie's called God Forbidden. If you didn't see me put it in.
God Forbidden. I'm gonna hop down.
Huh?
God forbidden.
I'm going to hop down, but I wanted to ask you, did anybody see what Pat Robertson said this week?
No, what did he say?
Oh,
What did he say? I didn't know. What did he say?
He said that it would be okay for a man to place his wife, to divorce his wife if she gets Alzheimer's.
oh my God.
His wife must have it. Because
Wow.
he's trying
And
to
so the
justify
lady who sits
somebody.
by him, his little sidekick on the couch, she said, but isn't that what God said about, like to death do us part?
Right.
And he said, well, it's kind of a death, and that man doesn't deserve to suffer like that.
Wow.
To suffer, it
Well,
means
you
like
know that.
do us part is like the bigger part of it, not just death, but like do us part. Like when you give one part of yourself to another when you get married.
I know, but it sounds like he's a total passport bro.
Yeah,
Doesn't it?
but they all are. Everything that they say about women, how a woman should be, they all are. It all comes from this misogynistic place. We are just objects. We're not human beings. We don't have feelings or emotions. It's always about them.
That's why I'm not a fan of Paul. In all of Paul's writing, some of it's gorgeous, but like I'm not a fan of Paul because the women should keep silent in church. No.
Do you remember the famous black model?
Who, Iman?
No, she was.
Oh my God.
Grace Jones.
Naomi.
She I wanted. She ended up with Alzheimer's, and she was a cook. She was a fashionista. She used to have a show on BET, and it used to show on PBS. What is her name?
Smith?
Yes.
Oh.
She ended up with it, and her husband was taking care of her.
But
and before she passed away, while he was taking care of her, he went ahead and found him a girlfriend, and they took care of her together until she passed away.
I'm not here to judge. Well,
here's what I will say. He didn't leave her and he took care of her. I mean, the thing is, we can't judge because it's not our situation. He claims that they had an agreement before she got really sick.
Right.
Yes, he did say that.
He said, and I got to be honest, I would say that if something's that wrong, don't be unhappy because of me. I don't want you to be miserable, spending your life being miserable. I mean, you could take care of me, yeah, but don't be miserable. Go do
I'm
you.
the same way. And I had told my ex that, because I know with my condition, I could be paralyzed, anything could happen. And I wouldn't want anybody just not living their life because I'm going through that,
I would want to be with family. I would want to be with family though, because I wouldn't want to come out of it and remember who you are and wonder who the woman was. Especially since I've seen my grandmother go through.
Yeah.
And her have those glimpses and those long moments of knowing who we were and interacting with us and, having a good time with us and then going back. I know she didn't remember it or anything, but I don't know. I think I just rather just let him be happy and leave me with family if possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it is so sad that our lives have been shaped and dictated by a book that is constantly altered and isn't, it was made by man and it
right.
Wasn't not
translated over like 1,500 different times, and
and
like
everybody, no, it's
14
something that it's
languages.
translated. Everybody uses what works for them to control.
Exactly.
To control. It's not about none. I mean, because none of it reflects the Gnostic Bible, which is the actual Bible. And
Right.
most people, and I usually say this to anybody that comes for me in any type of way in my talking or whatever, and I say, if you can read the Gnostic Bible and have a conversation with me, we can have a conversation. But I can't. I've read it. I have a master's in metaphysical studies and had to study religion, and that's just how I look at it. Because I know the books are not the same, because it's always about the Roman Catholic Church. All of it. It's all about controlling the masses.
The Vulgate, the
Right.
Septuagint.
Right.
You
and
have to be able to read everything.
Right.
If you don't have the capacity to be able to read and understand everything and every facet of it, then to me, you can't be privy to any type of conversation.
Right.
Just like a Quad had sent me for the past couple of days. So I don't want to say, around like Posse TV, some of their affirmation.
Right.
And I sent in one on this afternoon, and even though I don't necessarily, I'm spiritual, I'm indigenous, so like I have a different sort of spirituality. I believe in creator, I believe in like in a higher existence and whatnot. But I also really love the new Gospels. I love Luke is one of the most beautifully written books in the Bible itself. But she wasn't reading just from the Bible. Like when people step out of the Bible and they step into other bits of literature that talk about the Bible, I'm all about that.
Right.
Because like it's going past the notion of just the one book. Like the worst joke I ever heard was like, what's the one book? What's a book club that only reads one book? The church.
Right.
It's just like that. It bugs me, but it's also on the same like wavelength of when we talk about translation. In the Greek, Koine Greek translation that we get earliest from the H document or the Q document from Mark is that tekton is what they referred to as Jesus. He was a worker with his hands. That's what, so that they interpret that into English as a carpenter. But in all actually, there's no forests in Jerusalem. There are no forests in Israel. There are no forests along Gaza Strip. So most likely he worked in olive fields. Most likely he made olive oil or building houses using straw and mud. He might have worked with his hands, but he wasn't a carpenter. There wasn't enough wood.
Right.
So it's like when people if I can have that conversation with people about religions, is that if you can step outside just the text itself, and they're like, I'm KJV only, or I'm NIV, or I'm this, then I'll do my best to like have a conversation, but like I just won't go like I'm not gonna argue.
You know the person's nonsensical, because the Bible, you can't just go there and just it contradicts itself too much. It doesn't make sense if that's all you have.
Right.
Because you're constantly saying what?
No, that's true.
There's constantly a question mark.
Facts.
Yeah, I mean, like it said that, like, in Genesis it says God will never present Himself to anyone. I think that's what Posse said. Maybe earlier today. I could be like plagiarizing you. I'm sorry, but there was Abraham, Isaac, Job. Obviously, he presented himself in different ways. Like, there's these contradictions, and it seems like the Bible needed a really good editor. back then, before there were copy editors. Be like, oh wait, let's this don't make sense here, so like maybe we should like change it here. Or maybe is it like the whole amalgamation? Is it like the Torah, the Tanakh, and whatnot, the first 5 books of the Jewish Hebrew texts, and then they all just kind of like, we got glue. I don't know, but like this is why I'm fascinated with like religion. I have a humanities bachelor. I love the Tibetan Book of the Dead because I can't understand it. I've read it like 5 times and it still blows my mind. But when it comes to, I guess, like religion itself, if you can't just step out of the one book, like Poppy said, it's just, you're not looking at religion. You're looking at a monolith, this sort of thing that people are making laws about.
Right. They're making laws about a book that we've all just sat and said, there are 50 million interpretations.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, y'all are basing laws on this.
One thing. Mm-hmm.
It is insane.
And this is why people are leaving churches in droves.
In droves. It is. Because being there is sometimes, I was telling them the other night, I don't think you were on with us, and I don't normally visit churches, but my friend asked me to visit her church, and it was not far from my house. And I was like, sure, I'll go. I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll learn something. And there were a lot of things about this situation I did not like. There was an energy in there that did not feel good. But the thing that bothered me the most was when she's the women pastor, which I thought was, forward thinking and lovely. It was a husband and wife. And she said, and God hates you when you, and I never heard another word out of her mouth after that.
Exactly.
I think I started playing with my phone. And then oddly enough, I ran into that lady at an event that my godmother gave. And she was not nice. And I'm thinking, So you're a pastor, and there's nothing kind, loving, warm. You aren't making me want to come to your church. You're not making me think you can help me. You're not, none of that. It was just, and I know there are some people, I don't even believe that they believe a word in the book. They just know it's a good hustle. Because a whole bunch of preachers have come from being pimps.
Okay.
Just saying. A whole bunch of them have been pimps, and a whole bunch, and they know the hustle. They know how to hustle good.
Okay. I worked at Lane Bryant for years as a manager. Sundays was the day I hated to work the most.
Why?
Because they would come in their hats and their heels and their Sunday's best and cuss me smooth out about a pair of jeans and a return.
They were wearing too many feathers in their hair.
Okay, and then turn around and go to K&W, which is like Golden Corral, and go have their Sunday meal. When I tell you, I used to try to schedule, I could hardly get my associates to work on Sundays. I worked Sundays most of the time that I was a manager there. Because of how evil the church people were that came in there. Y'all didn't even go change clothes before you came in here and cussed me out.
Right. I think I had, as a little girl, I only remember this because my father pointed it out, and it was funny, and I can still see this in my head like it was yesterday. And it was, we passed by a church on Sunday. It's probably 11. Who knows where we were going. And here's a brother. He must have went to his car, he was in the parking lot. People were coming out, to have the mingle after church. He must have went to his car with his suit on, got him a pipe. So he hadn't even left church and he was about to get loose. That's on somebody. So the building.
Oh, I got something on that. Even there's no hate on the
Yes,
Potter House whatsoever.
yes.
But like the Potter House, like it's barely like half a mile from a huge liquor store here in Denver. And then I would go in on a Sunday, get some stuff for like I watch football sometimes. But I would be standing in line and these most immaculately dressed Black people would be like dressed in the finest of fine, like the silks, everything. And they would get all these little shooters, little Fireball, a little bit of gin, a little bit of Jaeger, a little bit of whatever. And I'm like, I know that church lasts a little while, but I didn't know that like people were like sort of dosing in church.
Microdose everywhere. Don't play. That's commonplace now, honey.
Before,
I wasn't like blown back by it, but I was also just like, I think that's how I would go to church if I went to church. I mean, I go to ceremony, I go to my reservation when I'm able to, and whatnot. So like, there's no alcohol, there's no illicit stuff. This is something that we don't do around the elders. Like it's because alcohol has decimated like most of our population. It's just a terrible thing.
Right.
I myself am still like trying to be sober the best I can, but
I remember in the 90s people leaving the club, brushing their teeth, washing their faces, changing shoes, and going to church still tipsy.
They stayed out all night. That's like that's like Louisiana hours.
Well, I'm a firm believer in keep.
That's right, Posse. That like they are just human. They're flawed, and everyone's just hurting. And
exactly.
do your daily dosage. Like some say I'm not here to judge.
Yeah, I don't judge, but it would be funny in children's church. When we would be up in the children's choir and
let's talk about Noah. And what he did. How to get him on that Noah.
We would be up there in children's choir singing, and their heads would be nodding because they had been up all night. They would tickle us.
See you, lion.
But yeah, that's people are leaving in droves, and it just is what it is these days. Everybody can't. It's gonna just have to boil down to personal relationships. What has to be what you are comfortable with.
Yeah, they just made psychedelic or psilocybin legal here in Colorado. So they're still working through that. I don't know what they're gonna. If it's be like a drop or like you'll buy a little pack or something. No clue what's going to be going on with that. But like, there are people that are seriously microdosing psilocybin all the time, and they say there's like great health benefit to it. It's good for the memory. It's good for this and good for whatnot. I'm still looking into the science on it. My mom's a pharmacist. She's a retired pharmacist. She's like, no, don't do it. No. But
of course.
Still, nonetheless, I was just like, I'm gonna take a look into it because like she was the first person to catch me smoking the lettuce, and she's like, oh, I see what you're doing. I smelt it. I already smelled it from the barn. And she came in and she goes, we'll pass it over.
Right.
Like, she was like, so like, you were grounded, but we're not gonna waste this.
I wish in North Carolina,
Oh, go ahead.
I wish they would legalize it here. But
I think they should, because there seems to be so many more benefits.
Randall, where can we get it from? Well, you know, I live near Denver too, and I know that they I live in Littleton, so I'm right outside.
Neighbor. Hey neighbor.
Yes, because when I get back, we're gonna have to have lunch.
Yes, let's go like to Kabe, like Indian like taco restaurant. Yeah.
I wish I had known y'all when I was in Denver. It would have been so much more fun.
Happy birthday.
But you're coming back, aren't you, Stacey?
Oh no, that was a movie. It was just but I have a 75-year-old cousin there who I hadn't seen since I was 5. And so when I was there, I had to track her brother down. She has a twin brother, because I thought he was there and I know him better. He's my father's first cousin, and I found him to find out he lives in Texas and hasn't lived in Denver in years. But I got to see her, so I Ubered her to set and let her hang out with us. And it was like really cool. So I should post a before and one of those, this is, you know, how it started, how it ended, because I hadn't seen her. She was a flight attendant in the 60s. Like she's pretty broke. Like if you see her, she's pretty broke down. I didn't realize that she was as young as she is. But love you too, Nessa.
Good night, Nessa.
Good night, baby.
Take care, Nessa.
Good night. Feel
hey,
better.
Ohitika.
Hey,
happy birthday.
Sending you love and light. You heard? Oh, Adrian, you were here though for the Black Panther, right? Oh, somebody said they wanted to tag you. Who's that message for? You guys know?
This is my cousin.
I haven't been able to tag anybody with pushing my, touching the names anymore. I don't know why.
I know, me either. That hasn't been working. Good night, Nessa. Love you. Rest well, honey. Go sleep off that drink you got.
Oh shoot, y'all gonna be mad at me. I got a call in 5 minutes.
Nessa,
we've been on here for 5 6 hours.
Off.
We have been on here since 7:30. It's 12:41 now. So
I was like, girl, let me say this. We spend a great deal of time with one another, but if somebody has something to do, do it. Don't feel bad. I can go live for a little while if you need to jump off and we just want to keep talking. It's fine.
No, because my lives aren't ever this jumping. I'm just happy that everybody came today.
I know. Are you going to miss your phone call, or you want me to take it? Or you want to go make your phone call? Or are we on your phone?
No, I got it queued up already, so I'll just have to drop off in 4 more minutes, but I got it set up.
Okay. All right. You just let us know.
I've never even been live. I went live once and I got insulted by some some Trumper insulted me, and I got off live.
And that's why you need to get your friends to be moderators like we do. All of us are moderators. So when we see shenanigans, everybody jumps on in, honey. If you got Quad on your page, you won't nobody bother you, because Quad sees it.
I know.
Quad at the like time, block,
because they were about ready to jump on somebody tonight for me, and I didn't even know what happened.
Oh no, I was trying to, and I was like, she didn't make us moderators, and I went right in it, so he saw it, and I said, make us moderators. I said, or maybe I said, make me a moderator, but I said something because I was like, I need her to pay attention, and then somebody said something to Nessa, and somehow it got worked out. But
you know what? I figured that because it was that topic, I thought it might be really bad, but my Uncle Richard and myself, we kind of were prepared for that, because, that just comes with the territory. And we had already decided that we were going to not acknowledge it. And I was like, I was glad he said that, because that's how I am. I won't acknowledge it. But it can be distracting.
Well, the problem, I'm more worried. Here's what I'm worried about. I'm not a mod for you. I think you are a mod for me, Adrian. Actually, I think you are. No, what I was going to say is, the problem, and this is why I think, and Quad, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think this is why Quad and Jazz and them are so into getting rid of them, because you can ignore them, but you don't know who else is in here that can start talking. And then you have a battle and your page is shut down over a conversation you weren't in, but you didn't stop it either. You know what I mean? So it's just easier to get rid of them than to give them that platform to be able to report your live, you know, because
you're right, Jazz.
Right.
That's why I had a sort of a question for the group, because
and that's what I was afraid that somebody was going to report it. So I was just like, please, you know.
Right. But that's why we knock them out, because it's easier to get rid of them sometimes than to let them start. You know, it's just like I said, he talked, but it's just, what if somebody else is in here and they respond? Then you can't control that. So it's hard to control.
I had no backup at all. That was my first time going live. I had no backup. I was just trying it out and talking about fibromyalgia and stuff, and people were coming in and saying it wasn't real, and then somebody called me some name, and then it just got worse from there, and people just started popping in and out, and I was like, okay, then this is not, bye.
Right.
Yeah. Well, now you have us, so we'll be moderators and we'll protect you.
I think for me, I didn't even know what a moderator was. I didn't know about any of it, but my first live, you guys all kind of came in. And so these ladies all kind of literally came into my life the first couple of times I went live. And then at that point, once it kind of came that we were like, I think somebody that I haven't seen in a while said, make me a mod, because they saw the troll. That's when I learned this whole troll thing and the mods. And then I met Jazz and Quad, and I think I made them mods first. And then I think when I did it, I just made all the ladies mods and put them all in it. And it's worked out. So they all see, they all catch it, and it's worked out on our lives pretty well, I think.
That's great, because I have been afraid.
I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
I love y'all.
Love you too, honey.
Love you.
Okay, bye.
Thank y'all so much for coming tonight.
Okay,
I'm gonna go.
If you guys want to keep chatting, I'm gonna go live now.
Okay. If I finish with my call, I'll come over to you, Stacy.
Okay, baby.
I'm gonna follow you over there, Stacy.
Okay, here I go. Bye, guys.
All right. Bye, everybody.